Are we ready to get started?
Sure. Should I use good
Don't mind decent hour.
Go ahead. Have as many good berries as you want.
I was gonna say,
I don't want to have to hold on to them in my fridge.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute. Should I just eat
probably
all
have
of
to
them
make
so
a
we
game
don't have to eat
decision
them
that
whenever we
day.
have a good berry?
Yes.
I think you know where we'll be.
Yes, I do.
All right.
So,
When last we left our heroes, the party had been.
texted them all.
That was Theo, so.
She's asking if they think if she's going. She said she's going to stop the express mart. Is there anything we need?
If anybody can name anything, I posted in the group chat to try and figure out what I should get. So I have no idea.
Sorry for my snarky replies. Which were mostly...
I mean, I sent a video clip of 2 bottles of whiskey for the way, so
That's true.
Oh, I missed that.
sorry. I was basically like, I said no idea. What do you suggest? And I said 2 bottles of whiskey for the way.
we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Alright.
Whatever she wants to get for herself. All right. So, last we left our heroes, the party. God damn it!
Message for you, sir.
The party had been investigating a demon who had been kidnapping arcane casters and teleporting them somewhere else. After a little bit of a side trip and conversation with the rescued Archmage Vargasel, they have found out that the demon was teleporting arcanists to a hobgoblin war camp right there, and the hobgoblins were then giving the arcanists over to a mind flayer colony who had aided the demon, were taking arcanists down to the world below for some fell purpose, and were highly invested in keeping control of Lady Stelmane, who was a important political figure in the town of Alagon. Sorry, the city of Alagon.
In the city of Oxalon?
Shut up. After a teleportation to Archmage Vargasel's friend Felix the Prescient, and a somewhat harrowing adventure through the Spire Forest. Well, yes, you were successfully able to avoid most conflicts except for a very fun encounter with a halfling who was not a halfling, who was highly invested in killing Lysander.
Which
But then
didn't
aren't we
work.
What? That's up to you.
Sorry.
Twice, right?
You had also
You got up again?
discovered
Never gonna keep me down.
that Jasmal, no last name given, a former slave from a different continent, had been addicted to a dangerous substance that caused her to forget portions of her past. After she was exposed, thanks to the help of your drow guide, Jarlaxle.
Yes.
And you had all decided, partway through the hills that surround the Ash Mountains, on your way to the Hobgoblin War Camp, to take a day, relax a bit, and allow Hoss, Jasmal, and Bruce to come up with some sort of chemical solution to Jasmal's addiction, and hopefully get her to kick the stuff. You'd all taken a long rest. You had no encounters. You're currently in an area that it's starting to turn into hills, kind of like what we have, only not as tall. You can pretty clearly see the Ash Mountains because they're a very distinctive geological figure. By Bruce's best guess, you're about a day away from starting your climb through the Ash Mountains. Thanks to Archmage Vargasel's notes and Bruce's cunning woodland experience.
Nature sense.
Yes. You have a pretty good idea of your position, and you are well on track to getting to the Hobgoblin War Camp. So, as you wake up on this following day, you notice, specifically, Bruce, you notice that a storm has kind of closed in on you. It hasn't quite hit yet, but it's going to rain pretty heavily today. And if you're going to be doing a lot of potion mixing and alchemist work, you probably either need to build a lean-to where you are, or find shelter in some sort of cave or something ducked in the hills.
Pretty wet one today. Not a great one for alchemical work. Just find a cave.
Jasmal broods silently.
Yeah.
She actually is glaring at Jarlaxle, who doesn't seem to give much of a care.
Can I have my french fries now?
Eat a little bit more berries, but then
You see one of these?
I don't
Yes,
like
on the floor.
blueberries.
Oh,
Oh,
That's I
They
see
won't
it
fit.
went this way and then that way.
And vanish.
Might have gone underneath the bookshelf.
Yeah, that
Let's see
sort of
it.
looks like the best odds. Hang on, I'll see if I
I
can.
can't see from this angle. Then again, I'm in a very strange angle. Yeah,
What are the odds that I think of finding Kate around here?
Oh, there it is. It's under the bookshelf, a little bit further. You got it? The odds.
Thank you, sir.
All right, to find something to hide into.
Enough foothills that
like-
foothillsy that it's not completely non-cave territory.
Right.
Your flashlight's still on.
It might not be like a cave. It might be
Show us
a
the way.
large overhang or something.
Okay.
But you can definitely find something to put some cover into.
I knew we should have brought a shovel.
And like, let me put it this way: you definitely think you can probably find something.
Oh.
Yeah, might have a shot of finding something rocky enough
Nope.
to do this work.
And like I said, the other
The
option
trash can's at the
build
further.
a brush lean-to.
Okay, come here.
There are the bags on the cart if it's something small.
What I meant for you to do is just put it in the bag. Thank you.
So can I roll nature to see which one looks more?
You can eat all the strawberries.
Higher
it's
odds to me?
Keep the blueberries for.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nature check.
Okay, sure.
Is nature intelligence based?
Nature is normally intelligence based.
So you eat the strawberries.
Then,
and
yeah,
close
that'll be
close the
perfect.
So
container.
I'll get a +3.
And then you can have the strawberry. And then you can have the.
18 plus 3, 21.
Okay. You get the definitive sense that you, unless you really miss something out of character with a survival check, unless you really miss something, you'll probably find something that'll work.
Daddy.
It might be a little out of the way,
I see.
and something might happen.
Mm-hmm.
If you build a lean-to where you are, you definitely know where you are, but you kind of stand out a little bit more.
Okay.
Since we're going to be stationary for a little bit, we should. I mean, it may take a little bit to get there, but we should probably find shelter. And the more we can isolate what we're doing, probably the better chances of us getting a good result.
Yeah, makes as much sense as anything.
Yep, I think finding a cave is our best bet.
Cave, fire, meat.
Do you normally talk in one-word sentences? I haven't heard you speak that way recently. That's also
Okay.
character.
So I would roll nature to try and find a cave,
I like to switch it
or
up.
survival to find a cave. Or?
He's aggravated right
It
now.
would be a survival check.
What?
And I'm going to make a
I
little
about
prayer
that,
to the
yeah.
old gods.
I'll
and
help.
give myself some guidance.
Okay.
I did not help.
14, 16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. You are able to find a pretty sizable, I wouldn't say a cave so much as some sort of unnatural fissure in the rocks, which, if you kind of force your way into, you notice is somewhat spacious on the inside. It would, definitely provide you the protection you want. It's only 15, 20 minutes out of your way, so you'd probably be able to find your way back to heading towards the Hobgoblin Trail.
Okay.
We'll want to keep. So we're looking at it, and Haas says, "We'll want to keep an eye out because if this is good shelter, then someone might already be living here." Like
Can I see
bear.
the map?
Fair enough.
Haas, you said you were updating your map with features.
I'm no longer a cartographer.
Okay.
Remember, because we switched
Yeah.
because it made more sense to herbalism.
So you're not interested in updating the map?
I'm totally interested in updating the map. I'm not expert at it, but
Okay.
I'll try to keep track of where we are.
So what you mean is you'll draw stick figures instead of detailed drawings. And then we went here?
I'm not an expert cartographer either. That's why my lightning bolt looks like a Harry Potter tattoo.
Ah,
That represents the fissure in the mountains, or in the hills around the mountains.
Alright.
nice. That'll do.
Hey, nice Harry Potter tattoo.
Harry Potter.
And the question mark is the pass we think we have to go through, or roughly where the
The
What do you
question
think
mark
the
is roughly
entrance-
the position, but
of the entrance to the Underdark?
yes,
Yeah.
the expectation was more like he was like, it's probably here. His expectation was that he would get to the Hobgoblin war camp, either kill the Hobgoblins or track the Hobgoblins.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha. It's a pretty,
So we
pretty
still-
rough location.
Yeah, we still have to cross and figure out like a place to cross,
all right,
which is going to be you two.
because you're wilderness people.
I can say
Have fun,
there's
hobos.
a mountain there, and there's a mountain there, and it's low in the middle.
That's called a valley.
I think
Don't get all tactical.
I believe in
Walk
our
straight
tongue it's
through.
called a crevasse. That's Elven for
Walk
mountain.
over mountain.
All right, so you're gonna
You want to set up? Looks good enough.
I think so.
okay.
Do the thing.
You're gonna kind of take a walk around to make sure there's no hidden surprises. Like the
Sure.
floor is not gonna drop out from you, a la Hobbit, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that would suck.
I'll do it in wolf form too, dire wolf form, just because it'll be fun, and it'll also get me to smell and hear and extra senses.
You'll also be inexplicably
Does
heavy.
Direwolf have dark vision?
No, but neither does Bruce. No, wait.
Well, Bruce can summon produce flame.
It's
and
true.
Walk around. with
Yeah,
it.
you know what? Actually, then I'm better off like.
You could take me, the elf with dark vision.
No, I'll just do it as a human with a flaming hand.
Does one of us have a tent?
I don't.
Jarlaxle says it doesn't rain in the Underdark.
That's true.
How do you know the word for rain?
In the
Because we have
He's been out.
water.
Oh, okay.
they always thought it was a
Besides,
it was a lie.
con-
Water falls from the sky. What the
Condensation on stalactites.
I was not expecting
Sorry,
to
well,
and
that's
dance
just-
to follow
that's incredibly
thunder,
distracting.
rumbling constantly.
It should.
Sorry, what was that?
Condensation on stalactites.
I love that song.
What he said. Okay.
I love that.
So at this point, the storm starts to break. It's not like
Good dog.
pouring down. It's kind of like the light rain that we were having.
Damn light.
It's kind of like the light rain we were having today. You get the sense it'll probably get worse as the day goes on.
But sure, I'll check it out in
All right.
human form with the light.
Produce flame. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Sure. 22.
Okay. You don't notice any obvious, like, here there be wargs or this is Ulf territory, get out. But you do notice something on the walls. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Sue Haas, I'm assuming you're going to set up like a campfire or something? Start
Yeah,
working
we're
on
kind
your
of setting up
potions?
camp. I'm thinking of like finding a good dry spot, setting up a campfire, setting up a spot where we'll be doing the work.
Mhm.
But also, let's see. I don't think I have a bedroll. Do I have?
Do you have an explorer's pack?
I think all the packs come with a bedroll, yeah.
Not all of them, but Explorer's Pack definitely does.
Oh yeah, I have a scholar's
I
pack.
think I started off with an explorer's pack. So yeah, I do have a bedroll. So I'm kind of making with the pitons
Yep.
and the bedroll. I'm making it like an overhang,
Okay.
like augmenting a natural overhang, and like basically using rope and pitons to make like a
This is
spot
like
that's.
it's like a fissure in the cliff face that you then walk into like a proper cave.
Oh, there is a proper cave with cover. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Like the fissure leads into a more open area.
Okay, all right.
Do you remember
so-
Kundrakar when Mahandra showed you her hiding place?
Oh, yeah.
And it was through a very narrow crack in the wall into an open expanse behind it.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a lot like that because
Where
that's where
the
you, that's
Black
where you guys
Dragon
hid.
ambushed us and we fought
Right.
off the Black Dragon.
No, you ambushed Black Dragon.
So what you're saying is that the
but
Black
in that
Dragon will
area.
show up
Okay.
again.
All right, cool.
I'm sure that's how this works.
Yeah, there's plenty of space
Yeah.
for you to do it. You
Okay.
don't. If you want to like augment or like cover up the opening with your bedroll, that's fine.
We probably don't have to. We want to make sure we get fresh air and exhaust and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm starting to set up.
Yeah. And you're by the way, this area is much bigger than the cave that you hid in with Mahandra.
Mhm.
This one, you all have plenty of space to move around freely.
Okay.
You're starting out. You're doing your alchemical stuff. Jarlaxle is just kind of chilling, watching you. Jesmal is nearby, but not super nearby,
Mm-hmm.
playing sad music with her musical instrument.
It's helping. It's nice.
What are you doing?
Kind of just sitting outside,
Okay.
kind of watching,
Brooding.
sword on my lap, brooding.
The rain comes down. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay, I have to take.
By the way,
those.
so about the whole writing on the wall thing you were describing.
What the hell?
That,
We gotta change tracks.
It's a club in there.
I love how it keeps going back to the same song.
What do
I
you-
like
what-
that song.
What service are you using?
YouTube Music. I like
Oh.
that song, but it's
turn
not
off
inappropriate.
turn off
It
autoplay.
learns.
Never.
It might be good.
And
Well, there are
respect.
only 2 minute long songs, so I can't.
Got that on vehicle.
Oh, I would also suggest make a playlist and just
Yeah,
have it cycle.
channel.
I would, but I don't
How
have a
is
good ear for music.
Use
What I like
Spotify.
does not correlate well with what I need at the table.
That's fair.
So what are you doing?
So you mentioned something about writing on the walls,
No,
or was that a joke about? Oh,
he
might-
doesn't notice anything like that.
I mean, I have dark vision. I can see if there's writing.
Try rainymood.com.
Oh yeah.
If you're using a computer.
I said he didn't notice writing like that.
He
There was
didn't.
no
Oh, he didn't.
here there be
He
wars.
said you
or,
might know something else. Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah. What happened to hang on? Because if I'm nearby, did I do I roll perception to notice what he would have noticed?
I mean,
Because I'm
that feels kind of metagamey. It's just notice that he noticed something to then want to notice something.
no, I'm saying like
I'm asking what your character's
sorry,
doing.
Lysander would be scoping out the place.
He would?
That's my point.
If he would be scoping out the place, go ahead and make a perception check.
Sorry, I should have said that at the beginning.
360 no scope.
Thanks. 20.
20? Okay. You also notice the thing with Bruce.
Okay.
Hang on.
And he saw.
My God!
So,
It's exploding runes!
bam.
I would have half expected that from this.
Roll a d20 for metagame knowledge.
Yeah.
No. That is a 9, sure.
A 9? You take 9 points of metagame knowledge. So, you notice in this crack in the wall, there appears to be no writing, no obvious door, but like kind of like you scratch a bit of the wall, and the dirt kind of falls away, and you notice a bit of like a mural. You recognize that if you spent 10 to 15 minutes brushing this all away, you would reveal something.
I could
If
help.
Metalhead's setting up, I'll do a little brushing. If he needs some help, I won't. But
Metalhead didn't say he needed help. He's just kind of setting up. He's got his campfire. He's pulling out his alchemy kit, setting it over with a Bunsen burner.
I'm assuming very
Roll him out
taking
of
his time and meticulous. And,
Yeah, he wants to get this right.
yeah.
And Jasmine and Jarlaxle was like up close asking him questions because this is kind of Jarlaxle is very interested in what he's doing. And Jasmine is very much not. She's keeping a very appropriate amount of distance between her and Jarlaxle because she's afraid she'll kill him. And-
Congratulations, Jaraxel. We got you back to a cave. I'm sure you're thrilled with that.
Well, he says it's better than what we were dealing with.
Yeah.
At the very least, he kind of points up. At least there's rock overhead.
Yeah.
We're starting to get there.
More
I'm starting to feel a bit more claustrophobic, a little better. Oh, no, sorry. Claustrophilic? Claustrophilic, there we go.
I wouldn't say claustrophilic. I get my time in the sun like anybody.
Yes, you look so
Claustrophic.
tan. You got a really nice,
Yeah.
got a glaze going.
Reminder, he's
Yeah,
like
brother.
I couldn't help myself.
I know that's the joke.
okay.
Come on, he's a dick. I mean,
Hey, you're not there. You're outside. You
you didn't hear what I said. This is the commentary from the walls.
Oh, walls.
I said he was claustrophic.
These walls have ears and they also have mouths and say
I
strong
mean, he's not the
things.
one who has to carry around a giant sword.
Yeah, what's the? I want to ask your character what the deal is with the giant sword.
It's big and heavy.
Anime. He's watched too much anime.
I suddenly
His
realized.
barbarian did.
I suddenly realized you're missing an eye and your arm's all screwed up. Suddenly guts.
Still haven't watched that yet.
Sure.
So you're outside.
Gotta check it out.
The NPCs are hanging with Hoss, who's doing shenanigans.
It's being difficult. I'm trying to get it out without like, tearing the cheese. Oh, that makes more sense. Get it out. Thank you.
And you and Lysander were going to scrape away at the dirt.
Yeah.
All for it, yeah.
Okay.
Scrape, scrape, scrape.
Do you have prestidigitation? That thing is good at cleaning stuff off.
I have Eldritch Blast.
Practice the same thing.
Oh,
What do I have?
in the house, I also have frozen watermelon,
Oh,
which my mom suggested might be good in water. So if that's something you want to try, just let me know.
oh, yeah. At some point, I'll be totally into that.
That sounds neat. May or may not go for that. That's a very nice wine.
Yeah, I liked it. I'm not a huge wine drinker, but it was pretty good.
I'm all for wine. For whatever reason, I've never gotten into beer.
I'm good with a wine slushy.
Ice cold.
Especially
Is it-
Apple Jacks from.
All right. So as you scrape away at the dirt, or Eldritch Blast, as the case may be, you are able to quickly reveal a mural. The mural displayed is a group of soldiers of some kind, dressed in armor, wielding blades and shields and axes and spears and bows, fighting some sort of knot. They're like, it's like a horde of creatures. They're all wielding weapons, and you can tell they have pointed ears, but you can't quite tell, are they elves? Are they goblinoids? Are they orcs?
Could be drowned.
You can't quite pin your finger on it.
Alright.
Lysander, you would suspect that they're not drow because drow are not typically caught in open combat.
That's fair.
They are subterfuge and stealth.
Yeah, you don't see the drow.
The drow see you.
You just get stabbed. And that's the end.
Do you have any sense of how old it might be?
definitely very old, but that's not the only thing you notice. You also notice a block of text written in a language that
It's a
I can understand in 10 minutes.
you don't understand.
I speak Goblin.
You don't understand either.
Comprehend
Goblin,
languages.
Sylvan.
Doing the ritual.
That'll take you 10 minutes. Make
Druidic.
an intelligence check. I have your language written down on my Friday cheat sheet.
Is it raining outside yet?
Oh yeah, it's been raining for a while.
Oh.
If it's just straight intelligent, it's 13.
13? Okay. Is there a reason you were asking if it was raining outside?
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what the terrain was looking like. I mean, is it pouring, misting, raining
No.
gently?
It's a gentle rain, like not. It hasn't broken yet, but it's starting to open up.
What's the vision from where I'm sitting, right at the mouth of the crack? What can you discern, and like, what's my scope of vision?
You don't have a great scope of vision because you're surrounded in hilllands with some forest around, not a lot. Your vision's pretty much dominated by hills and trees, a mixture of the two. Maybe out to about 60 feet up.
I'll go inside.
Okay. Bruce?
So it was a mural of knights fighting something with pointy ears that couldn't quite determine the.
Yeah, you couldn't quite determine their race. With your intelligence check, you would recognize that this mural is very old. It was definitely older than any definitely older than any human lifespan. Might be older than any elf lifespan.
Okay.
So
anywhere from
1,000 years.
100 to 1,000 years might be. Yeah, found some old junk. Well, not junk, but art.
And you notice the inscription which Lysander is currently trying to translate.
I do point out. Oh yeah, inscription. That was the thing. I do point out to everyone in case anyone's curious. Anyone's into wall art.
When I take a break, I'm trying to take a look. Rose, should you be standing on that?
No.
So,
Because it could hurt.
Lysander seems very interested in
Can I see
figuring it out, apparently. After 10 minutes of the pair of you sitting
come
there,
later.
you notice the brute coming back inside.
Well, I know I was starting to help. If he was taking his time and casting his ritual, I would help out.
Okay. Is there any particular way you wanted to help out?
Well, I'm assuming at this point, Haas is actually better at herbalism than I am. So,
Maybe. We'll see.
You have herbalism, alchemy, and tinkerers, right?
Thief, tinker, alchemist, smith, leatherworking, herbology.
Jesus. How many skills do you need?
all of that.
Do I need?
Alright, just
Are you going for all the tools? Is that the build you're going for?
Is there a limit?
Where are you getting each skill from?
It was a combination of artificer, which gives you a couple. My sage? No, guild.
Okay.
Then that's a couple. That's one or two.
Okay.
And then I got another one for the race,
Okay.
because I'm not just race, the sub race, the thing.
Yeah. I think you chose a envoy.
Yeah, envoy. Right.
Okay.
So that's what gave me herbology or herbalism.
Herbalism. Okay. So, yeah, he is pretty good at it. If you want to make a quick assist roll, it would be an herbalism, wisdom, herbalism proficiency check.
Okay.
So you're proficient in herbalism, so that would be basically like a perception check for you.
Yeah, that's what sticks out to me. Oh, I only rolled a 9.
So I get
9
advantage.
total.
9 total, yeah.
I
get
get a
a-
natural 1.
No,
Two.
but natural 2.
Oh Jesus.
I get advantage for the kit, right?
No.
Nope. Okay.
No.
Did you think it was a property
Having
of
the kit allows you to use your proficiency.
Okay. I can't remember
allows
what
you-
I can't remember what does what as far as the kits go. So we don't use them.
Yeah. That's why Xanathar's had a whole thing, which was to basically use the kits to give advantage to skill checks.
Okay.
I don't do that. I do what it was originally designed for, which is that kits are an entirely different skill check of their own.
Okay.
So having the kit allows you to use your proficiency to do a thing.
Right. Like if I didn't have the herbalism equipment, I couldn't even try this.
Right. So you don't get advantage, but
Yeah, just straight up roll. Okay.
Bruce is kind of pointing out some stuff that you already know. It's like, yeah, don't forget that can't be too hot. And you're like, I know.
Water's
Right,
wet.
that's why-
Don't forget that water's wet.
Like, as you are pulling it from the fire and setting it into some cool water, he's like, don't forget it can't be too hot. I'm like, yes, I know, thank
That
you.
stuff boils if you get it hot.
Oh,
So is it
Mansplaining.
What kind
I
of
rolled
roll?
mansplain.
should it be
you're
nature, medicine?
you're intelligence based, but how's your wisdom?
Not. Yeah, it's +1. It's not great.
Okay. We'll go ahead and make this intelligence because you're kind of thinking abstractly about how the chemicals combine to each other.
Okay.
That's
So it'll be an
plus
intelligence.
proficiency.
Intelligence proficiency, exactly.
Oh, that's right. The proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what proficiency in the kit.
Right.
The kit lets you do it. Proficiency in the kit lets you do it with your proficiency.
So
Yes.
first roll is 11.
11 total?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So as he's pointing out, hey, don't heat that up, you're kind of distracted. You're like, yes, I know. And you realize, oh, wait,
I wrecked his roll.
You didn't wreck his roll, but you certainly didn't help his roll.
No, it's like, oh man, okay, it's way too damp in here. So we need to, we need to stoke the fire up again a bit to get the air moving some more, and then we'll try again.
At this point, Lysander, you
Chuck
notice
produce flame in there every 6 seconds.
the inscription
Yeah.
says, "What breaks but never falls."
I mean, there's a lot of answers for that.
Is there blank space near all that?
What do you mean?
Like on the wall? Like blank space on the wall?
Blank, like we can. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
like
gonna go. I'm gonna go.
but
Paint, I'm gonna do my own finger painting on the wall.
Sure. This
Just
is
gonna
this
mix
isn't
up
like a finger
some-
paint, but yeah,
Just
you
gonna
can-
mix up some mud, and I'm just gonna start
Gilroy.
drawing on the wall.
Kiana was here.
Yeah.
I mean, old school rooms were actually like there was a room that was 15 feet in the air. Sorry, Lysander, for just a second. There's runes that were in a cave 15 feet up in the air. When they finally got up there, found the runes, and translated them, it translated to "This is very high."
Humans have always been humans.
Yes, we have not gotten any better in thousands of years.
I was gonna say, I was expecting something very childish like Ligma, and then someone else, wait, Ligma what? And then next inscription, Ligma balls. Because apparently that's a thing now, too. The
Apparently.
joke is back.
But I'm a classic.
It's been decades.
I'm
and
a
it's
classy guy. I like these nuts.
back. Indeed, yes. Very old
They're
fashioned.
delicious.
I'm not gonna wolf down everything once. I'm enjoying it.
Nice and hot, and roasted,
I
a
use
little bit of salt,
I am.
nice and salty. Anyways,
It can be sweet too if you season them right.
Chocolate and salty.
If you chop them up, wait, no, that goes too
I need
far.
some pretzels now. Some hot chocolate,
I just
hot
see the
chocolate salty
inside of
pretzels.
it.
So I translate this for
You just
the...
want to see the inside of it?
Yes,
you have
figured out what it said, but I don't know if the group
There's a pretzel in there.
Okay. Hey, group.
There's a chocolate pretzels.
All right, so apparently what it says on the wall here is... Could you say that again?
What breaks but never falls.
What breaks but never falls? Sounds like a riddle.
Waves?
Oh, wow. I'm guessing you might have just saw it.
Day.
I was going to say a very strong fart.
Skull.
Yeah, day breaks. Yeah,
Skull.
that's
Your head.
This is
It
good too.
breaks, but it never falls.
Oh, but it can.
Hang on, I'll make it fall.
Also,
That's neck, not skull.
or was that the one that was
Solve the
brought up? Day
puzzle.
something?
They, waves, head.
Very small rocks.
No, very large rocks, they break.
Enough references. All right, but yes, breaks but never falls.
It may not be a riddle. It may just be like their
Could be a
their
bar.
slogan.
I was going to say a good formation because there's an army on the wall.
good. No, yeah, it could be like a household slogan.
Ours is the fury.
That's a good like combat, like sort of like the thing to put on your banners, because like as you're like marching and they're on a banner and like people you're opposing are like, and they're just not paying attention.
That's brilliant.
Anyone who like went to school and studied history want to see if they remember anything about this stuff?
Nah, I'm still painting.
We're not a big,
Lysander-
we're not a big school
Lysander kind of
bunch. I
caught
get
your
that.
attention for a second. You kind of scratched the side of your face, and you had mud on your hands, so it's got a nice little mud streak on the side.
I'm just painting.
Turn around.
I can make a history check as the DM permits. I'm assuming that I'm preoccupied.
You are fairly preoccupied trying to get this chemical combo right.
I could give a shot at it, but I suck at
So
it.
you don't have the historian's help.
Well, the historian
you're
kind of
doing
wears
the-
many hats.
Yeah,
You're
he's
doing
like
the only
I'm
smart
busy.
one in the party.
All right, just comprehend languages. Let me understand riddles.
One of the only ones who didn't take intelligence as a dump stat. But nobody. All right, no. Somebody didn't take strength as a dump stat.
We finally have someone who
One
has
guy.
strength.
The guy who can
finally
lift
have a decent
things.
balance of all
but
skills.
to take intelligence as a dump stat.
Hey, if he's
Yeah,
good at
you were
intelligence
really
and
mind
he's good
flayer
at
fodder.
strength.
You're a liability for
Previously,
facing
I was
mind
like the
flayer.
strongest character at +1 strength.
Oh, you were
Yes,
kind
you were.
Yeah.
and Droff was using a longsword with 0
Yeah.
strength.
he was convinced he could lift things. Yeah, that was great.
So it's not unheard of for this party to do weird things.
But yeah, so inscribed to the wall is this what sounds like a riddle.
Gross.
Is it written with a questioning tone, or is it written as
Is there question
literal
mark?
words?
That's probably the first question.
Basically, is there some sort of old-timey question mark on it?
Yes.
Oh, so it is a question.
And this just
that could still
translates
be-
it
it could
for
still
you.
be a
You don't
motto.
understand what it was,
The
right?
motto could have a question.
Okay. So I understand it's a questioning tone. Now the question is there...
What is the question?
What is... To be or not to be? That is the question that everyone asks too damn often.
No, it's the oldest question.
No, no,
Hidden in plain sight. No, wait. Damn it. You're not far enough and nobody else watches Doctor Who.
I probably
I watch
have.
Doctor Who.
11th Doctor?
Are we talking
Well, yeah.
The Silence?
I just don't memorize it
Let's put
because
Oh,
I'm not a
I know.
nerd.
Oh, spoilers.
You're sitting here playing D&D with a character sheet in front of you.
I'm a geek,
Spoilers,
not a
maybe.
nerd.
What
There's
was
a
the
difference.
Doctor Who reference?
Spoilers, sweetie.
the oldest question.
Oh,
Are you
Hidden
my
in plain
mommy?
sight.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's the best one.
So, all right.
I didn't
Is there
like
a-
that. I thought it was silly.
It was.
It's a little silly.
The show's very silly.
in my experience, the 10th Doctor and the Davis era,
Mm-hmm.
very strong writing, but the characters weren't as like epic for me.
Okay.
Stephen Moffat's
And it
era,
went the other way.
yeah, Moffat's era, the characters were amazing. And I
writing
loved
was
them,
just goofy.
but the writing was a little bit
Okay,
like.
yep.
I really don't like
That's
the
a good
second
take.
half of season 7
Yeah.
because so much of it was like MacGuffin
Mhm.
or like companion pulls a trick out of their ass.
Yeah.
It's like
That's a good take.
Or the Doctor's amazing. You do the thing. It's now solved.
No, I'm generally okay with the Doctor being amazing because that's what he's expected to be. He's supposed to be 1,200 years old
protein
time
bar.
traveler who knows the answer.
David Tennant's the man.
I will say the updated Master was not fantastic. That felt weird.
Oh no,
I thought he was okay.
Wait, he? Which one?
The Master.
You're not talking about Missy.
Oh shoot, that's later. I'm not there.
Okay.
Okay. The updated Master, I liked him. He was a good personality,
Yeah.
but I didn't have the exposure to the Master as a character.
Okay.
So I came in with fresh eyes.
Oh, yeah, okay, I can see that. I like the old Master better than that one.
Yeah.
I liked the course correct when it took with the Scottish actress. But I'm biased because I loved her in, was it Green Wing? It's a BBC it's a BBC comedy.
Okay.
If you ever get a chance, it's hilarious. It's a hospital comedy. It's great.
Anyways, where were we?
Sorry. So what I was going to ask next before shenanigans began was, is there a space on the wall left over, some sort of obvious spot where an answer would be written?
You do not notice an obvious place for an answer to be written.
While I mess around, can you detect magic?
I
Take
don't-
10 minutes.
I wish I had that. It's one of the few things that warlocks don't get very easily.
That might be the historian's job. As a historian is sitting over there
The potion is our first responsibility.
fiddling with his potions, taking one thing off the fire, adding another thing to the fire, swirling it around, watching it change from white to light blue
Go
color.
out, get more willow bark.
Bubble,
More
bubble.
Willowbark!
I mean, I'm just
Whatever it is that smells.
It does.
It always
Smell.
does. It always does.
You can't quite put your finger on it. It's a very interesting smell.
I mean, I'm 1 point away from just using a luck roll to see what happens. But I can roll history if no one else is able to at the moment. I did read it, so I mean...
Jesmol would, but she's brooding.
Oh yes, I'm Jesmol. I'm way better now. Let me go ahead and roll. I can't do a voice. Are you kidding me?
Also, that's what her character did. That's what she said her character's doing, so that's what she's doing. She's brooding.
Oh, she's just gonna brood the whole time.
Right. Imagine she won't be
well, I
that
mean-
much longer.
Yeah,
Should we sandbag until she shows up so she can roll history?
No.
No, because we're also
She
gonna
would
be
get
in
the
this, we're also gonna be in
opportunity
this
to roll
cave for a while.
when she shows
So
up.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I'm
I'm
imagining.
gonna go ahead and roll history to see if I get what this is referring to.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Oh jeez. And well, I'm just gonna pretend that die is gone forever now. I actually have no idea what it rolled.
Yeah, if it doesn't stay on the table, it doesn't.
yeah,
count.
no.
See what we do? Since I'm
Crap.
blocked in over here.
8.
Trap 8.
Oh,
Yeah.
the other
Better
one would have been a
idea.
17 on.
It doesn't count when it hits ground.
I know.
You can't quite put your finger on it. You recognize it, but you're not like, you don't really get any flashes of inspiration.
The fumes are starting to get to you.
A little bit. There's not,
give me
there's
some
not
more.
great ventilation, there's a little bit of ventilation because there's a giant crack in the wall.
Okay, give me some of that. Maybe that'll help. I don't
Yeah. Yes, drink the potion of forgetfulness.
know. Oh, sorry.
You
Okay,
know what could help?
can you reverse it and make it a potion of
There's a crown of intelligence.
There is.
No!
Well, there's
Yeah.
just
I mean,
Unless we are about to die, I'm not putting that thing on.
I think if we're,
Well, if you're
about to
about
die,
to
it's
die,
probably
what
too
the-
late for the crown.
Yeah, if you're gonna die, what's the point of the intelligence crown? Especially since it takes an hour to attune to.
Oh, that's right. Well, it's evil. We
I mean,
already
you
know
could
this.
put it on. Actually,
Give it to him.
I just found out identify does not reveal curses.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's nasty.
So you technically wouldn't know that the crown of intellect is cursed.
No, you would not.
But you've
I took
already
extra
figured
time.
it out.
Yeah.
We also, did,
You've already figured it out, so I'm not going to wreck on it.
Yeah.
we also did enough research that we would know that it kind of drives people insane.
Up
You
to
know
make
one
curses
person,
fun.
and she died very, very abruptly after meeting her.
And she took notes on how evil it made her.
No, she didn't.
Well, wasn't there like a diary where she got progressively more nuts? I
There's a
forgot.
diary of all her notes.
But
on
I
the
mean,
experiments.
that could be obsession.
Hello.
We sandbagged, yes.
But those notes weren't about going crazy. Those were notes about a necromancer trying to create the dead body.
Sorry, that's right.
So they're not exactly unexpected.
No, but you did give us the piece of paper that said that. Oh yeah, by the way, this makes you evil.
Yes, it didn't make you evil, and I did that because I thought identify revealed curses, and I was wrong.
No,
Well, it should.
No,
we should.
Identify expertise.
How do you?
No.
How do you identify a curse in 5th edition?
you don't. You have to actually
Wait, seriously?
realize that you have
You
to
experience
actually
it.
realize there's a curse.
So what you're saying is
The other option is if it's a famous enough item, you can find out lore about it.
Legend lore, man.
Theo, I also have a 6-pack in the fridge.
Oh, okay.
Yinglings.
So what you're telling me is,
There's a fridge up here, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
You work out
Maybe I
that it's
should put
cursed
these
to
in
its
there.
usage.
and I'm saying we buy
A bottle of whiskey and a bottle
we buy a slave.
Oh man.
Listen here, all right. We buy a slave, keep him with us, and all they do is
No.
attune to magic
No.
items.
No.
I know this is all out of game, but it's, if we were playing an evil party, that's the first thing I'd do. Is like, okay, cool, you are the identifier now. If we were, in which case it wouldn't really matter if we put that thing on anyway. But
Or you get that
Start
party
with
member that is always willing to put something on
that's a
without
good
checking it
line to
first.
go
well, we lost that. That was Joff.
So why not throw a strawberry?
Joff is probably dead
just
or
look sheepish
in the
for a minute.
Underdark,
It wasn't
turned into a
really
Oh,
mind
it was,
flayer.
I bite
Oh, I
bite
do
off
have
the
a
bottom of the strawberry. And
Negative 1 intelligence.
Getting it set up.
You could use some intelligence.
I really could.
It shoots you right up to 18 intelligence.
Multi-class wizard.
You also have a 5% chance at night of being possessed by an evil wizard.
It's a 5% chance.
Okay.
It's very unlikely to happen.
Okay, but 5% in D&D is one number on a die.
and it's not permanent. It's just, for the evening.
Yeah, I have.
They might just use you to, like, eat a meal they haven't had in a while.
So what you're
And
saying
also-
is everyone should chain you down every single night just to
Also,
make sure.
I have
Try
two
and chain me
numbers
down. It
on a
doesn't work.
D12 for random encounters. How many random encounters did you guys get in the Spire Forest? Not many.
5?
That we know about.
You rolled the dice.
Got it. That's
Okay, now I'm going to get bored finger painting, and I'm going to go look out the crack in the
First
window.
off, what did you draw?
I drew my clan symbol.
Okay.
It's like a tooth and a fang. It's for the bear.
Okay.
Bear was here. It was spelled W-U-Z.
So Jasmine breaks out of her brooding
Uh,
music playing.
oh, okay.
You were
It
glaring
stinks
at
in here. It
Axel.
stinks.
You were glaring at Axel, seated off at a distance, playing brooding music.
Wonderwall
Sounds
plays calmly in the
right.
distance.
Yeah.
Well,
we found a cave to
Wonderwall.
do some herbalism in.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And Bruce and Lysander found a mural that depicted a group of armed soldiers of some kind fighting against this horde of some creature. They had pointed ears, but you couldn't be certain if they were elves or goblins or orcs or something like
Okay.
Somewhere between 100 and 1,000 years old.
Oh,
I'm
my.
guessing.
Yeah.
I know it's not a very small window.
We did determine that they probably aren't drow, but that's all we got there. And there was a riddle on the wall, which I translated using my comprehend languages ritual.
that.
What
What
did it
breaks
say?
but never falls?
And it is a question.
Hearts.
Oh, shoot.
I
Yeah,
can make your
that's a
heart
good
fall.
one.
Hold still.
And as he points out where the riddle is, you don't understand it.
Okay.
It's
It's a spell. Oh, no. I just know a lot of languages. You just never knew that.
So what's outside?
You know if you didn't drink
rain.
your potion of forgetfulness.
Is anybody
trees.
singing?
What?
No, there is no singing of the rains of Castamere.
We're singing in the rain.
I enjoy singing in the rain. Anyways,
Oh, because of the movie.
It's a glorious feeling.
and I'm happy again for once. What are you all doing? You have a riddle and a potion that are being made involving you.
I'm
Jarlaxle is
I'm
keeping.
Working.
You're working.
Yep.
Jarlaxle is up close with Haas, kind of helping him with the potion. It seems like everyone else is kind of. These two are examining the riddle.
I'm sharpening my sword, staring at the elf.
Oh, are you inside?
What did I do?
I only looked outside and came back.
Okay. So he's sharpening his sword very
Glaring at
loudly,
you.
glaring at Lysander.
What did I do?
You ask?
I actually asked. Okay, so did I step on your cat or something? What did I do?
Cat?
Never mind. What'd you do? Or what did I do?
Organized cat
You
is,
seem
is a
upset.
large furry creature that often attacks you in the woods.
And also is very cuddly if in the right environment, and also small enough. Although large cats are cuddly, they just kill you afterwards. Anyway,
I don't
So they
know.
kill you first, then they cut off to the corpse with their teeth.
Your voice kind of annoys me.
cool. Hey guys, what about this riddle?
Yes.
Your voice annoys me too now that I think about it. You're right. I just never thought about
And
it
the
before.
entire party decided to kill Lysander.
Hey, it wasn't your actions that
Just
annoyed them,
bullying.
it was just your voice.
bullying, I think.
That's depressing.
It wasn't the killing of the woman
I
and
like
making
it.
deals with devils, it was your voice. That was the
That
problem.
was in the
Wilderness
past. I was actually
buddies.
pretty far in the past at this point.
Those
Desmond,
entire
everyone's kind
days.
of had their run of the room for
Oh,
a
it's
bit,
a
so
month
what are
and a
you
half.
up to?
Brooding.
For now, I'm gonna continue brooding and just see
Okay.
how things play out.
Well, no,
I assume like
what
I
said was,
haven't
it's entire days.
had
So,
anything.
no, it's
Like
been a while.
Haas hasn't created anything. I haven't had anything. So
Haas
I think
was
we can
trying
just
to work on it,
assume
and it didn't quite
I
work out.
am
He's stubborn.
tired and angry and not up to doing much. But very grateful to Haas, but very angry at Chillax.
I mean,
Great-
Galaxo's helping to
great
make
for
things
angry.
And a little annoyed at Lysander.
Jesus. What all this unexpected hate from Lysander?
So much bullying. So
He
much.
did come at me pretty hard during the intervention.
Also, he
It's
isn't
called an
elf.
intervention. What is with you guys?
I've converted all of you into dwarf lovers. Yes!
Oh no.
No, I
They
kill
have their own
dwarves.
I will fight you. You're either with dwarves or against them. And if you're against elves, then you're with dwarves. That's how it works.
Hey guys, and then suddenly this
Drought
dwarf
for life,
announces
brother.
his
Drought
name
for
in
life.
in the opening of the cave. I am Erst McErsterson. I am a dwarf, and I am the DM NPC for this campaign.
I've had enough DMN.
I kill dwarves.
Good, I'm level 20. Try me.
Anyways,
Come at me, bro.
Cast
well, I was the one who was
hostage left.
drunk.
Don't
Everyone's
die.
distracted today. So you're working. What are you?
I'm
you're
helping too. I'm
you're gonna
probably
help
the
him.
second best at our
Okay.
person. Maybe I'm the best.
Apparently
I
everyone's pissed at
It's
me.
possible. What is your?
have a +7.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it
take
depends
the
on what
lead.
kind of herbalism
Yeah.
you're working on.
Yeah, the
So-
more alchemical.
Yeah.
You're better off if it's alchemy.
Well, I mean,
It's like it's a
we're both working
strange-
the same. We both working the same thing.
Yeah, you're working on the same thing, but you're kind of working at it from different approaches. He's kind of looking like, here's what the herbs do. How can we use that? You're looking at it like, okay, I know this drug works this way. How can I isolate certain aspects of it? So like, you're attacking it from an intellect point of view. He's attacking it from a wisdom point of view.
Ooh, are we gonna have a montage of us like looking in microscopes?
You wouldn't look at a microscope. You would just be like, oh, this mushroom. My grandmother's cousin ate it and died. We shouldn't use this.
Yes, that's not the good one.
So like Haas realizes after we're doing this for a little bit that you have a great depth of knowledge in this, and like he effectively offers a like I can help you with this stuff, and like you can take lead because you know more about.
Well, you're both contributing in an equal amount.
Okay.
I would say this is a little bit more of Haas's thing.
Okay,
Because
that's
you're
fine.
working with chemicals. Bruce has a good number of experience to assist you with it.
Okay.
But it is still like taking a potion, figuring out components, and distilling down the bits to help Jasmine get off of it without like just giving her the drug. So. Or you could just give her the drug.
Well,
That would be
we'll
great.
give her like a variation of the drug.
I'm gonna stop staring at the elf and stare out.
We'll end up with more stuff to be used over longer
Window.
that's less effective.
Kind of
Are you
keep watch.
waving through the
So you're trying
window?
to weed
No,
out
I'm kind of
small
keeping
things.
watch
Okay.
because nobody else is.
It's like when you pour water in your wine.
You get the sense that most
Disappointed.
creatures
Gross.
wouldn't be moving about in this kind of weather. They would be staying hunkered down in whatever shelter they already had. So, looking out the window, you don't notice anything approaching for a while.
Pitiful creatures.
What?
It's the pitiful creatures.
Well, to be fair, you're also huddled in the cave for the storm. So,
I don't want to be. I want to go hunting.
Lysander, are you going to take any more cracks at this riddle?
Does anybody else know what that riddle means? I asked the group. I could give it another crack. I'm not very good at
You might
this.
remember something. Anyone who has history might remember something about the murals, what we mentioned earlier. If you're brooding, that's fine. I just want to.
I could. I don't even know.
You
if
can
I have
also
much
inspire
history.
Lysander for any checks that he makes in the future.
I got a 1 with a -1.
You got a 0.
Circling a different oasis.
Not only,
What's that?
not
Circling
only
a different
do you
oasis.
not know what the
Yeah.
mural's about,
Wow, this is-
you actually
This is so sad. Play
fail
Despacito.
to
Don't look
recognize
back.
that there's any drawing at all. It just looks like rock. You kind of catch it in that light where it's suddenly just
It's a magic
Doesn't
eye. It's a
exist.
magic eye drawing, and you can't see magic eye.
Yeah, if you would
I
like to
could-
It's a
inspire.
schooner.
I play on my drawing
and
and
I
say,
could
there's no riddle in my drawing.
Try my history to see if I
Solved it.
perhaps know
Stupid
your
elf.
riddle in my language or something, some variation
well.
of
He
it.
he can tell you what the riddle is.
Well, yeah, okay.
What breaks but never
You're more
falls.
examining the art.
Yeah, to
Riddle
see
me
if there's a
this,
clue.
Riddle me that.
Okay.
Or you
He's
might,
afraid
you might
of
have
big
like
black
heard a
bat.
story about this slogan or this what the battle. You might notice something is possible.
Alright, I guess I'll try my hand at the riddle and see if I can. That's history
It would
or
be a
what?
history check. Well, the history check is
Oh,
to
I
kind of
also
look at the
need
mural to
dice
figure out
or
what the
to
mural.
share dice or something because
Did you just lose your? Oh, you sent
I
your
left
dice
them
to
down
New
at
York
the
City.
city. They
No.
ended up down there with my stuff.
And I left all my dice in the car after running D&D
Okay.
for a bunch of 12th
Okay.
graders.
Oh, well, that's
Or not 12 graders.
9.
12-year-old.
12-year-old, thank you.
9 on my history check.
Total?
Yeah.
Nice.
We're batting.
From a 4, so.
well, that's not that.
So looking at the mural, you definitely recognize that it's not Reichelen. If it was Reichelen, you would actually understand a lot better.
The history you studied.
It's, well, yeah, that's where she's from. You can't, you recognize that there's something about it. It's kind of itching your brain. And it's like maybe you've heard this riddle before, or maybe you've heard about this battle, but you can't quite put your finger on it. It's actually kind of bugging you. Like an itch in the back
Like
of
a
your brain.
lot of things right now. I'll add it to my list.
It's just withdrawal. It's actually not.
Yeah, maybe if you,
That's
maybe
what's
if you
bugging
get,
you.
maybe if you get good, you will be able to.
Also,
Hey Haas, I kind of feel like I'm onto something, but if maybe you could just give me a little bit of my potion, it might like.
my old
okay,
memories
I
are
suppose,
Yeah.
I suppose, but then we wouldn't have any left to fix you with, and you'd be worse off.
Wow, with this smoke leaf, I really feel so calm and relaxed. No. In character, by the way. That's not me making jokes out of character. It's just no.
So you're mocking Jasmal after she mocked you.
I'm not a huge fan of you making jokes about something that's hurting me.
Okay.
Or sorry, by making jokes I mean asking for it. No,
Yeah, she was asking for it.
No, I'm saying she's literally asking for the drug I don't want her to have.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give another crack at this riddle.
Okay. Jasmal, do you want to inspire him?
He always does boss.
Not
this
him
point, no
particularly,
sometimes.
but I suppose I will.
Nobody's being bossy. Everyone's just kind of doing their own thing.
I'm just,
trying to crack the riddle.
I'm just frustrated that she's taking this.
Come on,
since such a
Lysander, you got
flaw.
this. Stop judging me and get to the riddle.
Very
solving.
inspired.
Oh, well, there we go. Nat 20.
It's not a D4.
Also, it's not a D4, it's a D8.
Oh,
Oh.
well, that's even better then.
Roll it up and brag.
How good can I get this? Let's see. That's not bad at all. 26.
You only have a +1 to history?
Yep.
Wow.
Not trained.
Maybe you should put that crown on.
Stop it.
Crown of intellect. It would improve your intelligence. I mean, how is that a bad thing?
I'll take the crown of intellect.
I was just saying you
Make
should
me a
do it.
superhero.
Yes. And also maybe
It's
be
like
a
the
wizard
episode where
sometimes.
Homer takes when they take the crown out of his brain. And
All right.
18 intelligence or strength and a 19 intelligence. Come on.
Lysander,
What couldn't I do?
you recognize, after a flash, listening to Jasmal kind of playing a song in the background. I don't need this hat yet. I hope I need this hat because I love that guy, but I don't need it right now.
He's dead. I killed him while he was
That
sleeping.
makes
Almost
one
sounds
person at least.
He would kill you. He would throw you off a cliff.
Wait, Jarlaxle
And nobody would even
French.
know.
he
There's
would
no
find
cliffs.
a cliff.
Period. Yeah, that's how good he is.
I am the cliff.
He would kill you and throw you off a cliff, and nobody would figure it out, no matter how far.
Because there's no cliffs around here.
Lysander, you catch a flash, and you recognize. You're doing a history check, right?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize that this mural depicts a battle of the dwarves, a dwarven clan,
Okay.
against a hobgoblin / human army, and you will recognize this is well before an incident thousands of years ago known as the Planar Calamity, when dwarves, elves, and humans all existed independently on their own planes of existence,
Yeah, that whole thing.
and the humans became hobgoblins from the corruption of Maglubiat, the goblin god. They ensnared humans and corrupted them into hobgoblins, and the halflings were created into regular goblins. You recognize that this is a battle sometime around that point, like around the Planar Calamity, when the humans were being morphed into hobgoblins. As for the riddle, you're unfortunately not familiar. It's clearly that this riddle and this mural are Dwarven based,
Okay.
and maybe if you recognize the incident, you would recognize the riddle. But since you don't have a great understanding of Dwarven mythology, you can't quite connect those dots.
Okay. I connect enough dots to know we should talk to a dwarf.
Or someone who has studied Dwarven history.
That too. Do we know anybody who's studied dwarven history?
Not nearby.
I have my sending ability. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys know of anybody, we could.
We could text Vargas.
No one who's
Yeah.
available to us the free time right now.
You guys got any friends?
You recognize, you guys have adventured with Hosswell long enough, you would know that he has studied the dwarf.
I've adventured
Okay.
long enough. I remember he studied the dwarf.
You've adventured with him specifically.
We're such good friends that
one time.
He came back with the information about Kundrakar. He didn't quite. He accidentally made a mistranslation and didn't realize that Kundrakar is not the same as Radgrundar. But he has enough knowledge about dwarves to be familiar with that. He spent a lot of time with dwarves in his smithing guild times.
You've seen me speak dwarf.
Speaks dwarf fluently.
That doesn't sound
He
familiar.
spoke it to this guy recently.
Huh. Keep going. This isn't ringing a bell yet.
So what you're saying is you should text Vargasel and ask him.
If he wasn't made of metal and had a beard, he would be a dwarf.
Hey, you know, I like to.
You're
think
also
of,
pretty
I like
tall.
to think of Hoss more highly.
Aw, the dwarven maid?
I will fight you. I will fight you IRL. Do I need to show you my weekend warrior blanket?
Oh no. What?
No, that's
I mean,
fine.
sure, yeah.
You really don't have to.
Too late.
I'm interested in seeing this.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh.
Oh, that's excellent, actually.
Nice.
Is that from something?
That's cool.
It was a weekend warrior was a slur used against the National Guard because they would only train on weekends.
Oh.
And it's a joke because D&D games normally meet on weekends,
Right.
and it's a dwarf, and they're mostly warriors, so you're a weekend warrior.
That's cool.
Should we fast forward through potion making, or is there something someone wants to do during that time?
Hey Haas.
Well, if nobody wants to do
Yep.
anything else, we can do the rest of the potion making. This was just kind
Yeah.
of...
An appetizer.
What do you think about this?
Did you give me so I've been doing this. As far as I know, you haven't said anything about it. Do you relay?
Yeah, it's got a riddle written here. It says, "What breaks but never falls."
Well, I heard that because you said that.
As you turn, you can see that they scraped a bunch of dirt off the walls and reveal this very big mural with the phrase written in Dwarven that you are able to translate freely that
it's
says
just-
"What breaks but never falls."
Why didn't you just read this?
Because he was
He was
busy.
distracted.
We scraped Christ's face off accidentally, but we drew it back. We drew it back on. It's pretty much
With
the same.
crayons.
No, we
pretty much the same.
Like paint.
We restored it with finger paints.
No, you pressed digitation it, and
That
it
was-
right there. Or minor illusion. There you go. We'll never know.
Okay, so you kind of relay that, and it's like, huh?
Looks like it's has to do with a battle thousands of years ago.
Okay, and it's
At the
here
start of
inside
the-
a cave.
Merging of flames and
Huh. I guess I'll make a history check and take a look at it and see what I can discern.
Okay. You kind of swap potions, and you leave this one. You kind of kick the fire a bit, make sure it's down low.
Mhm.
You leave this on a low simmer. You know it's going to take a long time for it to simmer.
It's like how many produced flames do I throw in every hour? Is the
Well, I mean, I
temperature
assume we also
control?
have, I assume we also have wood.
Yeah, that's true. But this is free fire. It's
I've-
energy from nothing.
It's true.
we do have torches.
Yeah,
in
because
case
that's how
people-
that works. I've worked as a chemist, and there's an awful lot of sitting around waiting for an hour to pass for the whatever to finish percolating. So you have some time to head over and take a look at it. Go ahead and
Put it in the synchrotron.
make a. Do you want to make a history check, or do
I
you
don't want that
for
to
the
be a dungeon,
mural,
by the
or do you
way.
want to make
D&D synchro.
a straight intelligence check for the riddle?
I'll make a history check for the mural.
Okay.
I guess I'd be I was thinking about it, so I wouldn't cover the roll. So no, he would actually care about both. But yeah, history check first because that's more his bailiwick. 11.
11. Okay. You converse with Lysander, and he kind of clues you in
Mhm.
to it. and you're able to put a name to the battle.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize this as the Battle of Solinka Pass, where the
Barovia.
I knew I took that name from somewhere.
No. I said a nonsense word.
The Battle of fill in the blank here, because
Oh.
my inspiration was stolen away.
No, use the name.
Solenka is a good name.
Battle of Solinka.
Yeah.
The problem is
Pass.
Barovia already exists in my game, so everything in Curse of Strahd.
Well, I mean, considering that
Things
there's-
get named after other things.
It's like
Yeah.
how New York is a New York, technically.
Everything in New York is named after something else. All the counties, are named after
See,
the
they-
counties in Ireland.
They
and-
even stole the numbers for the
Or
streets.
names of like classical
The dumb joke.
authors and
Yes.
emperors.
cities and,
Yeah.
and
This
cities
name,
in Europe.
this name might change.
Okay.
Full warning. But you recognize it as a battle in the midst of the Planar Calamity, the end days of Planar Calamity, when the humans were on the verge of completing their ritual to create the world that you exist in now. And this is, like, you suspect it's true.
Sorry, the dwarves were in the midst of doing it?
The dwarves were in the midst of holding off the evil horde.
Right.
Because, like, the three alliance, they started the conflict by fighting each other, but then the gods kind of interceded,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the gods don't have as good a hearts as others.
Took advantage of the...
So they,
Yeah.
the evil gods and the demons and the devils started corrupting people and turning them into not good people,
Mhm.
and so it was kind of a last alliance, if you will,
Yep.
of the three races working together to create a new land that they could escape to,
Okay.
and that's how you get the Shadowfell, because the human land was the battlefield, and it was completely destroyed and turned into the Shadowfell.
Okay.
And the Feywilds were the elves were, and the world of dark, world below, Underdark, was where the dwarves were. And those places suffered enough that the dwarves and the elves didn't want to stay there. But the humans suffered the most.
Okay.
And they escaped back to this new plane that they've created. And
So they were all on the same side? Is that correct?
dwarves,
because
humans,
they
and
all
elves,
mix well.
in the end days of Planet Calamity, yes, they were all on the same side. We're talking like
Against the
apocalyptic.
hobgoblins, or
Against the hobgoblins, against the orcs, against demons, devils, against the traitor elves who became the drow, against the traitor dwarves who became Dwargar, against the old gods who had kind of the Unseelie court, the Winter court, who were kind of playing on, they're like kind of reliant on death. They sort of they didn't play a huge role, but they sort of sided in with the bad, because like that was where a lot of the
Yeah.
evil and a lot of the death and destruction and decay was happening, and that's what they fed off of.
okay.
So
Makes
like
sense.
the Winter Queen, the Queen of Night and Magic, those people sided with that, whereas the Summer Court kind of sided more with the humans, the dwarves and the elves.
So Haas is kind of like stream of consciousness,
Yeah.
like remembering this and relaying it out loud.
Yeah.
And this is kind of that moment where the camera is set on a track, and it's slowly moving past us all while we're all like behind us while we're all like looking at the wall, and like Haas is like holding a torch and narrating.
Don't go in
and,
there.
and there's like a little music playing.
So, but yeah, you would recognize this is the dwarves were holding off the.
Yes, you may.
You know what I should have done? I have a fucking short story that I wrote about the Planar Calamity. I should have pulled something from there. The dwarves were holding off the hobgoblins while the humans were trying to complete the ritual. It was
Okay.
near the ends of the war. So,
Cool.
like, they were kind of fighting a rearguard action. This is kind of like a 300 moment where the dwarves
Yes.
were outnumbered, outgunned, pinned down, just trying to hold them off and prevent them from getting forward. And they recognized that they might be going to their deaths, but they were going to fight with everything they had. And it was nonstop battle from dawn until dusk. This battle dragged on.
Okay, want to do the games?
Okay, cool.
You, with your natural 20, would recognize this battle. It doesn't seem to have happened yet. Like, the horde is charging at the dwarves.
This is pre-battle.
So, like, this is, like,
The
early moments of it, like in the dawn, and, like, the battle ends at dusk. So, like, in the beginning of this 16-hour fight, this is where this mural was painted.
So it rises but never falls.
No, what breaks but never
Oh,
falls.
what break? Jeez. I guess the dawn.
Maybe that would be day.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, dawn day.
Yeah.
What's that in dwarf?
So Haas says day in Dwarvish.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Damn it.
So,
No speak friend and enter here.
Good
uh,
guess.
so Haas says there may be more to this because this is the start.
Yeah.
So there may be more of this around.
How much more of the mural does it look like there is, or do we scrape off enough to see there's no continuation?
You scraped off enough to see this is the mural.
That's it. Okay. That's pain.
Okay.
And yeah, you would recognize that the Planet Calamity happened at least 4,000
Eons
years ago,
Yeah.
maybe longer. People stopped keeping track at a certain point because it didn't matter anymore.
Okay. So you don't hold it. You
Our
just-
universes are oddly mirrored,
Okay.
Why?
almost like polar opposites.
Are they?
Think about the Rift Wars.
It was a nine. It was a
The
war that
humans,
happened 9
humans caused the trouble with the rifts.
Oh,
And the elves became a dominant species, whereas in yours are kind of the opposite.
well, maybe. The humans opened the rifts, but they did it out of an instinct for trade, and the elves and the dwarves started hating on each other, and that's what caused the opening battles of the war. It was the elves and the dwarves fighting each other, which eventually caused them to start downward spiraling into death and destruction, demons and devils, gods walking amongst us.
I'm just now realizing that might have just been one dwarf and one elf who made fun of each other's appearances, and that became a blood feud for eternity.
See, in mine, humans were the dominant cities and everything, and then after they decided to play with planar magic, they're now reduced to reservations.
So this is depicting a battle.
Yep.
You got that. What breaks but
Never
never falls.
I've written it down, so I
Like
don't say
the
it.
tide of battle can break.
But the tide of battle can fall, technically speaking.
Tides break. Tides don't fall.
Okay, but it's not a literal wave we're talking about.
Oh, it'd be a
The
wave of
intensity of
any.
a battle. And the intensity of a battle can fall.
True. Hey, Rose. Rosalind. Bring it over here for a second.
Yeah, you did roll history. You haven't rolled that straight
I love
intelligence.
your ringtone, by the way.
Oh, that.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like the Pink Panther sounds.
My actual ringtone is the classic
You can go a little further
telephone.
away. Too.
Oh.
Arian's is the like the
Yeah, we
news
can
thing
turn it
coming
up.
in. That's her
Ooh,
text
okay.
one. Confusing.
My phone has been on silent for so long, I don't know what my ringtone is.
Same here.
Like, I had it as a Joker laugh, and I had it as a TARDIS, and I've had it as a lot of things.
I mean, for the longest time, I had
It's good.
the notice noise from Metal Gear Solid. Just the
So,
Which is good. Yeah.
anyways,
guards
I want one
notice.
that says Kameha. I really gotta find one.
Then you gotta stop it. Before
Personally,
it
I'm not
finishes.
great at
Yeah, exactly. You gotta stop it before it finishes.
Yeah, so
So you rolled history, but not
after
intelligence. for the-
after looking at the mural, you could
Yeah.
take a crack at the riddle and make
Okay.
a straight intelligence roll.
I'll do that.
Not really history, it's just like, how smart are you?
Yeah,
Where's the kick? Where's the wordplay?
Kyo's
Fifth
asleep.
grader.
total
He's
of 3.
Snoring by the front door.
No.
Not Bruce, but Jasmal and Lysander both have inspiration, don't they?
I should. Oh, yeah, I've been hanging on to that.
I do. But I'm
Since
sleeping.
The end of last session, actually.
Do you
I
have
do.
proper inspiration?
Yes.
When did I give you that?
For something I did last session.
Oh no, our coffee points.
I do have one.
You no longer have coffee points.
No.
I said I brought you coffee.
No, it was a one-time thing.
Oh, it's a one-time thing. Well, that works for Sunday too. You know, I like blonde veal lattes.
You're gonna have to text that to me because there's no way I'm gonna remember that. All right, It's just a proposition. You are able to give your inspirations to another.
Proposition.
That could certainly work
Does
out.
someone have particularly high intelligence, or
Of our group, I think we mostly have plus.
You have a crown.
I
that
have
would
a
give
plus
you-
two.
That's the fourth time you've mentioned that.
Stop.
Well, this is like
have a
one
plus
of the
two.
few intelligence moments, and you're gonna to be fair, you're gonna fight some mind flayers. Intelligence is a good thing right now.
Okay, but if it's a cursed item, we can't unattune from it easily.
You typically
Yeah,
don't
but you
know
can.
it's
I mean,
cursed.
druids.
We're
Can
also
druids
about-
learn remove curse?
Yeah, we're also about to go down into the Underdark.
Yeah, far away from the necromancer's home
Well,
turf.
we may actually want anyone who's not so good with the brain powers to actually have a bonus to their intelligence if we're going up against mind flayers.
Do we actually want to give it to him?
Not yet, but maybe just before we get closer to mind flayers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, at this point,
Keep holding on to the things I give you.
I would be a god among
Whatever
men.
situation you're in, there's always a
18
worse one. you could
strength and
possibly
19
be in later.
intelligence. What couldn't I do?
It's like the Legend of Zelda players who finished up with 999 healing potions. They didn't spend a single one.
I think
I
we
know.
talked about it
Well,
out of
mostly
character enough
Final
that we probably have talked about it in character a little bit. So this has been
sorry.
mentioned a couple times.
I'm sleeping, so.
The crown.
Okay.
Or...
The crown has been
Yeah,
mentioned out loud a
I'm
couple
snoring across the front door.
Okay.
After what's going on
You
with me,
fell asleep.
But I'm snoring.
I think it would be foolish to put on the crown, at least for me. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I can't stand to look at the thing.
We give you a
Hey,
powerful
you
magic
just said
item.
you were asleep. You didn't want to participate.
I mean,
No,
consider.
that was me.
Wait.
I said that.
Wait,
Oh, you said cowards?
I said cowards.
Oh, okay.
wait, he's asleep. We can put it on him.
One
No.
of my characters gladly took a
Not,
cursed item.
not cool.
It's just a hat.
So did mine, but I didn't know it.
Neither of you.
Like the next day I got into arguments with some people on Facebook about how bad or how not bad that item is, so
I
I saw that. You were listing like so many comments on my
debated-
Facebook post.
it got me fired up.
I debated using it, but
Anyways,
No,
what did you roll?
I like
It
you.
doesn't seem like anybody's going to give you
I
inspiration.
think-
no,
Total?
they
Yeah.
not one.
What?
Can I take a crack at it with an intelligence check and see?
Sure.
All right.
Or you didn't already, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you were rude.
That's an 18.
Okay. You have heard this riddle before. Unfortunately, like
Drugs.
not specifically drugs.
drugs.
It was a hard DC, and you didn't quite meet it. But you recognize somebody might have proposed something that might work already, but they didn't follow through on it.
One of those things sounded right.
I feel like you guys were onto something, but I just don't know what it was. Someone was.
So, like Haas says in Dwarven, day, waves,
Light.
tide of battle, light. What was
Heart, someone said. Head, someone said.
It sounded like
Very small.
the
ones.
edge of my mind. I can't quite
What else? It's,
follow the train of thought.
I mean, day like works really, really well.
You're pretty sure it's not either of those.
although,
Yeah.
speaking of which, daylight does actually fall.
No.
It heads down from the sun towards us from our perspective.
You never say day falls. Though.
I know, but that sounds cool.
It's poetic.
Let's see. What else did we say so far? We said hearts already. Shoot.
I don't know.
Did I roll
So
intelligence
yeah,
to
Haas
remember everything we
says
said
hearts and Dwarven as well.
Nothing happened.
Storm breaks.
Storms.
Stormfall is a word. Technically, it's a weird amalgam. But shoot. What was the other one? A good formation, I said, as a joke. But I think that
Formations can break.
yeah, but a good formation can't fall. That sounds bad, man.
I mean, if they jump off the cliff.
I guess bones if you keep them upright. I really don't know. Do we have to roll intelligence or something to recount exactly what we had already said as answers to see if there's one we were missing?
Just replay the tape. Hang on.
And rewind.
Somebody needs to take the keen minds feed is what they need to do.
I really
You can
need
make
to.
an intelligence check to remember all the things that you've already said.
It's super useful, by the way, to have minor illusion and keen mind because you can just make holograms of everything.
Yeah.
Except for blueprint. That was straight intelligence.
Yep.
11.
11. The one answer you haven't remembered is dawn.
I thought we said dawn a few times.
No, you said day.
Oh yeah. So, Haas says dawn.
In Dwarvish.
Yeah.
In Dwarvish?
Yeah.
Okay. The letters... Man, I was hoping I had some more time to find an answer. The letters on the Dwarven riddle begin to faintly glow, similar to Ithildine. As those letters begin to glow, you notice that the mural suddenly kind of begins to move in like that old timey camera way, where like you would start cranking, and as you picked up pace,
Mhm.
they would pick up pace. You slowly start to notice the armies move closer together, and the dwarves slam their axes into the hobgoblin human horde, and the humans start bringing their blades down, and after a moment or two, a crack forms in the mural, and the mural splits and opens into a very narrow 5-foot gap, which leads deeper in.
Wow.
Like Haas is just kind of like implacably staring at this, and then like when it stops opening, he says, "Well, that's worrying."
Uh-huh.
I thought it was cool.
Oh no, it is. But that's Haas's reaction.
Okay.
It is cool.
I don't need your patronization.
I'm taking it.
No,
Fine.
he's got the patron he's working with.
Yes.
Yeah, don't patronize me. I've got one already. So that should be a T-shirt.
Dun,
Anyway,
dun, shh.
so not to take away from the drama, but
But I will.
I am interested in walking in there. Anyone want to come with? Let's see what's in there.
Peering down with your vision, you notice that the passageway widens in a very, very slow way
Okay.
to be about 10 feet, and it is all well-worked, rectangular, like right-angle stones.
Looks like it's man-made or
Dwarf made, probably.
dwarf-made, or it's been moved by somebody. It's been made. Created. This
I
isn't a
wake
natural
up when
cave.
it moves.
Yes.
Oh,
You,
okay.
you
pretty
suddenly
obvious.
turn around as the stone.
No, it's fair. It's fair. Good observation.
I'll go.
I have work to do.
Do we want to potentially go somewhere winding when Joff is waiting for
Well,
us?
this
to
could
help
lead.
him?
This could be a shortcut into the underground,
It's possible.
It could.
Or
And
pass
we're-
through the
we're-
mountain.
and we're not horribly badly rested. I mean, this might be a better way than the hobgoblin camp.
Yeah, it's true.
We-
It may be something under the mountain that may go on both sides.
We found this cave. It's in the cave. I think Bear wants us to go in.
I mean, you're the one who wrote "bear" on the ceiling.
Well,
Maybe that's what made it open.
Bear
Maybe
says
writing
so.
bear is
Oh
actually
yeah,
allowed it to be.
just as my comprehend language just runs out.
Writing bear
That says bear.
2 hours ago.
Oh.
That was the answer.
the only possible explanation.
So,
I mean, with your intelligence, that might be actually what you think.
Bear works in mysterious ways.
of course he does. So yes, if Bear wants you to go, then yeah, join me.
of
Let's do
course,
this.
Bear wants to go into a cave.
So Haas is going to stay behind.
stereotypical.
and
You make
he's going
light?
Oh, sorry, right. Hey, oh yeah, I got a torch. Hold on.
Well,
He hands you his sword.
You can
Huh?
cast light on your
Sword?
character can cast
I
light,
can,
I
yeah.
can't.
and it lasts for an hour.
Oh, you think?
Yeah,
Sword.
very long time.
Okay.
Stupidly long.
Light.
You have a
An hour's not that long.
And he looks very pleased to
terms
have
of-
it.
Most cantrips don't do anything for
Mechanics.
an hour.
It's a
Yeah.
very long time.
Yes, you have now blessed my sword.
Basically, you can make torches
I guess-
at will.
I enjoy the light. It's very warm and
And
comforting.
so will she.
Sorry, what?
That doesn't even make sense.
That sounds ominous.
She blessed
Alright.
my sword.
Oh, that's a bad joke.
So Jarlaxle is going to stay with Haas, who's working on the potion. Lysander and Kianoth want to explore the cave. Bruce, what would you want to do?
Well, my top priority is the potion.
So you want to work with Haas on the potion?
Yeah, if it's a brief foray and we have half an hour, I'll go in. But if it's
They may need
If we're not-
help if you want to go with them.
we're not
Yeah,
at- if we're not
I
at
don't
source
really
yet.
feel like doing anything right now, but I know that they may need light or something, so I will tag along.
And this isn't sitting.
Come with. Bear thinks you
Fine,
should come
fine.
with us.
Okay, well,
Jasmine, I
okay.
think a walk would be good for us.
Some dank cave air, some dank stagnant cave air would be good.
Some dank.
So that's how that
You
works.
guys have a canary in case it's poisonous down there. You're gonna bring a puppy down, and if the puppy dies, then you have to.
Whoa!
Do I really need that on top of everything else?
You're trying
Can
to
you
get her
become
to
a
kill
canary?
Haas.
Jeez.
There's one problem with that plan. Yes.
All right.
No, actually, not yet.
I
I'm
will
working on
trudge
canary.
along behind you.
How many birds in my life have been you?
All right.
That's a lot.
So the three of you are
I
going to
conjure woodland creatures. I conjure 8 canaries. And
Oh, they all suffocate immediately.
Like if they go from Shrek. Ah!
yeah.
Death by canary.
All right.
So
So let's see. Crack in the wall.
as you start walking down this passageway and it widens out, proceeding for another 60 feet or so, you eventually notice that ahead of you, the well-worked stone ends at a T intersection. You have a path going left and a path going right.
Left.
Good adventurers go left.
Whatever. Sure.
Right?
Ennui down.
All right, you said left.
Yes.
Okay.
To the left.
Turning the corner.
To the left.
And I'll
You
keep my ear
notice-
next to the entrance just in case I hear the sound of battle or shouting or shouting battle.
One roar, you don't come. Two roars, come quickly.
63 roars, we're in trouble.
Getting
64 roars,
stabbed.
we're
I'm
fine.
in extreme pain.
You definitely start losing track of their idle conversation and walking. So they're gonna have to make a lot of noise to get your attention,
Or
and they're
message.
definitely far away. As you turn the corner to the left, you notice the passageway extend well beyond your line of sight.
Huh. Including with the light coming off from the sword.
Well, the light gives you 20 plus 20,
Okay.
so your dark vision sees just past that,
So 60 feet, okay.
and is beyond that.
And it just keeps going, is what you're saying.
From your perspective, yes. It's just a long hallway that
Goes at least 60 feet.
Do we think the elevation is changing at all?
It definitely changed as you started. It headed in a downward direction. Well, actually, you're not a dwarf. You don't know that. No. It didn't change.
Could roll
I'm a
survival.
climate acclimated creature, so I think I would understand when the difference in height and
Do you have a
low.
barometer with you?
I am a barometer.
Well, this isn't the outdoors. This isn't 20,000 feet in the air.
Oh yeah, what's Darlaxle doing? We forgot about him.
Darlaxle's
cares?
saying,
Uh,
he's more interested in the potion work than he is in.
Too bad he
A
could see
rampage.
120 feet ahead of you.
He could.
jerk. All right,
Keep going.
keep going. I'm voting for it.
All right.
Sorry.
As you keep going, another 30 feet down, you notice the hallway continues forward, but a very old wooden door is on your left. Right now, that's about 60 feet away.
So I'm sorry. This is a wooden door, and the path continues off.
Like, the hallway keeps going, and then there's a wooden door to the left.
And that's the end of the hallway.
No, the hallway keeps going.
Okay, so we could open up the door.
Yes.
You can try.
Charge Eldritch Blast. All right.
Gonna go up to the door?
Can I shoot the door? Actually, the doors probably aren't that important. It looks pretty destroyed, old.
It looks very old. As you get up to the door, since
Yeah.
you're talking about the door, you notice the hallway ends with a right-hand turn.
Yeah. All right. So hallway goes around there. Should we go in? Door. Okay.
Might as well.
Knock knock.
Are you gonna shoot the door?
I mean, sure. It's a cave system.
Is there a quieter way to do it?
Oh, true.
I've
We could just open the door.
got thieves' tools.
Oh, right.
Maybe we should try
Alright,
that first.
Wait, sorry. Before we try seeing if it's locked or not, mage hand.
And they say I'm the barbarian.
It's got one of those, like one of those little, like you push this down that lifts the lever behind and opens the door.
Okay.
Have you ever seen those before?
Don't think I have.
Okay.
You mean like a latch?
Yeah,
It's
you press
basically
the
like
button, you
on
push
one
the
side you
latch.
have a handle with a button. As you push the button down, it's a lever through the door.
Okay.
As you push the button down, the lever lifts a bar that's set into a knock.
Okay.
And it's like one of
Interesting.
those.
I've
Classic.
not seen one of
Oh,
those.
yeah,
before.
It's like yeah.
Yeah, my grandmother's got them all over her house. As you
My
press
mage-
it down,
So my mage hand.
Yep. As that happens, you notice it seems to work. Doesn't seem to be locked.
Let's see.
Are you gonna pull or push the door? Okay.
You were
Does
gonna
it
go
open
straight for a
towards us?
blast.
It's a push.
It is a push. So
As you push the door open, it swings open easily. You're currently standing in a chamber that is 15 by 25. It appears to be empty.
empty, as in how empty?
As in, it is well-worked stone and nothing's inside.
Sure. Seems weird. All right. No one home, I guess.
It might be a storage room.
Could be. I mean, thanks, magical voice in the sky. Yes, it might be a storage room. Want to keep going?
Push my sword in through and kind of get a quick look from where I'm standing.
Okay.
It's a fat 8.
You don't notice anything.
Go.
Go as in roll.
No, go as and keep walking.
Oh,
So you return
There are
to
no
the
other
hallway.
exits from that room that they saw.
Not that they saw, no.
nothing interesting in this room so far.
So you're going to head back into the hallway. As you turn the corner of the hallway... Sorry. You notice that at the barest edges of your dark vision, there appears to be another door. This one is made out of... it's made out of a much stronger material than wood, but you can't quite identify it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and walk up to this door.
Okay.
So I'm not going to go right next to it. I'm going to be doing the mage hand thing this whole deal. Sometimes it's just makes life easier.
Okay. You go up.
So
You can see that there
That's what I forgot.
doesn't appear to be like a latch or a knob, but at where you would expect a knob to be, you notice there appears to be a symbol of the dwarf god.
we don't happen to have any of those, do we?
The dwarf god Terry.
No, the
Terry.
dwarf god Unvul, but
Steve.
We don't have any of
Is
those.
that more, didn't I? More than one?
no, not
Who
more
ga-
than.
Who gave him more than one?
It's his cousin Marcus.
I use the names because they're recognizable, but I don't like that, so I'm changing the names.
Okay.
So it's no longer Moradin, and it's no longer the dwarf pantheon. It's Unvul and the ancestors of the dwarves. They become recognized as the pseudo saints of the dwarves.
Wait a minute. Just had a bit of realization. I do have my scholar's pack, which comes with the materials required to create a wax seal, or well, at least I have wax for sealing letters. I could try and see if there's some sort of secret entrance here if I put a thing in.
It has a little bag of sand and a small knife. Where are you getting a wax seal from?
What? Oh, I had the wrong idea of that. I'm an
You
idiot.
have a backpack, a book of lore. You said scholar's pack, right?
Yeah.
Backpack, book of lore, a bottle
At one point,
of
didn't I-
ink and an ink pen, 10 sheets of parchment, a little bag of sand, and a small knife.
Oh, why doesn't that? How would it come
I think
with
the
all this
diplomat's
parchment?
kit has
I'm gonna
the
try and
seal.
kick the door open.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, have fun.
Sealing wax.
By all means.
You're gonna kick the door open?
I mean,
Yeah,
I was going to say,
I-
with the sealing wax, I could
He's
create a
rummaging
false
through his
seal.
bag, and I'm just impatient. I don't like dwarves, so I'm just gonna kick the door open.
Make an athletics check.
Yes, kick down the secret door. This is great.
65.
Well, it's not a secret, it's there.
Well,
Remember, I do count as large size. If that
I mean, it
does
was
anything.
secret because it's.
I mean, I don't want to rage and get advantage, but
I kind of want you to kick down the
18,
door.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
24?
Yeah.
With a light sander, as you are digging through your pack.
Oh, I know I had something for this.
Has anybody ever seen the original Sherlock, or not the original Sherlock Holmes, but the original Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movie?
Yeah.
Where he's always pulling out his picking tools, and it is always interrupted by somebody opening the door or one of his compatriots kicking the door open. It's basically like that. You're kind of digging around in your pack.
Wine, anybody?
No, thank you. You're digging around your pack, thinking like, "Oh, maybe I can use this," and your giant Goliath friend just runs in. As the door
Nice.
busts open and swings wide and slams into the wall on the other side. Inside the room, you notice what appears to be shattered tables, busted open cabinets, 2 of them, and collapsed. What was it? Collapsed dwarven corpses. There appear to be about 5 of them.
Wait, dwarven as in fresh?
No, as in
They are corpses
based
of
on their
dwarves.
height, they are bigger than a halfling and smaller than a human.
Okay, well, I'm
Are
saying
they just bone?
we're talking bloody
They're-
corpses or
they're
bones?
Bones. We're talking-
Okay, bones. Got it.
Sorry, I should have
Well-
said they're a pile of bones.
I was thinking, like, wait, people were here recently?
Yeah, corpse usually implies flashback.
Oh, time to investigate the room.
Okay, make an investigation check.
5.
I will also try.
Something killed these dwarves. There's a crime scene. No one touch anything.
Your
Alright.
investigation is large enough to notice that on the far side of the right wall is another door.
What kind of material?
Same material as the door that you just kicked open.
Oh,
How'd you do?
14.
14? These skeletal corpses don't seem to have anything on them. Most of them have decomposed.
I think they're dead, guys.
Well, I mean, I don't have to
job.
roll for that.
Lysander.
This time it's first.
Door.
I mean, you appear to be the doormaster. Oh, you're actually doing it. Okay.
Yes.
So you're gonna walk across the room and kick over
Could
the
be
door.
your 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26.
I mean,
All
if
right.
nobody knew we were here before.
Could you roll me a d20, please?
Oh, jeez.
11.
11. What's your dex?
2.
Plus 2?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You walk over to the door and you give it a hearty kick. And what'd you roll for athletics?
19, 20, 26.
26? Okay. You're easily able to kick the door open. Are you guys following as well?
Sure, yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a d20s, each of you.
15.
2.
2? All right. So, Jasmal, as you and Lysander are making your way across the room, you notice Lysander, without really paying much attention to his walking, kicks one of the skeletons on the ground, and the bones scatter a bit. And I want everybody to make perception checks.
Oh, God. 5.
16.
18.
Okay. Lysander, as you kick this skeleton, you kind of look down at the skeleton you kicked, and you left the skull behind because there wasn't any connective tissue left. And as you lock eyes with the skeleton, you watch as this spectral face rises through the bones. And looking around, you notice that all of the bones start to have these dwarven spectral forms rising up out of the bones.
Guys, I think we have a problem.
At this point, you all notice the spectral figures rising out of the bones. And,
Spooky adventure.
Dwarves!
what
We
do you
killed the
do?
dwarves.
Are you going to draw weapons and fight?
Oh, I mean,
I
my
would-
sword's already out.
Okay.
Can I see what's beyond the next room really quick? With my-
A hallway that extends. Your sword's lit, right?
Uh-huh.
Lit, fam. Okay.
Oh, it's lit, yo.
The hallway extends. The hallway is 5 feet, so it's much narrower. It extends 40 feet and then makes a right-hand turn. Well, right now we have spectral figures rising.
I cautiously back away and say, someone talk to them. I'm an elf.
Can I send a message very quickly to our friends to let them know that we've got...
I believe message you need line of sight to them.
Sending.
Sending you don't.
Sending.
Okay, if you want to use
Should
sending,
I?
it's a very high level spell slot. Yeah,
Ooh.
you could use it.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't. I don't
Help
It
me,
would-
Rhonda, help.
You would recognize it would take them a long time to get to
know.
you.
Right.
With these specters
The wolf
rising
runs
up.
pretty fast, but still, there's limits.
Besides, I'm very busy.
All right.
Trying
fine.
to help you.
Okay. All right. I won't.
It might be
I
a good
won't
idea.
waste.
Run.
Summon the wolf.
Okay.
Try talking to
I'm not saying you have to run. I'm saying
Shall we run back?
there's 5 specters, and I need everybody to roll for initiative.
Yes.
Waiting for somebody to...
Bruce. Oh,
I
wait.
wait for somebody to talk to them.
I'm bored.
I mean, you have that chance.
I don't. I'm an elf. I don't want to piss off the dwarf
12.
They were, well, I mean, this place is old. That maybe you're in the Alliance.
Fair.
Too bad we're not here to tell him anything.
Yep. Well, so Haas it stands up and stretches
That's an 8.
while we're doing this.
I'm sure they're fine.
And it's like, well, it's like the three of us are working. It's like we're paying an awful lot of attention to this. He casts alarm on the cave entrance,
Smart.
kind of out in a dome around the entrance to the cave.
So if anybody crosses the cave entrance,
Yep.
you'll know.
That was one of my spells.
Nice. Oh, it was a full-on spell slot?
Yep.
Okay.
Because you're not a ritual caster, right?
Right.
Just real refresh. Everybody's at max, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
2, 3, 4, and 3. Good. Okay. Well, they rolled pretty shitty on their initiative.
Haas
So
has much lower hit points than Lucian.
Mm,
What'd you get?
what did,
12.
I believe it.
8.
14.
Okay, so
That's progression.
Keanu?
What level is Lucian up to?
It was a
We just hit
12 on the die and 2 initiative.
So that's part.
12,
Yeah. I imagine your con is higher too.
Yeah.
and then 8 for Lysander. Wow, you rolled pretty shitty too.
Yeah, we did not do very well with this.
Okay, first up, Keanoth. 5 dwarven specters are rising from the ground. What do you do? And this is a chamber that is
because of the adjustment to the.
How close is
Yeah, I
the
wonder what
nearest?
we got.
40 by
plus
20.
2 now.
How close is the nearest one?
What'd you take? What kind of goodies did you get
Well,
for the new?
this whole chamber is within your
So
running
I got an
distance,
extra
but it's
stat
about
bonus.
10 feet away.
What'd you
um,
get?
Constitution. I
You're by
went
the
from 13 to
door,
14.
so it's
Did you add the retroactive hit points?
that's about 15 feet away.
Did you?
Yeah,
make
I
that-
did, yeah. I have.
I say
eight
in Dwarven.
resistance to poison.
Friend or foe?
And the poison
Uh,
condition, right?
Yeah, advantage on save against poison and resistance to poison damage.
Okay, yes.
You hear
And,
them
also, my
in a
I don't trance anymore. I'm actually like
in a-
inactive.
like
It's still
voice.
So
They
it's
say,
less nebulous. Which I assume makes him.
Oh, it is, and I bonus action
Define.
rage,
I'm I'm still aware.
and I
but
and I go
just-
after the first
sit
one
there
within 10 feet
Oh
of me.
man.
Okay.
Apparently, I can talk a little.
But you kind of established that
Any
you can
integrated
talk a little.
tool?
Yeah.
I did not establish.
Very poorly.
Yes, and very slowly.
Oil can.
Yeah, kind of.
You gonna roll for your attack, or you gonna keep flicking your dice around?
I'm playing with it, and I got
very
a
good.
freaking 9.
More than 3 times as playing with
9 is a miss. You slash downwards, and the specter just kind of shifts.
You did.
and
You spelled it. You almost
slams
perfectly.
in the
Good
cell.
job.
Is that end your turn?
Wait,
Oh,
you
you
had a
have
couple
extra
extra
attack.
spaces.
What?
You spelled
You have
it.
extra
You
attack?
spelled
Oh
yeah.
crap! I have 2 attacks.
Oh yeah.
You've been waiting for this one.
So my backhand,
Nice.
19.
That's neat.
That'll hit. Is this with reckless?
No,
Okay.
didn't reckless yet.
Go ahead and roll.
So did you want to save this
Oh,
one?
wasn't my
and
time?
then have a
Are you
new one?
raging?
6. Yeah, I am. So that's 12.
Okay, so here's what we'll do.
Okay.
We will.
My rage is my second.
As
I
it
think we'll hit.
as your
two
blade
slots.
slams into the specter, you notice that it
And that gives
kind
you a
of
page. So
it's not
you can go back
slowed
and
by
forth.
anything, it's just
Okay,
kind
so
of
now you have a new page.
through.
And here's what
And
I can
the
do.
specter itself seems to sort of lose a little coherency,
wine.
but it's
You don't
not.
need that.
It's not like you
No.
slammed your blade into
No,
a
I don't
dwarf and
Yeah.
carved through
But
his
when you
chest.
get hungry, you
It
can
doesn't
have
seem to
some
have been
stuff
quite as
over
effective
there.
as you expected.
Of course not.
There's
Just
popcorn.
hey,
There's
it is my
partially
job
effective.
as a DM to point out when your shit doesn't work.
I mean, if I had a crown of intellect.
Yeah, that would definitely
Then you would know that.
Jasmine, it is your turn. So the
That's
one
fun
of
to
the
pick.
5 specters is a little bit less intact, but they all have just freshly risen from their skeletal graves.
Alright, I think I'll try a
Yeah, we can
hypnotic
make a cleric.
pattern and see if I can get a few of them to
Okay.
Okay, I'll get you some.
fall
that
for
is
it.
a
First, I'll send this to your
wisdom
mom.
for charm effect we established, right?
What?
I bet you.
Hypnotic pattern.
charm
Wisdom
effect.
is a charm.
Yeah. So as you cast this charm effect,
I'm a crazy.
you notice that these specters seem to just ignore the blinding lights. Like they're like trapped
Alright.
between planes of existence. They don't seem to recognize what you're doing.
Go for it.
That ends your turn unless you wanted to inspire somebody.
You can, when
Yeah,
you-
I'll go ahead
when you
and
finish with
inspire
it,
Lysander and
just a
hopefully
step
he
left.
can.
You can put it.
What do you say to him that's inspiring?
Alright, it's down to you. Do something impressive.
Hopefully, Lysander
You got
responds
this.
well to pressure.
Alright, Lysander. Are you going to Eldritch Blast everything? Okay.
Wait, what is a warlock? Does anything else?
No, not really.
You gonna try
I
diplomacy?
think I was going to try diplomacy, but apparently that failed the moment you tried to talk to them in their home language. And they're
You
so
let the dwarf go into, or you let the Goliath barbarian go into rooms.
You bashed on the door. I couldn't stop you. But yes, Eldritch Blast, and here we go.
Okay.
Where'd my
so
other
this
die
is
go?
sending.
Oh, you had it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, here.
It's good.
Little tart.
Sending it to your mom. Here you go. So if you want, here's the new page. And now
Okay.
if you want to add new
Shabby.
page.
24 and 18.
Both of those will hit. Are you targeting the more wounded one?
I'm going to go for the less wounded ones.
Okay.
Pick one, whichever one's closest to us.
Okay.
So let's see. Minus D10. Cancel. Plus 2
Oh,
each.
really? Oh, yeah.
Not
yeah.
all.
7 and 9. So that's
I
16
see it.
force.
Thank you.
Okay. As your Eldritch Blast, you watch as it kind of carve
I got a
a
box of donuts
huge
from the-
swath,
like the
like
warm
as it slams into one of the
place,
specter's
you know,
shoulders,
like,
its
open
arm
up, there's
literally
just mold all the way
dissipates as it
through
howls in silent pain.
I was
Another
taking-
blast
because,
slams
like,
into its
where I,
side,
got
and
it,
notice
like,
it kind of just
it's like a
obliterates
15-minute
part of it.
walk to
Your
the
force
store.
blast seems to be very effective.
Okay. Also,
It was
it gets
like,
pushed back
super
20
late,
feet
it's like,
in total.
throw away.
Yeah.
So slams
No
into the wall,
donuts
basically.
for
That
me.
has
Yeah,
its
exactly.
ability to do so.
It goes sailing through the wall.
Oh, yeah, because they're specters.
What turn,
Did you
right?
get expertise on?
That would
Was
have
it
been great
heroism
against a
or-
goblin. Yes,
yeah,
that ends
so
my turn.
At this
Well,
point,
what I did
the
is
specters
I
come
got expertise on
sailing
my
in,
team.
including the one you
And
slammed
that's
through
the
the
one
wall.
that's built into
All
it.
of them close
and
in
because they gave me a new
on
tool, that's
you
how I
all,
added on.
because you're all kind of grouped up near each other. You.
Yes, she did.
One of them goes after you. Two of them go after you.
She said.
Or sorry, no, three of them go after you, and one of them goes after you. So,
she
Lysander, armor class?
They go after you. Don't
15.
15?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Here.
Well, that's a natural 20, and
So why are they always against me when they get
an
natural
unnatural
20s?
Because you're an elf.
worry. Don't worry. You only lose a level when they hit you.
Does a 10 hit you?
It does not.
Okay, and then Kianov,
And
does a 19 hit you?
you can't.
19?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And
That's a pack.
I said one goes after you.
Your mom packs. I took the picture.
Does an 11 hit you?
No.
Okay. So,
I need bracers.
you had a natural 20 and a regular, and you had a regular. I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh boy.
You need to make 2 of them.
Oh, I.
Remember any damages? Oh, it's probably psychic, right?
Well, you'll find out.
I got 3 proficiencies for my class.
That's going to be a
My
21 and a
con save is
17.
plus 6.
What'd you get?
21 and 17.
Okay, you're fine.
My con save is
You
plus
know,
6,
you
and I
roll
roll a
I
2.
can't read your
8?
so.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're the
plus
only
6.
one to suffer this effect. Hold on. Does anybody have a D6 I can borrow?
Reduce to 0 hit points.
Thank you.
You die twice.
Kianoth.
Bench
Jesus,
is
you
reduced-
just rolled bad.
Benches reduce you to 0. If
You
fail.
take 4 necrotic damage, which is half to 2.
Yep.
Your hit point maximum is reduced by 4.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, I hate that.
You can take this back.
Hey, leave my freaking die alone.
Do they do damage otherwise if you succeed on their save?
If you succeed on the save, it still does the damage, but your hit point maximum isn't reduced.
How much do I take?
A lot.
Oh,
because crit. One of those is a crit, right?
crap.
7. I'm feeling generous.
So we
10,
reduced it to 51,
Oh, you have.
7,
but I'm only at 52.
so 23.
If it reduces your maximum, then you're down below your maximum.
Yeah, because that really didn't make any sense.
Yes, you're at 51.
7,
Your max is down 51, and your current is 51.
Yeah, that didn't
33
compute at all. I was
necrotic damage.
Holy crap. I go beyond bloodied very quickly. I'm not dead though.
Okay.
bloody doesn't exist.
Your hit point maximum is not reduced.
So they poke me and
So
I.
as one of them kind of swipes at you, you watch as they don't swipe at you with their hands; they swipe at you with weapons. But the weapons kind of go through you, and you feel like your soul is being attacked. You feel unexpectedly drained. Like normally you're able to just fight through pain, but this pain, like, circumvented you, and you get slammed with all these weapons after you blasted one into oblivion. It's like, "Ah!" And they're slamming their weapons into you, and you are feeling like you're just collapsing under your own weight. It is now Kianoth's turn.
So the one that hit me, is he one of the one that I hit? Is he one of the ones that hit me?
Yes, he is the one who hit you.
Okay, so I will slash
You
at
are
him.
the one that did the hitting.
Let's see if you can roll better this time.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 for one of my attacks.
Nice.
So then I rolled a 17.
The 17 will hit. As you slam your blade into the dirt, your blade actually chips a little bit, but your follow-up swing,
14.
14 damage. Nice. 5 to 7. Your follow-up swing carves through the chest of the one you're fighting, and it again loses a lot of coherency. You can see it now with the weapon kind of shimmers, like it's not quite there. This, you could kind of recognize it as this specter is now bloodied.
Okay.
Now what?
Is bloodied
Oh, okay.
after 2 very heavy swings. Jasmine.
All right, I'm gonna try a firebolt at. How are they all doing? Sorry.
Two of them are bloodied.
One of them is nuts.
3 of them are fine, and 3 of them are ganging up on Lysander. One of them hit you, but missed. One of them hit him. And
All
did some
right, I'll
damage.
try it at one of the unbloodied ones and see.
Go ahead and roll your attack to firebolt.
Okay.
You ain't afraid no ghosts.
16.
Damn, I don't have any Wolverine.
That'll
to throw
hit.
with
Go
this
ahead and
one.
roll damage.
Okay, damage
I see
is
something bruised.
Turn into a python,
She can summon Bruce
and I can
anytime.
use you as your whip.
Yeah.
Pecos Bill.
10.
Ah, Pecos.
It's a D10
Right.
for firebolt.
Yeah.
2d10 at this level.
So
Jesus.
6, 8.
8 total?
6 and 8.
Oh, so 14.
Yeah.
Okay. As you fire your firebolt, you watch as it sails through the specter, and it doesn't seem to, like, catch, but the specter kind of loses a little bit of coherency. So you said total of 14, which has to 7, so he's now at that. And you should have rolled at disadvantage because they're at melee range. We'll forget it for now. But yeah, they seem to be resistant to your fire bolts.
Oh, okay.
Next up, Lysander. You have 3 specters in melee range, which means you have disadvantage on Eldritch Blasts. Because I forgot that for Desmond.
You know, I wish there was a melee version of Eldritch Blast. Oh wait, it's called weapon if you're a blade lock. Anyway.
Well, if it's only one enemy, your first bolt knocks him back, so your second one's not at disadvantage with repelling blast.
Yeah.
But
that is fair.
Just roll them one at a time.
yeah.
Except I have
There's
a better
3 on them. So.
Except I have a better idea because I'm getting wrecked.
Blink!
I'm taking a dodge action.
Oh, okay. Full on dodge action.
Yep, total
Did
defense.
you have to go to the bathroom?
I don't know. She didn't say.
Well,
I'd
she's
say
leaving.
yes.
I would assume yes.
Okay.
Alright, so you take a full on dodge action.
Okay.
They will have disadvantage on their attacks against you.
Yes. Furthermore, I have a bonus action left.
Yes.
Can I go ahead and curse a guy? It's not going to do anything. They're doing necrotic damage. Shoot. Nah, I'll just take it there. I'm total defensing.
One of them is going to shift targets towards Keanoff.
Okay.
Nice. As you cower.
As I cower behind my arms.
Does a 7 hit you?
No.
Does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
I need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, I have a +6. This should not be that hard.
You're jinxing yourself just by bringing it up.
16.
Oh.
Okay, so you succeed. You take 12 halved to 6 necrotic damage from the one attack. The other one misses as you dodge out of the way. Now
Bear.
the 2 targeting
Bear
Lysander.
helps me.
Oh boy.
Another natural 20, but the other one's a miss.
Holy crap. I'm going to go down at this rate.
I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Yep. Oh, he got a natural 20 with advantage?
No.
Oh, wait, with disadvantage, rather?
2 of them were attacking you. One of them got a natural 20. One of them missed.
But they get disadvantage because I'm taking a total defense.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. That
That's
one missed.
super important.
The other one rolled a 15.
That's going to beat me if attacker wins, then yeah.
Yes, attackers meets beats.
Yes.
Okay. So not a crit.
Does not crit me, however.
I still need a Constitution save from you.
That's fair. That's going to be a 17.
So you succeed.
Did I hear anything? Do I hear anything?
They haven't really made a lot of noise and they're very far away.
I mean, I did roar.
I could start screaming.
When
I
when I
agree.
said I went,
You take 9 necrotic damage.
I'm
You are
down.
I roar
60,
when I rage.
70,
Every
80,
single time.
90, 100, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 200, 210, 220, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. You are almost 300 feet away.
Ah, nope, didn't hear it.
I don't know. Yelling. It's an echoing hall. There's not much other noise. I think there's a possibility. Can I roll perception at least?
That disadvantage. That makes sense.
It's also going to take a while for you to get here.
He has a +8 to
Oh,
perception.
7.
Oh, uh-huh. You took your 9, right?
I took my
What's your
damage.
bonus
I'm now
speed and
down
direwolf?
on the floor.
15.
Oh, you're unconscious.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Your
Taking
your
3 turns
crit
together,
took
dash.
away 93
Yeah, well.
or so % of my hit points. That knocked me down pretty
Oh,
fast.
good timing, Theo.
Yeah.
Jasmine's going to be
You
attacked.
need like an
Oh, okay.
eldritch
Does a
explosion.
12 hit you?
No.
You okay?
Okay.
We do have one. He's got.
Yeah.
So
We should have sent you with the thunder cannon. You should have just fired it in the air to summon us.
Is your arm okay?
That's my RA. For some reason, my elbow is just being an absolute bitch. And every once in a while, you'll hear a crack and I'll feel it. It'll just be like extreme pain. There.
The
Hear that?
Spectre misses.
good.
Yeah,
Wipes it.
Oh, okay.
Keanoth, it is your turn.
Same one.
Okay.
Thunderclap. I bet you I'd hear thunder.
I think that actually says 300 feet.
yeah. Some of them have
A roar. Die! Already dead dwarves!
it. Die again.
16.
If only somebody had that shield that makes a very loud noise when you hit it.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Why did we just give that to him? Oh.
Do we have one of those?
Yeah, you do.
16.
Joff's shield.
16
Joff
and
didn't disappear with it?
No, you didn't have time to equip it.
Oh, that's
16
right,
and
we had
18.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Both of those will
Sitting
hit.
in our pack.
You can
All
make a
about.
perception check at disadvantage, hard DC.
Okay. 27 and 22. One's a natural 20. At disadvantage, it probably doesn't count for anything, but
We write down notes.
does it help that I know these guys are likely to get in trouble, so my bias was
You've been worried.
things would probably go sideways?
You intuit that they're
Some
done.
impulsive
You hear
people.
something going on.
30.
Okay.
Total?
Yeah.
Have to 15?
Yep.
Okay.
Between those two hits.
So I turn to these guys. They might be in trouble. I'm hearing something. Some banging
With your
around.
slash, you are able to dissipate one of the specters.
I've severed your cord to this world.
And the specter kind of, as it kind of falls away, you watch as whatever bits remain kind of sail back into the dead body. That ends your turn.
Yep.
Jasmal.
That's 7.
You have one specter on you, and 2 specters are currently fighting Lysander and Keenan.
You know, they were fighting me, and now I'm on the ground.
Oh, and Lysander's on the ground. Thank you for reminding me.
I'm really a glass cannon. Holy crap!
All right, I'm gonna try to
warlocks are.
cast blindness on the one on top of me.
Okay. That's a con save.
I want to see. Great sword and shield. Can you use a great sword one hand?
No.
I didn't think so.
It's a con save for blindness deafness, right?
Yeah.
What is your save DC?
14.
Okay. They rolled a 12. That's a second level spell? Okay. So you slam this blast into its eyes, and you watch as the spectral dwarf figure, its eyes go dark.
Great, now it's a Nazgul.
All right, can I move still? Maybe I'll move over to try to help Lysander away from the one that's on me.
You can move over towards him.
Okay.
Help.
It's basically like just...
Yeah,
triple
just
step.
yeah. Oh, I guess we're all pretty.
I'm assuming you were all pretty
quarters.
close together
Yeah.
near the door when this happened.
All right.
Lysander, death saving throw.
That's it.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn to Wolf and dash 100 feet in
18,
and see if
so
I
I
can hear any
succeed.
more of what's going on.
You succeeded?
Yep.
Cool. Go ahead and make an initiative roll.
Sure, totally. 14.
Okay.
Yeah, Haas is kind of like,
At least
All
go
right.
deeper in and see if I can hear something more.
Okay. So the specters go now. You're unconscious, so one of the specters breaks off and targets Jasmal. One of the specters turns and targets Kiana. Does a 16 hit you?
By 1. Well, by 2, yeah.
So a 12 would miss.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Con save.
Wiggling away.
Yeah, 17 plus 6.
You succeed. You take 17 halved to 8 necrotic damage.
You're a good man to have in this
As
fight.
it kind of tries to force its way towards your heart. You're able to resist it, but not as well as you thought.
The bear resisted.
Yes, the bear
And
does.
The 2 of them against Jasmal.
That's why I took Bear Totem as I just...
Well, that's what most people take.
A lot of people take Berserker.
Really?
Or Frenzy, but yeah.
I have only had people take Bear Totem.
Arian loves
That's
Frenzy.
pretty
Does a
solid.
15 hit?
Arian loves
Yes.
Frenzy Berserker.
Okay. I need a con save from you.
Okay.
She likes going nuts.
6.
So you take 9 necrotic damage,
Okay.
and your hit point maximum is reduced by 9.
So, what exactly does that mean if my maximum is?
It means if you're healed, your hit points will not be you'll be to the new
Yeah.
max.
Oh, okay.
Where it says hit point
okay.
maximum, you might want to like put a parentheses and write down that it's
A lower
Oh,
number.
okay.
yeah whatever it is minus 9.
Okay.
You can write that down. And Bruce,
Okay.
you wild shape into
Direwolf.
Direwolf. You charge down the hallway. Make a perception check.
Okay. Sight or hearing and smell?
We'll say hearing and smell, but with disadvantage, so just a straight roll.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Okay. That is a 12.
12. Your ear kind of perks up a little bit to the left.
Okay.
Like, not enough. Like, you might not dash next turn. You might not, like, run that way, but you're like, maybe this way. So you head down that way.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
So you're,
I'll still be in curiosity mode, not full out panic mode.
yes.
You kind of prance with the dogs.
Kino. There are 2 of them on you, and 2 of them on her, and Lysander's bleeding out.
Don't forget we have good berries.
Yes. Everyone has
We-
2 good berries.
Oh, we do?
All the PCs have 2 good berries. Every night I create.
They will wake us up.
If I have a spell slot left, I create. 2
Well, she's
berries.
had a spell slot for a while now.
Yeah, it's these days. I'm probably gonna save one unless it gets really bad.
So, 1 in front of me.
Okay.
Ooh. 9 probably doesn't do it.
Nope.
And then 13.
13 makes it. And it just barely sort of sense. It doesn't just make it, but it almost just makes it.
So 10.
Half to 5. Your blade carves through another one, and it's swinging in with its own weapon. You're kind of like, as you're bringing your blade down, it's bringing its blade up, and your blades pass through each other as they slam into each other. That ends your turn, right?
Yep.
Okay. Jasmine.
Alright, I will try to blind another one of the ones that's on.
If you blind another one, you lose concentration on the one you blinded.
Okay. Maybe not. I will just try a firebolt on it, I guess.
Be careful. A couple of them had a little mold on them in the
Oh,
corner.
jeez.
Oh, did they?
Check. Yeah. I mean, strawberries get it.
It
so
happens.
quick.
Especially, yeah.
Yeah.
I was inspecting them to try and make sure that they didn't.
This one looks good.
Firebolt?
Against the one that you blinded, or against one of the others?
The other one.
Okay.
Another one.
Go ahead.
Can I try to give him a good berry too, included in my turn?
Giving him a
or-
good berry is an action.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna firebolt?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and firebolt with disadvantage.
Alright. Oh god, a 2. I don't even
Okay.
need to roll again.
You don't need to roll it again.
Well, yeah.
Was it higher than a 2?
Yeah, but
Oh,
it doesn't
thank God.
matter.
Yeah, then the natural one. I
Yeah.
guess that would be bad.
A natural one would be very bad. So as you fire the firebolt, it kind of just, and the firebolt goes wide over its head. That ends Jasmal's turn. Lysander, death saving throw.
What's your count? You want to know? Or
I've got one success.
Nice.
So,
20.
I like this one house rule I saw. which is-
not one.
Oh god.
That's 2 failures.
Guys, come on.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Feed me a good berry.
Okay.
Spectre's turn. Two of them on you. One of them blinded on you.
Berry
so
and raging. Do I even...
disadvantage on you is a 12.
Does not.
Yes.
the
Gropes
other
blindly
one-
at you.
The other one is less, so they both miss against you. Against you. That is a 22
Ow.
and a 10. So, Constitution save.
That would be 8.
8. Okay. So, you take 10 half to 5, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 10. And again, if your hit point maximum goes less than your hit points would fall to meet it. That ends the Spectre's turn. So, Bruce, you're going to move 50 feet.
Yep. Let's
Alright.
see if I can get another sense of.
Go ahead.
where we're at.
At this range, because they're slamming blades into the ground and firing firebolts, you do not have disadvantage on your hearing, so you can make a full check.
Okay. Okay, that's a 19.
19?
Yep.
You definitely hear the sounds of combat.
Okay. I howl and then run and then.
Hoss
So-
kind of sighs and starts like putting things on hold.
Darlaxel says, they might not need you. Do you want me to just go take care of this for you? I'm pretty good in this sort of environment.
Oh, sure.
He also runs really fast.
So he's gonna
Go for it.
he's gonna turn and he's going to unclasp his
Da,
cloak.
da, 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 da.
He's throwing
He's gonna-
things, throwing all his clothes everywhere.
He whips out his
Hey.
his poison short sword and his hand crossbow loaded up.
Because he can actually use his drow
Yes.
equipment down here.
His eyes are fully opened.
Finally. He's been
If I
squinting
was-
this whole time.
If I was less politically sensitive, like an Asian person, wide open now.
He still went there. He didn't have to.
Hey, but I said I'm not racist. That makes me not racist.
Oh.
I was gonna say he leveled up.
So
His
he
eyes
goes charging down the tunnel after the sounds of "Ooh."
Yes.
If you look behind you,
Oh,
you can hear him coming, but you can't see him.
open.
Okay.
Powerful, man.
You're kind of relying on hearing, right? You can't see in Direwolf.
Yeah, no.
So
It's all
you're
hearing
kind
and
of
smell.
catching flashes and sort of like padding along
Yeah.
in the dark. So you can hear him coming up behind you. There's a very good chance he's going to mount you next turn.
I was potentially going to allow it to happen. So.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna put
You're letting Jarlaxle mount you.
They call that bestiality.
After all the stuff he's been
you know,
All
you're,
the slash fiction is going to be
you're,
great.
you're making it weird.
It's just a man
no,
mounting a
Axel is
wolf.
going to hop on top of this mount.
Yes, he's
He's
going to
going to
ride me
ride
hard.
the mount.
Thinking more about his plan
My
this
sinuous
earlier.
flanks.
He's going to drive you
Jarlaxle
on.
is going to be on your turn.
Yeah.
It's assumed on your turn.
Okay,
Roughly
okay.
the same.
He's
Okay.
He's going to make you go faster.
Well, actually, the greatest thing is he's going to actually be able to direct me because
Yeah,
he can actually
he can
see in
see.
the dark. This is
Pianov.
symbiosis.
It's your turn. You are fighting two specters. Neither of them, or one of them, appears slightly dispersed, but not heavily. The other one doesn't even seem phased. And you can see right through them.
There are only 2 remaining?
No, 2 on him, 2 on him. And Lysander's bleeding out.
God.
1 success, 2 failures.
I mean,
You might die to a random encounter.
That would really
No.
suck. Please,
I'm
guys.
gonna help you.
I mean, in character, he's a raging barbarian. I'm gonna focus on what's in front of me. Plus, I don't like dwarves.
Yeah. Go ahead and make your multi-attack against the doors.
You're ineffectually attacking the ghosts.
Ineffectually, I already killed one.
Yeah, he's the only one who's done anything to one. Like any.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I
you
did
you did heavily
a ton
damage
of
one.
damage.
The one that I've already
I
attacked.
literally killed one of them. with a
No, I'm
blast.
keeping.
The
you're-
one that I've already
Yeah,
attacked.
I already. With these theater of the minds, I kind of assume you're
I
going to
hit.
keep targeting.
Both.
How do you know? What did you roll?
One's a 20 and one's an 18 plus 6.
Was one of them a natural one?
No.
Oh. Yeah, both of
I
those.
wish it was a natural 20.
At this point, you recognize armor class is 12. Easy to hit, but resistant to a lot.
Oh, he's like me.
Yeah. That's why they're tearing away at your hit points.
Tearing away, please.
How many hit points you got left?
32
Out of?
out of 55.
Yeah. They're tearing away.
So, 7,
Chop it up.
8, 9, 10, 11,
Yeah,
12, 13,
51 with
14.
the others.
26. No,
So-
sorry, 36.
Are you sure? You're not doubling your dice, you're rolling them separately, right?
Yes.
Okay.
2d6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 plus 12.
20.
Sorry, 26. My bad. I had
Okay, it is. Like 36
Those are
sounded
different numbers
impossible.
for-
I
Yeah.
think I meant 96.
I don't math.
Okay.
26 is still great, though.
is yeah, that is really great. Half to 13,
Oh.
But still.
but 36. Strange credulity,
Yeah. I would have a hard time believing that.
especially at this level.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you carve your sword through it, again, it seems to be holding up to the blows, and it's raising its hand axe for a final strike. That ends your turn, Desmond.
Alright, I'm gonna
Lysander's bleeding out
cast
next to you.
healing word on Lysander.
There you go.
Okay, what level did you
There
want
it
to cast?
is.
it at?
We'll go ahead and do it at 3.
Okay. So that's 3d4 plus your charisma bonus.
Did they hear the
4.
howl?
What?
Oh yeah, you did hear the
Oh,
no.
oh,
D4.
sorry, 4. Bleh. Okay.
3 times.
3, 4,
Okay, so 7.
4.
11.
Okay,
Plus-
plus
Let's just
3.
So Lysander, you gain 14 hit points.
Nicely done.
Why does this keep happening to me?
Your death saving throws are erased.
Yeah.
You,
Thank
just
you.
stay, you should always stand 150 feet back from danger.
I really should.
And then you're down again.
That was your bonus action. Do you want to do something with your action?
Can I give inspiration to...
You cannot,
Somebody?
because that's
No.
also a bonus action.
Oh,
And Lysander,
You can
have
firebolt.
inspiration.
oh, okay,
Oh,
firebolt then.
I
Okay.
currently have inspiration.
You do. You didn't spend it, did you?
No.
Bardic inspiration.
So you still have bardic inspiration, and
Oh,
you also
crap,
have
I
regular
You
inspiration.
should use it on the natural one.
Firebolt, disadvantage.
Okay.
Do you have any
Oh, you
other
could use vicious
Ooh,
mockery.
nat 20.
disadvantage though?
Rolled again.
3.
Unfortunately, your firebolt fails.
Do you have any other offensive spells you could try?
Vicious mockery.
Oh,
the
yeah.
vicious
Oh,
mockery would
yeah,
probably-
And you have thunder.
Okay,
you do
I'll
have
try that.
thunder wave.
Thunder
Oh, but that's a
wave, yeah.
bonus action.
But she used her level for healing word.
I just meant in general.
Okay.
That ends your
that.
turn.
Yeah.
Lysander, you wake up. As you wake up, you notice that the specters catch attention to that.
Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna use half my movement to get up and then get the heck out of this room from the door we came through.
Okay, you're gonna head back down.
And also yelling, help, 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 help.
All right. So you can only move 3 squares. You're still in the room.
Yes.
Are you going to use your action to disengage and avoid attacks of opportunities from the 2 specters you're going to pass?
Are they? Oh, well, that's true.
You can also
Or-
dodge to make it harder for them to attack you, but they might still hit you.
I could. I'm gonna go ahead and actually, I mean, dodge didn't really help me last time. I'm gonna go with dodge because they have a pretty bad chance of hitting me anyway.
Okay.
Before they got lucky with the crazy rolls.
14
Misses.
and 18.
That hits.
I need a con save.
Yes, sir. That's gonna be a 5.
You take 11, and your hit point maximum is
no.
reduced by 11.
Holy crap!
They rolled a 3, a 3, and a 5.
Well, I'm not dead yet,
You're not.
and they also
What's your max hit points down to?
it's down to 27.
Oh, okay.
That's still pretty bad.
So you are able to get about 5 feet away from the door as you run past the specters and they swipe at you.
And as I'm yelling, help, 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 help.
You hear them yelling help. You hear someone. It might be Jasmine, you think? Shouting help, help, help.
It's very feminine.
No,
That's all I know.
Wait a minute.
I heard a woman screaming.
So wait,
It's a little girl's town here. No.
wait, are you saying that the more they drain you, the more your voice pitch goes higher?
No, I'm saying that your pitch
That's
rises.
it exactly. No,
They
no.
drain your
that's-
masculinity.
Anyways,
Oh,
They're draining you of your manhood.
no. Oh,
manhood's not that good. Anyways.
It's overrated.
So that ends Lysander's turn. It's the specters go. The specters are going to continue targeting you guys.
If you experience
But they
hit
can
point
see
break for more than 4
Lysander
hours.
looking pretty weak. They'll deal with him later.
It's only a matter of time.
All right, blinded against you. 14, or sorry, no, 16,
Yes, that would
Okay.
hit.
and 2.
No.
So I need a con save from you.
Come on. Oh, not 20.
All right, you take 13 necrotic damage, and that's it.
Jeez. Oh,
Your hit point maximum is not reduced.
okay.
How are you doing?
Let me check here. Oof. I'm not doing great.
Okay.
I'm
Against
still
you.
just about all
One of them's going to circle around so that they are not flanking you. 20 and 23.
Yeah.
Okay, I need 2 con saves from you. We're gonna wait and see what you roll first.
Not good. 12 and an 8.
12 succeeds, 8 fails. So this first one you will just take the damage. 9, 13 halved to 7.
Okay.
Then and then 12 halved to 6, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 12. That's a total of 13 damage after resistances, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 12.
What?
So how you doing now?
29 max, 19 current.
So looking a little rough.
A little.
All right, that ends the Spectre's turn. Bruce, you hear the sounds of Jarl Axel as he puts his hands on your back, not his hands, his fists, because he's holding weapons, and leaps onto you and says, "Forward, my trusty friend!"
I take a little snap at him, but it's half-hearted, and I just start running. I run, you know.
And you charge down.
Yes, and
you're
I
able to move
kind of
100.
point towards my eyes with my paw, and
He assumed as much. That's
Yeah.
why he hopped on.
Yep.
You cover
100.
100.
Yeah.
You are now 30 feet from the door.
Okay.
Where do you see?
Jarl Axel can see Lysander. So Lysander, you notice a dire wolf being ridden by Jarl Axel with his weapons drawn. Jarl Axel still has his hat and his booty shorts and nothing else.
Oh, thank God. Oh, no.
And you can hear Jarl Axel shout, "Fear not! We are here to rescue you!"
Great. Spectre. Oh,
Uh,
talking is a free action, but it's not my turn.
You cannot see anything,
Yeah.
but maybe if somebody summons a light spell.
Well,
Actually, no.
they have some light on.
Yeah,
right?
you have your
So
sword.
I
as
see a
light.
glow coming in from the room,
So
right?
now you can see the room is lit, and there are these dwarven figures that are attacking your compatriots. Lysander looks rough. Your new friend Kianoth looks like he's lost a lot of body mass.
look very rough.
Looking very rough. And you are a direct.
Yes.
That was your full turn to get within range. So Kianoth, you're fighting 2 specters.
How much do the good berries give you?
1 hit point.
They're just good for waking you up. That's about all they're good for, and feeding you all day.
I'm gonna attack the one that
They are
attacked me.
Phoenix
It
down.
was pointed out that
Although-
they are exceptional if you are not a hero. They can save a life.
Yeah.
There's no way to shift so that
You're right.
there's
It's a great way to save a
flanking
civilian.
There's not.
Kind of reminded
Well,
of the question. Which
no way to
was
move
really
around.
common,
I mean, I move
your-
40, but if I move
I
out
don't know
of
if you
one,
played
it's gonna
that,
be.
but
Yeah,
The
it'll be.
Witcher
You can't like fully
Wow.
neutralize
No, I'm going to. I
flanking,
played it too.
but you
there
could
is a
step
quest
so
where
that
you
it's no
can use
longer
a potion.
flanking.
Yeah, I'll do
You
that.
choose whether or
But
not you want
on their
to.
turn, they can very
It
easily
might
just
hurt the person.
resume
okay,
flanking.
so-
It doesn't help
It
you
is like-
really. But if you wanted to like do a
Bleeding,
fighting
last
retreat, you could do
chance.
something like that. Like very slowly
I-
move your way.
Yeah,
Yeah, or you could disengage,
think-
take your hold. Well, no, never mind.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take his whole turn.
Was it
Go ahead and make your
something
attack
like
roll.
that? No, there might have been something like that too.
Might have been something like that too. I'm sure it comes up in each game.
Yeah, but like
But
Witchers are different.
I hit with
You know-
one.
you know
They
the-
take
Seven
poison.
or
So the
seven,
side
9
effect
missed,
is
but 18 plus 7. So
People, it's
Yeah.
basically
So one hit.
exploding heads and or dying horribly from
Looking for
poison.
8.
Right.
So you get like if it works.
Witchers are different.
Nice.
that's 9 plus 6.
Because they're
15.
mutants in a fantasy setting.
15
Kind of
have
nuts, actually.
2,
Genetics
7
is
is more than
pretty
4. With your greatsword, you cue it down, and the specter. You can see this, and Dorlax can see this. The specter is carved, and the ghostly figure kind of dissipates into these like ectoplasmic strands that kind of fall to the ground and race over into their bones.
And you're covered in green slime.
I will turn to the other one and say, "That's 2."
So you are currently fighting 1. Jasmal's fighting 2. Lysander's barely standing.
Yeah.
I'm about to count.
He's
Jasmal,
fighting for
it
consciousness.
is now your turn.
All right,
Still
I will try a
standing.
thunder wave. See how that
Da-da.
goes. Yeah.
I'm not dead yet.
Okay. At this range, you would catch Keanoff
Oh.
and the
Oh.
and the third one. So not a bad idea. It would hit all 3. But
accidents happen.
That is kind of
He
a
gets a
relative
save and
thing.
his resistance all damage,
All
but
right,
it is taking a chance.
I will
so.
risk it. Hopefully,
Okay.
you know.
all right.
It's his
too
good
bad.
save, too.
Yeah.
First level.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we should try that.
So you let off the second level. Go ahead and roll 3d8. Keanoff, I need you to make a save. Con save.
Oh, it's like my highest one. So.
I know.
Alright.
But I don't
3.
roll well with it though.
7 total. Ooh. 7 plus 8.
Did you just miss
15.
Did you fail?
13.
Actually, you could have inspired him beforehand.
Can I do it after?
I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
already
it's
inspired.
it's
You
retroactive.
can,
Oh,
you
right.
can inspire him after.
As my bonus
Yeah.
thing.
You could have inspired him.
Oh,
beforehand.
okay.
So one of them succeeds. 2 of them fail. Keanoff fails. What was the total damage?
15.
15? Okay.
13
So,
fails.
13 fails. She has a DC of 14. So,
Why did
you
you
said
roll
15?
15.
15, okay. You take 8. 2 of them take 8.
Sorry,
One of
buddy.
them takes 4.
Isn't it rounded down to 7? Or using the Michael Eastman rule?
I use the one.
Hey, I like my rule. That's what
I
I
use the one where they can resist half rounded down, so the damage gets rounded up.
Okay.
And that applies to all of them, not just players.
Yeah, sure. Fair
Okay.
enough.
So you take 8. The
Of
spectre
course you
takes
like
8.
your rule. Why wouldn't you like your own rule?
Ow, that hurt.
Sorry.
Isn't that loud too?
Takes 4, so it drops to
Ceiling caves in.
18. Yes, it's very loud. You definitely hear it.
Yeah,
It takes 8, so.
Do you know how sensitive my hearing is?
All right.
It's gonna do hell
As
on my
you-
tinnitus.
Well, your tinnitus is slowly building with the thunder cannon, so. Your thunder blast hits them. They don't seem to take a lot of the damage. Neither does he, but they seem to take some of it. And that ends your turn, unless you wanted to inspire somebody.
Yeah, I will inspire the person I just hurt
You
terribly.
did great, buddy.
You're so brave. You're kicking ass.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Do I keep my inspiration?
You still
10
have an
minutes.
inspiration.
I
By the
can
way,
use that
your inspiration can be spent on death saving throws.
Oh,
I now have inspiration.
Yes.
That it would have helped in the natural one, but
It would not have helped. If it in the rules
for
it says
taking one
death
for the
saving throws,
team.
natural 1 equals 2 fails.
Yeah, it's if you roll a natural one. It's not if your roll is equal to a natural one.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
lost a character with a natural one.
I failed the first roll,
you
and then I
mentioned
natural 1 the second roll after getting my spine broken by my friend who was wielding a berserker axe.
Oh, your friend
Those
Burn.
little spiders.
Well, she hit me twice with the axe. She did the most damage.
That's true.
The spiders kind of just finished me off. So I like to say she broke my spine with the axe because she slammed it into my back twice, carved on either side. Anyway, Lysander, it's your turn.
My
You
turn.
can see a direwolf ridden by Jarlaxle coming to rescue you.
It's you want to put it on a blacklight poster. You definitely want to.
There are 3 specters. 2 of them against Jasmal, 1 of them against Keanoff. Both of them are looking fairly rough at this point.
okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot the one over by Jasmal, and I'm going to use my inspiration on one of my attack rolls.
Are you doing against the one that is currently blinded, or against the one that is relatively unhurt?
Relatively unhurt.
Okay, go ahead and make a
Rather
check.
do some damage.
And you can use
take a
it. You
check.
can use the advantage after you see the result, but
Oh,
before,
well,
he
before
tells
I
you
say.
That too. So it's 14, 19.
19? That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sure. And I'll also roll the other one because I'm firing at the same guy.
Okay.
Pew pew pew.
That's a 7.
That'll miss.
That'll miss. Sorry.
Oh, that's your damage. Yep.
Yes, 8 damage.
8?
Force.
Against the relatively unwounded one.
Yes.
It takes force damage.
And it will push it 10 feet away.
It gets driven into the wall, but you've seen this happen before. It's probably going to.
Pretty much. And I'm also going to move out
Faking
of the way through my ally squares.
So you're falling back through the door?
I'm getting the heck out of there.
Okay. You aren't able to move all the way through a direwolf's.
Okay. I'll move up to and then drop to the floor.
Yes. Okay. So you watch as Lysander comes charging forward, and he
Power slide.
T-ball
Legolas
slides.
style.
Is what it is. He hits the ground and slides underneath you as you leap over him on your turn, which is now.
Nice.
Starlaxle says go, and he lines up a shot.
Yeah. So I run up and I'm going to attack. Use pack tactics to attack.
Okay.
If there's anyone to interpose myself between the ghost and someone, I will. If I can't, I'll just take a normal attack.
You can't interpose because they're engaged in melee right now, and they have incorporeal movement. You watch as Jarlaxle shoots his crossbow at the one fighting against Keanoth, and then prepares to slash as you ride past, if that's your plan.
Okay. Yeah, I might as well. So
Are you going to ride to the one that's fighting Keanoth or past to Jesmal? They're both looking pretty rough. Keanoth,
I know Jesmal longer. I'll go towards Jesmal.
Okay. So as you rush past the Jarlaxle takes a slash at the Keanoth one, hits 6, 2. Actually, you probably wouldn't get. No, he wouldn't get 6. He'd get 9, 12. He deals a pretty good blow to it as he rides past.
Nice.
But it's still intact, and it's going to get an opportunity against Jarlaxle, but Jarlaxle's a hardy bastard. It still hits, but Jarlaxle doesn't seem all that affected by it.
If he levels, he should take the mounted combatant feat, and then he can direct it. He can direct attacks to me.
Considering he's an NPC, he might gain that feat if you do this enough. But he takes a little bit of damage, but he looks relatively unhurt. He seems very intact. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Chris, what's up?
Quick question. Can I borrow your car to go to camp because I can't fit all my stuff into my motorcycle?
Yes, but you might have a hard time. Are you coming back
Yeah.
tonight?
Yes.
You might have a hard time fitting it in. Here's what I'm going to do.
I like the hat better.
Thank you. It's a very nice hat.
I like
There's a very large wooden board in the back and a very small wooden board. If you can, take both of those out, put them on the porch.
Cool. Thank you.
Don't crash.
And I take a pack tactics bite. The one on Jasmal.
Go ahead.
Okay. And it's an 18. I don't remember right. 18 versus armor class.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah.
They don't seem hard to hit, they just seem hard to bite.
10. Yeah, exactly. 10 non-magical piercing and a strength saving throw if they can be made prone.
They cannot be knocked prone. As your bite carves through it. Are you going against the wounded one or the?
Yeah, the wounded one.
Okay. So 10 has 5. It seems to lose a lot of form. This one actually didn't see you coming, so you would have had advantage anyways. You notice as your teeth carve through it, it has these black eyes compared to the rest of them that have these sort of spectral eyes, and you would recognize this as a blindness effect by Jesmal.
Okay, fair enough.
That ends your turn.
Yep, that does.
Tino, you are fighting a wounded specter that seems to be bloodied at this point, and your ally hit you with a thunder wave.
I'm gonna channel my rage. For
Wait, didn't you fail?
Yeah.
You technically would have been knocked prone.
Oh,
Yes.
Are you going to stand up?
But it's a small room.
Yeah.
It's not a small room, but he has plenty of movement to stand up and slash.
I will stand up and I'm gonna reckless rage.
Okay, go ahead and take your slashes at it.
$17,
That'll hit.
Nice.
19.
That'll hit. Roll damage. 47.
42.
1001.
11d12.
That'd be great.
Scheherazade.
Shazam.
15. Oh no, wait. Can't
What's
add.
the Scottish story about the
13.
city you can never find again?
Brigadoon.
13 plus
Brigadoon,
12.
thank you.
I think it's Irish.
Oh, is it Irish? My mistake.
You gotta bring that up.
What's the Irish story?
29.
29. Confirmed?
13 plus 12.
25.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
25.
Whatever.
So 25 halved to 13 is more than enough to obliterate the specter.
Nice.
As the blade slams, carving through it, you watch as the blade is kind of destroyed by your blow. It doesn't shatter, it carves through and just loses all coherency. Your follow-up swing takes the head. As the head separates, you watch as it all just kind of fizzles into this hanging, like kind of like strands of mist that then fall to the ground and curl back into the dead body.
And there's one more left.
There's 2 more left. Both of them on Jasmine.
Is she within 15?
She's within 15.
I'll move over.
Okay. That ends your turn? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm gonna flank one
Okay.
between her and I.
Jasmine, it is your turn.
I'm
You're
also a pretty
currently
big flank target.
closed in by these 2 specters. You have your allies just on the other side of the specters.
And one is blinded,
One is
and
blinded.
one is a little-ish
Uh,
damaged.
One of them is blinded and heavily damaged, and the other one is fairly damaged.
I also pushed him away.
All
from
right,
you a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
try Vicious
They don't have prone, so
Mockery.
it doesn't affect them.
Oh no, it doesn't put him
They
prone.
can be
It
pushed.
pushes 10 feet.
Oh, right, it got pushed away.
Yeah.
So there is only one that's blinded. You know the other one's coming, though.
All right, I'm gonna try Vicious Mockery on the non-blinded one and see how that goes.
Lysander, you shot the non-blinded one, didn't you?
Yeah,
That one
Oh,
is not.
it's not
visible.
blinded.
it's in a wall.
The one,
Alright.
the one that is near you is blind.
You push it into
Wait,
wall.
the one,
Nice.
Yeah,
the one that's
I
near
did this
me.
twice now.
is
Actually,
blind.
it's
Oh, okay.
The other one got
It's kind of
pushed
easy, they-
through the
they
wall.
like-
All right, I'll
You
try it
can't
on the
see.
one that's closest to me.
Okay. Wisdom save, correct?
Yeah.
And this is psychic damage.
It is.
Okay.
Is that a Bluetooth headset you have on, by
I
the
love
way?
how I'm asking her questions and you
I'm
answer.
sorry, I don't
Is that hurting your ability to learn the game, or is it helping
I've-
the flow of the game?
think it helps the flow.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, of course.
Oh, that's the
I
Skull
should
Candy model. I
work
didn't
harder.
pick up that one.
16
I picked up the other one that was
Against your
best
save DC.
Yeah, this is actually, it's
So
actually
I
beats.
fail.
Oh,
So
okay.
this was one of the non-cheap ones. But
As
it's
you
very
insult
high quality.
it seems
It's
to
really good.
not listen. As it shouts in a language you don't understand.
Okay. Can I
You speak Dwarves, right?
I do.
No.
No.
You speak Dwarves? You understand it shouts, come at here, you fucking interloper. Where's... Oh, she's over on the couch, isn't she?
Yep.
Can I give inspiration as a
You can still give
bonus?
inspiration.
All right,
This would
so
be
I'll
your
give one
last inspiration for battle.
to Bruce.
Sure.
Relaxel's sitting
this.
on the seat.
You always show up just when we need you. You're the best.
Who's my good boy? It's you.
Good dog.
It's you. I think it's you.
Somebody
Lysander,
gets a
Chicken belly
Scooby
rubs.
snack.
Lysander, you are
Very
a
inspired.
significant distance away. You can't fully see the battle.
I mean, I'm about 25 feet away if my distance is correct. I was 5 feet
No,
away
you
from the wall.
moved, and then you moved again. And when you moved again,
You ran towards me.
Sorry,
you
that
ran
is
towards
correct.
him into the hallway. Because of the shape of the room and where the battle's taking place, you don't have line of sight.
I was going to say, I could technically move the exact distance I did and get right back to the spot I was in by the doorway.
You could if you wanted to. I'm just informing you that right now, where you're
insane.
standing, you can't see it.
Okay, in which case, I'll move closer, ready in action to blast the specter that's going to come after her.
Okay.
That's going to come back through the wall.
Okay. I've
That's
been
my
forgetting to roll for resistance to blindness, and you've been forgetting to roll for concentration checks.
Ooh.
So
Call it a wash.
that's a 19. So it's no longer blinded.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Should I shoot at the one that's not blind anymore? Or should I do the hold action?
I mean, either way, you're going to shoot a
Shoot
spectre.
something.
I'm going to shoot the guys that
Shoot.
Like,
Yes.
well, it's its turn now. You've
Oh.
chosen to hold until it comes
okay,
out the wall.
that's fair then.
So one of them comes and swings at you. 19.
Yeah, that would.
Okay.
Damn.
I should have shot it.
Con save.
Oh.
Can you have a D8 inspiration? Is that what inspiration is at this level?
Yes.
12.
Okay. You resist. You only take 13 necrotic damage.
Okay, I'm knocked prone.
Okay.
Damn.
But you're not killed, which is the good news.
Yep.
If you lose all your hit point maximum, you die. As you fall to the ground, the other one comes emerging from the wall and is going to charge forward and take a swing at Keanoff. Take your blast.
Black blast.
Yep, so it pops out of the wall, and I need that die. So, one of them is going to be an 18, the other one's a 9.
Did you use your
The
inspiration?
9 will miss.
Already did. They will what?
9 will miss. 18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Beans.
You're looking for max.
Also, it's a lantern now.
It's going to be 9 force damage.
Trying to get through.
9?
Pushing it 10 feet into the wall again.
Okay. As you push it 10 feet into the wall, it still has plenty of movement to charge back out of the wall
Okay.
and target Keanoff.
Oh, shoot.
15.
Just hits.
Okay.
You reckless anyway, so it's.
Oh, it had his advantage. I would have had advantage
Oh.
anyways.
6, 12, 17. Con save.
Can I use my bardic inspiration?
You can.
You can do it after you roll, even.
You have to.
Oh.
You have to choose to roll before you tell me what your number is.
17. I'm good.
Okay. So you would take 9 necrotic damage. That is after the halving.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, you know very good. That's how Angus became a pitmaster.
Mm-hmm.
It is now Bruce and Jarlaxle's turn. There are two specters. Both of them look heavily wounded, like barely hanging on. Any attack will probably kill them.
Imagine we're gonna each kill one if we do this. If we do this right.
Jarlaxle's going to dramatically leap and say, "I will save you, Jasmine!" as he slams his blade.
If I was
attack whichever one.
conscious, I would roll my eyes.
His blade will hit. He is able to obliterate one. He kind of turns you and says, "See?" And you did.
I did 24 to hit and 12 non-magical piercing.
Half to 6. They had 2 hit points. You kill it. So you notice Jarlaxle obliterates one with a dramatic cry, which kind of draws your attention. You kind of miss when Bruce carves with the teeth, and the other one is dissipated. But as you turn back, you notice that Bruce is kind of sitting there, and there are no more specters.
There we go.
And at this point, you notice that the door you came in is open, and the door in front of you that Kenoff kicked open recently is open, and it leads to a hallway that extends 40 feet and then takes a right-hand turn. Do you want to keep exploring this thing?
Elf.
No.
Watch where you step.
I want to go lie down now.
Me too.
I'm not even listening to you insulting me.
It's not an insult if it's true.
You're resistant to psychic damage.
So Jarlaxle says, "Well, seems like you guys got in a little bit over your heads."
Almost lost him too. Speaking of which, good berry.
Very
Thanks.
tired.
Because you were unconscious.
Oh.
You were.
I knew I wasn't going to feed you. Well, I guess I could have warped out and give you a good berry.
Jarlaxle says, "I am so glad
Here.
that I am back in my home
That might have
turf."
been one of the ones that...
I think it was okay.
as long as you check.
It was just a little. That's fine.
Okay.
He kind of turns and he
Penicillin, anyway. So it's good for you.
Oh,
He turns and he gives you a scritch behind the
I'm
ears.
allergic
You
to
feel pretty good.
Good boy.
but yeah, I'm allergic to penicillin. That was a joke, I hope.
Yes, there are lots of things that
All right, what do you?
you probably shouldn't eat things with mold on them. I'm guessing then, but
Period.
not all mold is penicillin mold.
Everyone hates Lysander today, so what you're saying is I should eat things.
All right, what do you all want to do? Head back.
I'm heading back.
Yeah, heading back.
Yep.
Nope. Nope.
Stumbling
Follow
back.
them. I shrug.
Jarlaxle says, "I mean, what is dead usually protects something valuable."
That's correct, but I'm gonna go lie
He,
down.
he's saying that to Bruce as you three turn and walk out.
I kind of point a paw at the door and shrug my shoulders.
Launches 7
He
specters.
kind of
go
gives
after you.
a shoulder shrug and says, "Come on."
Okay.
And then the two of you are going to continue exploring and stunning.
I don't have any effective way to indicate, but I only intend to look in the next room. Is all I mean to do.
Okay. Well, right now I'll use the hallway.
Okay. Oh, didn't you say there's a door on the other side of this room?
No, that door's kept
The
open.
door's open.
And
So you're
the
looking through the
hallway
open door
extends
to the
past
hallway.
it
I see.
40 feet with the right hand turn. And Jarlaxle seems to indicate you and him should keep exploring.
I look back to you guys.
They've kind of turned
We
and started
were-
walking back.
We out.
towards
I'm not dragging my sword on
their
the ground as I'm
wanderlust
walking
has
back.
been curbed
Clearly.
by specters.
I follow him a little bit if he's walking. Yeah, if he's walking the hallway.
Yeah, alright. So the four of you, if you want to just head out on the porch for a little bit.
Actually, but I
don't wanna
run
go
up and I nudge you and I point to the lit up sword. And I go. I point at my tongue.
All
Jarlaxle
right,
says,
here
"No,
you
that's
go.
stupid. Don't do that." And he holds out a crossbow bolt.
I don't know what to do.
You could just
Got it?
pick up the giant sword and hey, you can cosplay as the Dark Souls boss.
Kind of.
Brought my sword from my cold.
I keep my,
fingers.
I keep it like just like slitted, just so I get enough light to see. But I'm trying not to fuck with him too
All right.
badly.
Would the three of you like to please get some distance?
We'll do.
So
Take a second to breathe.
Bruce can explain what happened in his own. And it might only be a matter of 5 minutes, depending on how long Bruce is in there.
Wait, are we going?
Yes.
Okay.
Or should you and I?
All right.
No, I have all my stuff.
Okay,
set.
there you go. Yep. So grab some frozen watermelon if you want. It's
Yeah,
in the
in the house, in the freezer, there's frozen watermelon. It's apparently delicious. And my mom wants it gone.
Get it out of here.
All right.
The Adventures of Drist. No, he's got a tiger. Is that the deal with Drist?
No, he has a panther.
Panther. Okay, close enough.
You can turn into a panther.
Yeah, it's true. Hang on. No.
I will let you freely transform into a panther to maintain your.
As much fun as it is, and as much as I appreciate it, no, Panthers kind of suck.
Yeah, I know they do.
Yeah, thanks though.
For the aesthetic was
Yeah,
mostly
yeah.
why I was doing that.
Yes. Yeah, if
And
I can make
also-
myself Blackford direwolf,
Oh,
you know.
there you go. So it extends 40 feet and takes a right-hand turn.
Okay.
Jarlaxle is walking down. He kind of peers around the corner. You notice he's kind of going stealth.
Yeah, sure.
Are you going to go stealth?
Sure. Yeah, I'll match him. Actually, direwolf's not bad at stealth. And I'll use my. I'll end up using Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
Hold on. That's not great. That's only a 10, so
Okay.
I'm not very quiet.
He's also not very quiet. He's kind of excited. As he rounds the corner, he kind of motions for you to close your mouth.
Yeah.
And he kind of peers down, and then he allows you to open your mouth, and he says, "All right, there's a door on the right-hand side in about 30 feet. At the same point where the door is, the hallway turns left."
You kind of point to the right.
He says, "Yeah, sure." So, as he moves up, he kind of stops and army checks and looks down the hallway. And he says, end of this hall, another door, and the hallway turns again. And then he heads over to the door and he gives it a light push. The door swings open easily. And he peers inside and he says, something's in here. And you move up, peer inside.
Yep.
You notice it appears to have once been a storage room. There's a lot of barrels that have a brand on the sides of them, written in a language you don't understand, as well as sacks that have heavily decomposed and whatever was inside has been taken out.
Okay. And I'll just sniff from it to see if I smell anything weird or interesting.
Go ahead.
That would be natural 20, so 27.
You definitely recognize that these barrels, at one point, contained very potent Dwarven whiskey. They probably won't taste very good, but they might still get you drunk. You also notice, and Jarlaxle knows this too, there's a door near you on the left. So, are you going to open that door?
I don't know if I can with my paws.
Okay.
You know, I'll point to it. So I think he's going to be doing most of the opening.
Jarlaxle clicks, and opens, and swings open. So, for perspective,
Yep.
over here was the entrance that you moved up like this.
Ah, yeah.
This is where you fought the specters. This is the hallway. That's the storage room. This is the door you're in now. As it opens, you can see that there is what would have once been the vague outline of a bed. Like the bed frame has rotted and the hay has been torn out. And it's all decayed. There's also appears to be what once would have been a table. Hardier wood, so it lasted longer, but the legs are cracked and the drawers are split open and the chair's gone. As well as a dresser that Jarlaxle seems keen on opening.
All right. Yeah, I just kind of watch just make sure nothing sneaks up on him while he's doing this thing. I'll keep glancing at him. I still don't trust him greatly, but
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
sure. Natural 20, 27.
So not only are you able to determine that nothing seems to be coming at you,
Yep.
and nothing seems to have gotten in the way, but you notice as Jarlaxle opens up the dresser, he spots something, and you watch him reach in and grab a hold of a bag and pull it out, and he kind of looks at it. And as he hears you go, "Mrr," he kind of turns, and he says, "You and me?"
I do a big swirl.
Everybody? Really? We don't know how much is in here. There might not be a lot. Think of how many drinks we could buy with this. Goody shoot. I thought you didn't believe in good and evil. He throws it in the pocket with the expectation that you will alert the rest of the party. At this point, do you want to continue down the hallway? Okay. So he turns, and you turn, and you walk down the hallway. You get to a door in the hallway which turns to the right. So you're kind of going south on the map. There's a door and the hallway. A narrow hallway. Not like the full 10 that you're used to, but like a narrow 5.
Okay. Yeah, so I gotta squeeze.
You do have to squeeze.
Yeah.
He kind of points like door or hallway.
I put it the door first.
Okay. So he goes and he tries to open up the door. Oh, hold on. I think I have something for him. He starts digging around and he pulls out. There they are. Lockpicks.
Yeah.
Clips them on his belt. He says, "These are drow made, so they're very good." And he reaches in and he starts working on the lock. as he's working, you can see he's very deft with his locks.
Got good at this.
And he's working those things back and forth inside the lock and trying to click it. But as he's working, he's like, "Damn it! I can't find that one spot." One spot where the lock kind of turns into a G. God damn it. Sorry. And he's working on it. He's like, "Damn, this might be... I mean, this is very hard. I can't quite get this."
I point back the other new direction.
Oh, down the hallway?
Well, or I also make a noise like I smack a paw against the... I look at him and I smack a paw against the wall, and then I point at the door.
He's going to make an insight check.
Yeah, sure.
He doesn't quite understand what you're saying. 13. Make a wisdom check.
Sure. It's only 12.
Only 12?
Not sure.
They're close enough.
I kind of move him aside and I kind of brace myself against the door, and I'm going to try and force it.
Okay. He gives as long as there's nothing inside, go ahead and give it a kick.
Okay.
Oh, that would be an athletics check.
Sure. So, Wolf's Athletics is a +5. 16.
16. All right. You give it a good hearty kick, but the door seems to be made out of something stronger than wood.
Okay.
It kind of buckles but does not break. And Jarlaxle kind of quickly looks around because it's pretty loud. He's like, I guess we're good. Go ahead and give it another.
18. But not much harder. Little harder.
A little harder. Go ahead and roll. Let's make this 2d6 and double it.
6 doubled to 12.
6 double to 12. Okay. The door cracks enough. Like, you didn't break the door down, but you opened up enough of a crack that Jarlaxle was like, hold on. And he's going to reach through and try and get it from the other side. And natural 20.
Nice.
He reaches through and he's like, ah! And he kind of pulls his hand back and he's got some, like, stone splinters in his hand. He's like, ah! And he kicks the door open. You can see that you're in a chamber 30 by 40. You are currently on like a raised balcony with stairs leading down on either side that then have like this inset area, maybe where like some sort of training or spectator sport happened. And so like, you're on a balcony, and then on the other side is another balcony. So you've got to see this card.
Yep.
Don't look at the treasure table.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And you can see that there are collapsed Dwarven and other bones
Yep.
in the room. All
Okay.
right, I'll take the card back.
Yeah, sure.
Jarlaxle says, maybe we should check that out.
Yep, I will pat down.
Yep. All right. So, are you going to pick through the bones?
Yeah. I'll take a big sniff, too.
Yeah.
If nothing weird happens.
Sure. Nothing happens to Jarlaxle if that was what you were waiting for.
Yeah, or the bones don't leap up and hit me, you know.
Well, they didn't do that either, as far as you know. How'd you do?
Oh, sorry, the perception check was only 14.
Okay. So Jarlaxle kind of kicks through the bones again, and he finds another, like, scattered coins that he puts into the pouch. So, let me just write this down.
Yeah, sure.
Where was it? Oh. Okay. So Jarlaxle kind of gathers up the loose coins and says, that's not bad.
I try to speak like I speak to Lysander with beach speech. I'm guessing his necklace doesn't do whatever. Speak with animals, I guess, is what Lysander has. But I'm guessing.
As you say something, he kind of turns, and he's smart enough to recognize what you're trying to do. He looks down at the necklace and says, only common. And he says, well, we're getting a little bit into dangerous territory here. How are you feeling? You want to keep going?
Yeah.
He says, all right. And he pockets the coins, and he kind of hops on you, and he leans in close, and he whispers, and he says, no one would have to know. I think it's think of what you could buy with it.
I make a noise like I'm kind of shaking him off, you know, if he keeps going.
Fine. I'm just looking out for your own interests. And you head back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them, or you got it?
I got it. I'm also gonna probably get some Doritos because I'm
Doritos.
I'm an idiot with a bad diet plan. All right, you guys can come back in now.
They're very super tempting.
You guys can come back in now.
Oh.
Not if you don't want to. Yes, we will force you to. You can leave. It's only consensual.
I think Ace and Ren should have fun together.
They might.
Ren needs a friend. Ren needs to be told how to behave.
What kind of dog is it?
Oh, he's Texas Healer, so he's a mix of a Australian cattle dog and Australian Shepherd.
Oh,
that sounds like a nice dog.
Yeah, well,
So these
They're
guys,
Shepherds are
smart
so these guys are
friendly.
laid out.
Okay, they just go to bed?
Cattle dogs are more aloof, I think.
This one's pretty
So
interacts with people.
after a
he
few,
likes Mike.
Yeah,
supposedly. Oh, there it is.
he does. You play good.
After a few minutes,
Oh boy.
if you guys are laid out, then Hoss, you notice Jarlaxle and the direwolf you recognize as probably Bruce comes riding.
Probably.
First,
We're not sure.
This first is a moment when an alarm goes off, when they have not yet emerged from the tunnel, right?
Oh wait, I thought you put that on the fissure out.
The
into
alarm's on the
wilderness.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, that's much smarter.
Yeah. Because I figured they were down the tunnel and we weren't paying attention to the outside.
Yeah, no, you were. That's much smarter than what I was gonna do.
So you watch as a direwolf and Jarlaxle comes riding back in after the three heroes come back and tell you of their harrowing adventures fighting dwarf ghosts.
And then morph back maybe to make it a little awkward on Jarlaxle to kind of try to make him stumble. I know he's pretty dexterity, but I morph back with no care as to whether he can dismount gracefully or not.
These are Bruce.
He just keeps his legs wrapped around your waist and kind of rides you down.
Oh boy.
So then you kind of fall onto your knees carrying this extra weight suddenly. And he's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll get off you." And he kind of rests his hands on your shoulders as he pushes himself up. He kind of gives your arms a squeeze, like, "I'm working out."
Maybe you guys were saying I was reading into that too much.
Yeah. Whoa.
So, Hoss, in all this time, go ahead and make another alchemy check.
Interspecies erotica.
You've had quite a bit of assistance, so you could have advantage on this check.
Okay.
Like, Bruce spent a lot of time working with you while they were investigating.
Right. 14.
14? Okay. You start to distill something that you're pretty sure is going to work, but it still needs some percolating. It's like,
We're getting closer.
yeah, you've purified it to a
Yeah.
point, but it's not quite there. It's
Gotta-
still a little
gotta
too
take
addictive.
time.
Yeah. And
Yeah. So you when they show up, it's like Hoss is being quiet. It's like, are you guys okay?
Jarlaxle says, "Never better."
Okay.
How will I
We
be?
even found a little money down there. Jarlaxle grabbed two
I-
pouches, I think.
I want money.
Well, I grabbed a pouch, and then there just also happened to be some loose coins scattered in a fighting ring, or maybe a training area. I'm not sure which. And yeah, grabbed those two. So we got a little bit of chump change. He kind of shakes one of his belt pouch.
How much
Great.
was it?
Oh, in total,
Sure.
kind of a paltry sum. It's only about 35 gold.
Okay.
Sounds
I
like
think every little bit helps.
It'd be like,
6 each.
yeah, it'd be
Not quite.
more than 5 but less than 7.
Yes. More than what? What'd you say?
More than 5 but less than 7. Because
Yeah,
5 times 7 is 35.
I can put it in the party.
Yeah.
Well, does he? Okay.
He could take a share.
Sure. No, that's the point.
So, all right, I'll take my 6, and so he hands over 28 gold pieces.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Sounds good. This is getting closer. Hoss says, this is getting closer. These guys, they're recuperating.
Yeah, it looks like they got tore up pretty good.
I had there's nothing to bandage, so I gave them some leaves.
You'd be surprised what you can
They're
do with
resting.
leaves.
Yeah. Well, I know. They're resting.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you guys whether or not you're asleep. I know some of you said you were going to sleep.
Yeah. I'm definitely.
Yeah, I'm
Just gonna lay down and moan for a while.
Yeah.
just gonna
Maybe just die in the corner.
Long
be in a
rest.
sleepy depression.
Long rest hasn't quite happened yet because you're still working through
Oh
the
yeah,
day.
it's been like what, 2 hours maybe.
I'd say closer to 4, maybe 6.
Okay. Since they.
Well, since
Total.
they got wounded? No. Since they got wounded, it's been maybe like 20 minutes. Maybe.
Okay. So they're like. So you guys were only done like an extra 20.
We only did like a
Well, yeah. And they were only,
Okay.
Laxel and Bruce were only gone like an extra 5.
Wow. Okay.
It was like 20 minutes of them exploring, and then 5
Wow.
extra minutes of them exploring.
We also came back
Okay.
at a much faster rate than they came.
Yeah.
They can only travel 60. I can travel 100.
Yeah, and Jarlaxle says that we didn't press our luck. We just kind of checked a couple doors, looked in a couple of spots here. We didn't finish exploring. We just
Yeah,
kind of-
there's more down there if we end up
Right.
wanting to go back down there.
Yeah, there's
tomorrow.
at least 2, maybe 3 other passageways that we know of.
Well, we may still be here a little while. So nothing better to do. Well, I mean, yeah. I'll
Getting to the
continue to
Underdark,
take the help that you guys are.
Finding the hobgoblin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, because like the hoss is like the hoss gestures to like the like the slowly boiling thing sitting over like a little what are little cans, like canned heat.
Sterno?
Yeah, like a little
Oh.
sterno thing. Is like it just kind of points to that, and because he's like this whole time he's just been sitting on the floor talking to you guys. He's like
Chilling. On my chemistry set.
The rain's still coming down outside of this point. Definitely by this point, it's been raining very heavily. Like while you guys were investigating in the wherever that was.
In the cave, in
Do we
the
have-
cavern, in the dungeon.
Yeah, the dungeon.
do we have any water flow concerns?
No, you're elevated somewhat.
Okay.
So it's mostly running downhill, like a little bit, kind of pulling at the end.
So wait a minute, a raining day, we're trapped inside, we have a task that's just not going to change. This is a clip show, right? We're just going to go back and talk about all the memories of our adventures and the greatest hits.
I mean, if you want to do that, that's your prerogative. Keanoff, I'm sure, would love to
Yes,
tune
catch
in.
him up.
But otherwise,
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a bard.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, she's asleep. but-
recap. Yeah.
go as a couple hours pass. Go ahead and make another check. Still with advantage. Now that Bruce has returned to help you.
Okay.
And
Poking it with various sticks and
after a minute, Jarlax
Glass.
kind of takes him away,
Copper
takes
rods.
himself
Also
away
leaves.
from the potion work.
Leaves and
He
more
kind of
leaves.
approaches you and he says, "I wonder if you and I could speak outside."
one of the two.
Yeah.
Kind of looks up and looks at everybody
Good thing you
and
had advantage.
Yeah.
I guess
So
7.
it blows up.
you damn near ruined
Yeah.
what progress you'd made.
Yeah.
Really spilled
You're
some
able to
dirt.
you're able to save it at the last second. Like, oh my god! And then you get back to
I
work.
glance over.
It's like, wait, this is salt, not sugar.
No, it's all about the base. It's all about that base. No travel.
You notice Jarlaxle, like in the hubbub, Jarlaxle kind of takes a step away, and he heads over and he talks with Keanoff, and the pair of them step outside.
Okay.
Outside the fissure. So
Take this outside.
yes, Keanoff, let's take this.
Okay.
outside.
Go ahead and attempt to see if this thing can run the VR.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's late.
Apparently my specs are damn good. It's just
Oh, hang on, let me get my shoes.
I have
So much packing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you have a trip
me too.
somewhere.
Yeah, when my parents are taking us and my brother's family up to the Adirondack.
Okay. So as you step out away from the rest of the party, somewhere between the shelter of the flame and the discomfort of the rain, Jarlaxle says, "I haven't been entirely honest with you."
Really?
Don't say it like that. It implies that I've been lying to you.
And
What's your sister's name?
out of character, I can't remember.
Did you come up with something?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
It's probably on my character sheet, but yeah.
You're gonna have to tell me because I didn't see it in our discussion. And he says, "I'm from the same world as Brigandareth, the people you're hunting, and I think I might be able to help you get her back. I won't say without bloodshed, because I'm certain you want it.
He sits up and he's more attentive now.
But perhaps without your own blood being shed.
And the price.
Well, a little bit of trust and good company would be nice to start.
You did save Jasmine, so...
I've saved everyone in this party at this point.
Well, I don't know if you saved me. I killed 3 of them myself.
Well, you're new, so I haven't really gotten to know you as well as the rest of them.
The druid seems to like you.
Yes. I think me and him are going to become fast friends.
I suppose. I don't know where I'm going, so I haven't... My friend hasn't been around, so
Well,
I don't know if I'll see him again.
I definitely know where I'm going once we get there, which I think will be very useful for somebody who's never been. And when we meet with Brigandareth, I can help negotiate to get her released. I've seen some of your skill with Blade, but I don't think you can take on 5,000 armed drow mercenaries by yourself.
I try.
You could try, but
A glorious death in the eyes of Bear.
wouldn't you rather rescue your sister? I assume you want her back at the clan, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not dying gloriously in battle and seeing her safely back to her clan, your clan, might be this better play here?
True.
Something to consider.
Assuming she's alive. If she's not, there's no point in going back.
Well, they're slavers, so they're likely kept something as interesting as a Goliath alive. And drow don't have a good name in this world. I'm trying to rectify that and give at least me a good name in this world. So I would be happy to help you with this, if it means that you would then help me earn a little respectability in this world.
He scratches his chin. Never met an ugly drow before, an ugly elf before like you. Can't say I've got much experience beyond what I was told.
You notice he is actually a fairly attractive individual if you don't look at the color of his skin.
He's never seen a dark drow or a dark elf before.
Sure. Just as a reminder, he's fairly sexy.
Well, Goliath prefer to hump other Goliath.
Okay. Continue.
Beauty in the eyes of the beholder.
Sure.
It was dwarf and human that I dealt with. Wasn't drow, as you call yourself. So I have nothing to compare you to the rest of them.
Well, then that means you should be able to give me a glowing recommendation if we ever come to town.
I don't like towns.
Towns don't like me, so...
Well, I go to town and all they want to do is arm wrestle.
You seem like you might like to drink, too.
I like ales.
And I can get you the finest of ales.
Marcus never mentioned drow ale.
Do we have an accord?
We do. His handshake's a little loose than it should seem because he's not feeling quite well, but
Okay.
he then kind of goes back and rolls himself into his cloak and goes lay there. He's not really sleeping.
No, but you're lying there, you have your dinner, you're sort of relaxing.
Dump truck. Half of the internet in 80.
So, Hoss,
Yes.
you recognize when the two of them come back, Keanoth kind of slumps over, but Jarlaxle moves up next to you, and he says your advice worked.
Ah, good.
Thought I had a
Yawn and put your arm around him while you're yawning.
Hey, buddy, come over here.
Does anybody want to do anything in the interim?
Nah,
I'm good.
You're still working.
yeah.
You cracked the riddle.
I mean,
I'm
if
asleep.
any of you need more healing, I'm assuming you checked and did whatever healing you could.
I did like first aid.
Oh.
I didn't do healing.
Yeah, I
So-
didn't use any spells.
Who's hurt?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Very.
But their hit point maximums are reduced, so.
Might be better to let me rest.
It's very taxing to like use actual magic, and if they can lie down, if it turns out they don't have time to lie down, they'll go my first thing. Well, second, I have to like count down these things.
All right. So, who's badly injured?
I got 2 hit points left.
Okay.
Damn.
Sounds like I'll use a level. It probably won't matter, but I'll use a level 3 healing word on you. I don't know what your maximum is, but
It was 55. Now it's 29.
10, 13
Don't
more.
forget, Jasmine, you are still level 1 exhausted, which means you still have disadvantage on all ability checks. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, okay.
Hoss, go ahead and make another check with advantage.
I'll use a
using
second
weapons.
level healing word on you. 7 hit points healed.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
And I'll give you a second level healing word.
3 and a natural 20.
Whew.
So 25.
Way to bury the lead.
8.
All right.
8 healed to you.
Awesome.
Is that a first level? Or
Another second.
Second level? Okay. So, Hoss, you, as the night begins to grow dim and you start to feel the exhaustion setting into your joints, you pull a potion away and you look at it. And then you look at everything you've been working on, including all the failed experiments over on the side and all the waste you created.
Mm-hmm.
And you look again at this potion. And you realize you did it.
Eureka!
After like 8 to 16 hours of working on this potion and nothing but this potion nonstop.
It's, it's probably the most interesting thing I've done with the skills. It's been a long time.
So you
Now I'm
created
mad scientist.
a neutralized potion of forgetfulness. Go ahead and well, you had the original potion, which has now been converted.
Okay.
You just put
Do I have
neutralized
the-
next to it.
Potion of kind of forgetfulness.
Well, it doesn't cause forgetfulness. It's just been like the effect and the addiction has been neutralized.
Ah, okay.
So
Wait a minute.
it's not a card. It's an inventory item.
Oh, okay.
So, wait a minute. Does that mean in this case it's just water?
No.
No.
Or it has similar side effects? I'm trying to figure out how exactly it's going to interact with her.
Well, when she drinks it,
There's
she'll
only
find
one
out.
way to find out.
Hoss
As we
says
kill
this should
Jasmine.
help her with her symptoms.
Hope so.
So, like, I once I've realized it's like, okay, this will do. I wake you up.
Hey.
So try this a little.
There you go, Dr.
This
Jones.
is only in moderation. But that's the only way it's going to work.
You can see that you have. So you hand over the potion to her.
Yes.
Okay. So in that case, you don't have to write it down on your sheet. You would write down neutralized potion of forgetfulness, 3
Okay.
charges.
3 charges. Okay.
And at this point, it is now time for everyone to take a long rest. As it says in the player's handbook, you cannot gain the benefits of a long rest within a 24-hour period. So the resting that you guys have been doing has been roleplay resting.
Right.
Okay, so
now
long
we're
rest.
Actual.
So now we are in actual long rest time, which means random encounter rolls.
Ah.
Okay. This one. 5.
Nice. And then Hoss goes into low
Oh.
power mode.
Yeah. So before I take my rest, I cast alarm again
Okay.
because it will have passed.
There we go. Okay. Your first watch goes uneventfully. Jasmal, are you going to sip the potion?
Yes, I will give it a try.
All right. You use one of the charges.
Okay.
As you sip it, you can feel like the memories are still coming back, but they don't break you from your sleep. So you don't get the benefits of a regular potion, but you have the ability to get some sleep tonight.
Okay.
Oh wow.
And your withdrawal symptoms have abated for now.
Can we save it?
Good.
Who is taking second watch? Not Jasmal, because she's asleep.
I'll take the last watch.
You take last? Okay, so who's taking second and third?
What if I get?
Jarlaxle offers to take one of
Okay.
them if you'd like.
I think we did save the picture.
Let him take it.
I'll have to check later.
You can take one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one.
Hey, Rose.
So does he take 2 or 3? He offers. What?
2.
Takes 2? Okay. Who is going to take 3 then?
I'm
Not-
taking last.
Not me. I'm out. No. You do not want me taking watch.
Fine, I'll take it.
Actually, you're awake for 3.
Oh,
This
right.
is really
Because you
sour.
transfer
I
one.
will
If you
been
transfer
rested.
1 and 2, then you would be
It's
awake for 2.
sour.
Okay. In
Well,
which case
that's
I'd be
fine,
fully
it's
rested.
water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. At that point, does my hit point reduction go away? Like,
We're not there yet. Jarlax's hasn't gotten through his.
Ah, crap.
So at this point, everyone's kind of asleep. Hoss, you are semi-aware. So as far as you can tell, Jarlaxle tells the truth when he says, leans over to Lysander, wakes him up, and says, "All right, nothing happened. The storm seems to be breaking, but that's
Okay.
about it."
Alright.
And it's your turn. You have gained the benefits of a long rest. Your spells are back. Your hit points are returned to normal.
I am alive again. Holy crap. I gotta get better armor or something.
Or we need more damage types.
I'm actually pretty sure if,
Although
I got,
was-
if I got heavy armor proficiency, it wouldn't actually affect spell casting if I understand it.
No,
If
it
you're
wouldn't.
proficient.
If you're proficient, it doesn't affect spell
So I could just be in a steel cage and shoot my arm.
The trick is just being proficient and being a weapon caster.
That is true. In which case, yeah, I'm taking my watch
D12.
and my perception, of course.
All the good heavy armors were a strength requirement too, though.
True. Oh, jeez. My perception is a 8. My roll was an 8 on the die for random.
Okay. Your watch passes uneventfully. You begin to hear the sounds of songbirds singing. Bruce.
Tweedledee.
A gentle.
Tweedledee. 26 perception, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, and also a D12 roll.
Oh yeah. Tweedledee. 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 12.
Roll me a D100.
The clock strikes 12.
Storm starts up again.
Nothing is.
04.
Okay. Where are my awesome charts? Ah, there they are.
The world is torn asunder. The conqueror returns. I don't know.
Mothra.
Mothra shows up, yes.
Mothra!
No, Gamera, friend of children.
Camera.
You said you rolled a 4, correct?
04. Yep.
Please roll me a D8.
Okay. That tells me how many D4s I have to roll. 1.
Okay. With your perception check, you are able to hear the sounds of. Oh, there it is. You hear the sounds of something moving about in the surrounding wilderness. From your perception, they don't seem to be getting much closer, but you kind of begin to catch the movement of humanoids through the trees. They appear to be very large, but kind of carrying themselves more hunched, like they're lower to the ground, like trying to move sort of stealthily.
Okay. I think I'll shift into giant spider and try and stealth a little closer and see if I can see what's going on.
Okay. Remember we had this discussion that the giant spider might mechanically be better at hiding, but if they see a small spider, they're not going to think anything weird about it.
Oh, that's true. I hadn't thought about that in a while. Sure. Actually, let's do small spider. I haven't used small spider in forever.
Okay. So you turn into a small spider and you start...
And I've already got my long rest, right? Because 6 hours already happened.
Yes.
Yep.
So you start moving closer.
Yep.
Go ahead and make a stealth check for the spider.
Yep.
And then go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. It's only a 9. Stealth. And then perception is... plus. My normal plus. Natural 20 for a 27.
Wow. Okay. How close did you want to get?
I didn't want to get very close. I just want to get a sense of what's going on, and just enough to figure out, A, certainly if they're coming our direction, but B, who they are is the secondary thing I'm curious about, but is less important.
Okay.
Plus watches and twitches as you pass through the alarm barrier.
Yeah. The funny thing is I technically didn't set off. I mean, the alarm is either silent or in your head, but
I didn't use the audible alarm.
Yeah, but a tiny creature also doesn't set it off, I think.
Doesn't it?
No, it's
Or it's tiny or larger? Or is it? It may be larger than tiny.
There's also the option, like, you can neutralize the alarm for friends.
Oh yes. I haven't cast.
well, I guess right. Unwanted intrusion, right?
Yeah. That's your option.
Until the spell ends, alarm alerts whenever
Yeah,
a
you could designate creatures that won't set off.
tiny or larger.
Yep, there you go.
So you could recognize a spider as being a threat,
But I know it's him.
but you know it's him, and you neutralized it to Bruce.
Yep.
When you said it. Okay. Retroactively, which I hate. As you move closer, you start like climbing along the trees and getting closer.
We can also say he's. Well, you.
I
were
mean,
conscious
I
at this
watched
point.
you go out.
Yeah.
You have a. You get a little bit further away from the cave than you're comfortable with, but you can still see it.
Yeah.
As you get closer, you can see that these creatures appear to be like demonic jackal creatures. One of them has a bow slung over their shoulders, and the other one's got a group of spears, like a pair of spears, one in each hand. And from what you can tell with your high perception, they appear to be hunting. And one of them kind of, and it turns and it looks directly at you, and it kind of like, and it kind of walks closer, and it's like eyeing you, and then it's like one big meaty hand kind of lands in front of you. Are you gonna pretend to be a spider and crawl onto the hand?
If it seems like a reasonable thing for a spider to do, I'm having a hard time picturing this scene. So
Walking.
He's kind of like.
I'm gonna try to pretend to be a spider. So yeah.
So he kind of puts his hand like in your path as you're crawling along. So it's like the spidery thing to do would be to keep crawling.
I see. Okay. No, then yes. Yeah.
So you crawl onto the hand. And he kind of pulls it up.
I don't know.
And he so.
What?
And the other one kind of turns and. And he's like. It looks like he was going to eat you, but then he kind of puts you back against the tree, and you crawl onto the
I
tree.
scurry. Yes.
And you're like, and then one of them kind of nips and like half bites, like get in line, and the pair of them go trouncing off through the woods.
Okay.
And you could continue to follow if you wanted.
No, if they're going away from the cave, I scurry back to the cave.
They're kind of like cutting, they're like not parallel, but very slowly moving away.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you head back to the cave.
Yeah, dude. That was an adventure.
What happened if he ate you and you unspidered?
Well, you normally appear in the closest unoccupied space
Oh,
if you occupy.
So you would have appeared suddenly next to them.
Yes, I might have been like my hand in his mouth all of a sudden, which wouldn't be a great position.
So this wouldn't be an explosive decompression situation. where it
No,
just kind
no.
of goes,
Some people make that house rule, but I think that's problematic on lots of levels. So.
oh, it really
Yeah.
is. Because then druids are the most powerful characters in the game. They just kind of walk into
Unless they
something.
get crushed on their way out.
Yeah.
That is
I wouldn't
awesome.
want to be taking those chances.
All right. You returned to the campsite.
Yes, and I morph back, and I kind of look a little sheepish.
Hoss looks at you questioningly.
Yeah, I said some stuff's moving around outside, but I think they're heading past us. There's something nasty looking.
Click, 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 click.
Okay.
Out of character, Paul, did you know what they were?
No, I don't know the demons well.
Okay.
So, some type of hell demon jackal head thing. Not a Hezra.
Yeah,
Hedrus. Those are the
Hoss's
frog ones.
eyebrows raise a bit.
Did it say something like, oh
If you
yeah,
want, you can
by
make
the
a
way.
nature check
Yeah, sure.
off of the description. You could make a nature check as well if you were
Oh,
interested.
sure.
'cause you
Yeah,
saw
that's true.
them.
I'm curious.
Did it happen at any point to say, kill Lysander?
22.
Fuck.
This is the one thing I pay attention to in class.
By the way, like, so when you pass through, I'm gonna say like Hoss does here, kind of like a discordant tone in his head. So he does kind of like when you do. It's just I'm aware.
Well,
that
then I keep jumping back and forth.
Well, it's just yeah, exactly. It's like I'm just aware that it's you guys in particular.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, when I say demonic, I mean that with like a lower D. And now that I'm thinking about it, I learned there's a certain type of creature called a gnoll. So, but they're jackal-headed things. They're just kind of. They're probably not actually demons.
They are
Hoss like just
they are forged out of the demonic blood of the demon lord Yenogu.
Oh, they are. Oh, the
Demonic
Paul-
origin.
Seriously?
I thought you were in quotes like it just looks demonic.
well, I mean, if you've seen a knoll, there's
Yeah.
nothing pleasant about them.
They're not demons. They have demonic heritage.
They're like infernal.
So that's why I
They're
said
like
it was like a-
tiefling-ish.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
I said
it's
he was
like
a
tieflings
demonic,
are more demonic.
Yeah.
a demonic jackal creature, because he wasn't. He was part. He like had a little bit of demonic, but he was also a lot more jackal-y creature.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know the monster manual that well, so that's interesting.
Cool, I surprised you.
Yeah, totally.
Everybody finishes their long rests.
Cool.
Hit points back, restored to maximum. Slots are back, spells are back, wild shapes are back, fighter abilities are back, if there were any fighters. And at this point, it's 9 o'clock, right?
Yep.
So I suppose it's a good place to end it.
Okay. I am still shopping around for that microphone. I'm looking seriously on the one that I sent you. I guess if I don't see any alternatives, if no one else has suggestions,
Yeah,
it's like a conference line mic.
Okay, that's good.
Like a
It sounds
conference
right.
phone
Yeah,
microphone.
it sounds right.
I'd understand if you can't. Scott, Paul, and Michael, if you could stay a little bit after, I want to talk to you about something.
I can hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say that.
How did you know?
Because every time I ask you, you say, I can hang out for like 5 minutes.
It's true. I always try and give at least a little time.
Yes. That was the game.
Yeah.
I was not expecting the mural I threw in there to take up that much time, but it was good, I suppose.
Well, we may go back in there. Actually, it might end up being more interesting trying to figure out if that goes down into the mountain, as opposed to traveling over the mountain, which has its own troubles.
You would recognize, because it was mentioned before, because you guys went in there, and Lysander specifically, Bruce, you would recognize that you didn't feel any different, and supposedly the Underdark does make you feel different.
Okay.
Lysander, you did not feel any different when you were in there.
Yep.
So you would recognize that at least this opening bit, not part of the Underdark.
Yeah. But I'm wondering, does it go through all the way through the Ash Mountain?
Like that was one question. The other question was maybe it leads into the Underdark.
Yeah.
So
Didn't feel that way.
okay. It's definitely not that. It might go all the way through to the other side.
Yeah.
To the other side. Sorry.
Break all through to the other side.
No, it was Greatest Showman.
Oh.
I really like that movie.
I haven't seen that yet.
Did you
I
see
want
the police lip sync challenge where they did the opening number to
No.
Greatest Showman? Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings about the whole police lip sync challenge thing, but this one was pretty solid.
Yeah, same. I have doubts about anything in that place.
Yes. If nothing else, it's like I appreciate goodwill and whatever, but it's like this is not exactly your job.
Peace towards men. I just realized
I'd be perfectly
the
fine.
drinks you brought. We didn't have any of them.
Well, the wine's not going anywhere.
Are you sure you're not going to take that home?
I mean, you'll probably finish it by the time you leave. Yes.
He will leave it if you'll use it, right?
Oh,
When are
God,
you
yeah.
leaving?
Yeah.
Exactly.
26th.
I have
26, okay.
like if I want wine, I have wine at home. Like,
Wine access achieved.
If I want booze, I have whiskey. So, and you got the coins, 28.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that what you said?
You said
He said 28. Yeah,
Yeah.
34
Yeah.
minus 6.
24.
Unless
34.
Jarlaxle lied, and now you're forgetting what you actually had.
No, I have it written here, but
Well, whatever it was, we ended up with 28.
okay.
That's what you had said.
And
Excursion into the dungeon.
Okay, Rose.
Scott, I'm sorry you already packed up your notes, but I was going to change the name from Selenka Pass.
Sure.
So if you just want to get that back out real quick to change it.
Charge for a little bit.
Selenka Fast is a nice name.
Yes, but it's a name that already. I wouldn't call a place Homer and then have you guys discover the Battle of Homer.
That's fair. Okay.
There's, I mean,
Like if they were completely unrelated to each other.
over in Oriskany, there's the Oriskany battlefield.
Yeah, but like
I know. I get.
they're far apart from each other and
Yeah.
they wouldn't be named after each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got a name?
Dope.
I like not that one. I like
So
the
not
other one.
Selenka Pass, but
No, it would be the the Dare Spires, Dear, E,
Dear,
E,
Deer.
Deare.
Oh, okay. Is it Deer Spires Pass or just Deer Spires?
It would be the Deer Spires.
Okay,
The spires are surrounding them as they fight in the valley between.
I see. I'll put the.
I love Barovia, but Barovia exists.
Yeah.
So, like, literally, players in my game have gone to Barovia. So I can't steal anything from Barovia and use it here.
Yep. Makes sense. It is a place.
Yeah.
So since I guess this is our last game in person, or at least for some of
Yeah.
us.
Well, it's a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we figured out it's been about 2 years that we've been playing. At least,
Yeah,
before.
I think your first session was either early or late August.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
I remember I came in around that point and then moved back out there.
It was the very first session was just me, Scott, and
Joff.
Riley?
Or Riley, yeah.
yeah.
Right. That was the very first session between you guys. Technically, the second year anniversary is in like 2 days.
Cool. Awesome.
And then I popped in shortly after.
And you popped in.
Because we knew you were coming, I think.
Let's see.
I'd already signed up for it.
Did we find you tied up? Were you already captured by someone? I can't remember.
Yes.
You were.
Yeah.
In the second session, you were beaten by the bandits that you'd gotten into a fight with.
Yes.
And captured. And then that's where you met Lysander and Dubin Stahl, the
Also
explorer.
captured.
Also captured. And then all of you broke out in the third session.
Yes, I had to figure out what
Because
could I
we
do.
all-
Oh, no, sorry. You broke out in the end of the second session, and then in the third session, you interrogated your prisoners.
Right.
Who then went on to become important political figures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inexplicably, yes.
Just goes to
No,
show,
but,
sparing your enemies is a good thing because
Yeah.
it makes me
We can
have more
explain
fun
it.
to play.
Yeah.
It's not inexplicable.
Explicable.
Yeah, you've been sparing bad guys all the way since.
Yep.
You started a long and storied tradition.
And look
Yes.
at how that's helped us so far. And Aaron's now drunk and... What's wrong?
Did you put the dungeon back in?
Yes, I just erased the dungeon.
Aww.
I mean, you can probably recognize them. There's only so many cards.
I'll be able to. I'll be able to recognize.
You should
it.
probably do it tonight if you can. Just
Yeah. But that was like I was like, all right, I'm gonna leave these out so I can write it down. I can get started on fleshing this out. And then I was like, okay, now I need to clean up.
Oops.
Thankfully, we didn't take too many turns or anything.
Yeah, and thankfully, Bruce came in with Jarlaxle because that was getting a little hairy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be a
Unconscious, low hit points, low hit
Yeah,
points.
I get the feeling that we ran into what was supposed to be reasonable for the entire party, and we came in with 3 people.
You're not
Maybe.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
We split the party.
when you were at second level, you fought 8 zombies
Okay,
and
yeah.
almost all died.
yeah,
That was
almost wiped
insane,
on
yeah.
that. Yeah.
That was supposed to be a very
Was that the one we were supposed to come back? We ended up backing out for a little bit.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
we did.
You almost died, and then Haas almost died from the skeletons in the next room.
Oh yeah.
So
Yep.
then you
Because we weren't sure if
left.
there's an infinite skeleton generator in
It's
that
like,
room.
you left,
You found a spawner
fought
like
the
in
goblins,
Minecraft.
and then came back, and then dealt with that. It was like, you're like, okay, we're gonna do this later.
Yeah.
That was
We need
supposed
a
to be a reminder that you can get yourselves in over your head. You don't do it often, especially with a druid, which makes it very hard to balance.
It's like we need a breather.
But it's a reminder that you can run away from fights. You don't need to fight all of them.
That thing will keep flattening out through about 9th level because my beast forms will have less and less relative hit points than AC. Is the only good news is.
Yeah, but then you get
It's not good
elemental.
news. That's
Yeah,
not, that's
yeah,
not good
elemental.
news. That's not good news for you.
Yeah. Well, but it's good for the whole party.
At that point, get air elemental or something and just phase through walls and crap.
or well,
Get all,
They're
all
very
of them.
porous
Why one?
Yeah, pick one.
Always,
yeah.
always.
Each time
yeah,
I can pick a
never
different
work.
one.
Oh,
then-
never mind. Yeah.
And then at 20th level, you have Infina.
Yes.
Infina
The only
chain.
thing that kills you is powered kill at that point.
It was really boring.
Wait, infinite hit
You don't-
pools?
We can wild shape every round and
Yeah.
re-up your hit points.
Bonus action.
Oh wow.
So every round you can bonus action into a new elemental form
Yeah, so it's like constant elementals, and they'll have about 100 hit points and a pretty high AC. So.
and resistant to non-magical damage.
yeah.
And of course, you can also regen your hit points by doing that by just
Yeah.
out-
Yeah.
You're not
There was
even
this battle royale with the players, about half the players from the Critical Role campaign, all of them level 20, and they all fought each other. And it was painfully obvious at like an hour and a half, the druid was gonna win because she could keep transforming into elementals, and the dungeon master had said like, okay, your resistances are magical and non-magical, so to damage her, you either have to work together or you're all gonna die, or you have to do like 200 points of damage to get her out of her elemental forms, and then damage the druid underneath, who had plenty of hit points to begin with. And at an hour and a half, it was fairly obvious that the best people who were likely to deal with that had been eliminated. The battle was 4 hours long. So that was 2.5 hours of watching an elemental just slowly beat on whoever was left while everyone else was stabbing each other in the back. It's like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah, the new advice is gang up on the druid if you're in the level 20 battle royale.
Yeah, and if you're not in a level 20 battle royale and there's a barbarian, gang up on the barbarian.
and or find the rogue.
And or find the rogue. But the rogue's a little bit easier.
Yeah, the rogue works off of other people.
Yeah. Or it works off of hiding. So
Also depends.
it might be something that you can leave behind and deal with those. You know the ones who were really curb stomping in those battle royales? The clerics.
Clerics are good in this game.
Clerics are surprise fighters.
Especially the ones that have martial weapon and
Yeah.
whatever.
The clerics dominated in every single one up until the level 20. At that point, the level 20, the druid one, and the one before that when they were like level 18 or so, an artificer who was working with the barbarian ended up coming right down to the wire where the barbarian was using his con save to stay at 1 hit point ability.
Yeah.
And they had this moment where the barbarian said, like the artificer was prepared to shoot him. Barbarian said, come on, hit me with your weapon. And so he ran in and did it. And that caused the barbarian to resist the blow. And he had counterattack. So he was able to make a melee attack with his reaction, but then when he hit him, that triggered the artificer's fire shield, which then hit the barbarian for fire damage. And so there was this like just single moment of like, and in that moment the barbarian needed like a 13 on the die, and he rolled like a 9. And so the barbarian died and the artificer won after they ganged up. After they ganged up on the druid who had polymorph,
Okay.
and she turned into an adult red dragon.
Oh,
But
man.
that could... Yeah, this is why whenever I see in movies, a character goes, oh, fight me man to man, no more weapons. You know what? Sure. I keep going, no, you fool, just shoot him. He's right there.
The only time
good
it
with
makes
weapons.
sense is in a political sense where, like, to not do that would be seen as dishonorable or weak. And that is the thing with chaotic creatures.
I suppose.
If you're ever trying to, I don't know, sway an army of hobgoblins to your side by challenging the hobgoblin leader to single combat, something to keep in mind.
So what you're saying
Because
is...
he's lawful, you're saying.
No, if he were to not meet your challenge, he would be viewed as weak by his soldiers.
And he'd have all sorts of brothers.
Yeah.
He said because he's chaotic, but aren't they lawful?
They are lawful.
Oh, they are lawful. So, but they're kind of like that mix.
Okay.
Like the
They're evil.
evil creatures are kind of, they rule by fear and dominance. So to be seen as weak causes them.
Yeah,
And that's part of the law.
Yeah,
I expected that when you guys fight.
But like that
I
also
expected
works
one
with
of
like
you to challenge
orcs
the,
and
the
regular
warlord to
goblins.
single combat.
Ah.
But you didn't do that option. You gave what you wanted instead.
I didn't even think about it. I should have done that. I'm pretty good at combat.
So that's something to consider.
Oh, he had 2 iron.
Just
iron
generally
shadows in the
chaotic.
downstairs.
You
Yeah,
can
he
bend the will of
attacking
chaotic
guys.
creatures and evil creatures by manipulating them.
You can play diplomacy,
Mm-hmm.
I love diplomacy.
which is what I tried to do and failed horribly with my patrons. Multiple.
Well, no, it's just
I mean,
you had some.
you're
They got
still
wise.
around.
Somehow, yes.
You're still around, so it didn't fail.
The Fae knew what you were doing, and the Fae was like, "You're trying to get out.
Have fun with that.
Here's the new deal." And then the demons were like, "You're trying to get out? Well, then we're gonna kill you."
That's the old deal. The old deal still hasn't expired.
Result of the deal.
Again, I checked the first contract and there was nothing about my soul or staying in indefinitely. I could leave whenever I wanted.
Doesn't mean they-
I deliberately checked for this. I remember.
Do you want me to retcon months of gameplay?
Well, no, remember, I actually had a call with you specifically to talk about that.
Yeah, but that was with Oberon.
No, wait. No, I'm talking about the demon contract thing.
I know what you're talking about. The demons were all on the porch. No
Yes.
recording.
Sorry, yeah. Wait,
Oberon was on a phone call with also no recording, and I have
wait
bad
a
memory.
minute. Wait, you're saying you didn't record the demon thing?
No, it was
Or
before
the
I started
donuts?
recordings.
God damn it. Well, now I feel like an idiot. I could have forced you to record it, so we had an actual thing. I could just pull it out of my
recordings
pocket.
recordings weren't a thing in the
They're
game
relatively
yet.
recent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
And that tells you how old that deal is.
Yep.
Because I didn't record it.
Yep.
It was like 6 to 12 months ago.
Although then again, you did bring up that I made a second deal afterwards,
Mhm.
so yeah, I kind of screwed myself. Point is,
And lawful doesn't mean they always follow the contracts always under all conditions.
no.
Well, I mean, there could be following the contract, but also, like, it's like, okay, contract's fulfilled. You're a person who we have a hard feelings toward.
they can kill
Hard
you.
feelings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're trying to kill you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they almost succeeded with a Deathlock Mastermind and 2 Spine Devils.
That didn't really work out somehow, even though they really should have killed me.
Well, I mean, there was an entire group of people.
A large
Thank
group
you.
of people working for your benefit.
Yeah.
By the way, that Deathlock Mastermind you fought, roughly comparable to the Lebrezu you fought in the Death House.
Holy crap!
So ready to take out Glabrezus.
Okay, so we can
Well, you
fight them
did
as
take out a
regular
Glabrezu.
encounters now.
Oh yeah, we did win
Before-
the fight. Yeah.
Before you had the help of the Revenant,
wasn't a
this
regular
time
encounter.
you took
It was
it
difficult.
pretty much head on
Yeah.
without
Fair, if we
much
destroyed
assistance.
the Spine
And it had
Devils,
some
whatever
minions.
those were,
So, you know,
Did we still fight
defeat
party
them
members?
first,
We
we'd have
didn't,
to
so we had to
deplete
fit
his
party
firepower
power.
by
Right.
What?
Right.
60%.
Did we,
Right.
when we fought
I
the
mean, I was looking at
Glabrezu,
the
the
idea
Revenant
that, like,
was
they
effectively
would
the fifth party member?
No, you
go
also had
away
Joff.
If we
Joff,
took
okay.
him out.
That's what I was thinking too. But then again, I fell down.
This game was 4 players, then Jazz Maul joined, and then they swapped.
We've pretty much been fifth 5 since then. Okay.
Yeah.
And now we have a 6th DM NPC who's actually kind of cool.
And that one will remain my NPC. When you guys get a little bit further, there's somebody I want you to meet, but
He's still pretty much an NPC. He's not an NPC. He's just on our side.
I know.
he's not like a character.
He's not a player.
He's certainly-
He's a non-player character.
Yeah, he's certainly
He's just
plenty
an
of
import.
character.
He's just a non. He's the import.
I just
He's
hate the idea of
sucking up
actual
XP.
DMPCs, so
A little
glad
bit.
he's not actually one.
He takes a cut.
I cut the XP.
Yeah, as they do when you have somebody aiding you.
'Cause it's
They
an
take
ally.
they take a share. Like they don't take a share. I don't keep track of their experience points because that would be like a player character.
But split more ways.
It's split more ways, and like after a certain number of battles, I'm just like, okay, you
saw
get a
victory
power
dance
upgrade.
happening
So like those
there.
bandits you fought with CR Quarter, after they survived a battle with you, helped you at the battle of the graveyard,
So,
and then
Angry Birds.
done another thing with you, I basically bumped them up to a
I
level
believe that
1
mentions-
class.
Flossing over there.
So they then had like racial abilities or like class abilities. Then Surviving the Shield of Orlane, level 2.
Awesome.
Because that was a big fight.
Angry Birds
Yes.
is when
That's very cool.
you have 3 birds into ours,
Anyways,
and you pull one.
thank you so much for joining me at the
you
table.
try to kill
Of course.
Uh,
the
hopefully we'll see you in a couple of weeks when you've got your setup down there and we can
with the
Test
My
our
brother's
streaming.
giving me his laptop, which is definitely better than Chromebook,
Good.
so
Well, there
that
you go.
will be helpful, I think.
and Lysander's got lots of equipment that he can
yeah,
help hook you up
he'll
with.
figure
I
it
think
out.
you're the AV
Yeah.
tech for the apartment,
I've
right?
got plenty. Speaking of which, we'll have to talk because I'm guessing I'm going to drive you back.
If you don't mind, yeah,
No
that'll be
problem.
awesome.
You just
And,
talk about apartment stuff anyway.
So the next
Cool.
session
Mhm.
will probably be at Scott's house if that's okay.
That's fine.
Because then it's just 2 setups. It would be theirs and yours.
Yeah,
and that's
that
a little
sounds good.
simpler. I'll get you the address, and that's probably where you'd be meeting going forward because he'd be the Cortland branch, there'd be the New York City branch, and they'll be the Trinity branch
Nice.
St. Vincent.
with our conference call. Yes,
You take same time
You
zone.
okay?
I'm in the same time zone. Yeah, it's pretty much. As far as I'm aware, it's pretty much just straight down. But yeah, if you guys want to head out, just
Bye, Michael. Thank you for
Bye.
bringing me in. I had no idea what to expect when
Well-
I randomly messaged you, but
hey, it worked
I didn't
out.
expect it would be quite this awesome. So
Oh, good. I'm glad it was awesome,
it's been fun.
and I hope Jarlaxle
You guys helped me
continues to
get
get on your
through
nerves.
the crazy
You
of
had-
grad
you
school
had
for
tons of other
sure.
stuff.
Yeah, we were about to have
We are happy. to.
Noah,
Glad to have been a part of this for so long.
It was.
Glad to continue.
It was very fun to.
and this isn't the first time we've had to
So you got,
go
are you guys
dig.
sticking
So
around to
we have some
I'm assuming
experience with
something
this.
technical,
Yeah.
but
I still love how, when I think about it, yeah,
Thanks,
I've
guys.
been digital, I've been here
So
in
fun.
person, I
Yes.
swap
You
back
guys
and
are all
forth.
welcome to come visit in New York City.
we should do it in person at some point.
Yeah,
you know?
come down. You can crash
Yeah.
in our new home.
Totally. I have a couch that folds out.
I love
That
road
was-
trips.
Yeah, that was the
God,
thing
you're so
when
lucky.
It's
I
not a
wish,
bad drive
I'm
either.
jealous.
It's like 4.
She's going to be heading to New York City. So
Or
that was the thing.
It's not Boston.
If
It's
the,
5.5, 6
Yeah,
hours.
miss you.
I've done that before.
I get towards the city and I curl in the seat and close
We'll
my
still have
eyes.
the games,
and I
but she'll
don't
be
do well in
straight.
traffic.
I'll say bye to our new person
If
too.
the
Yeah, it's
Don't have
awesome.
too much
I look
fun.
forward to learning about Bear.
Bear is always good to learn.
I was creating a barbarian with Michael for our other thing, and I was going to go into the bear thing. So,
Oh, it's so much
I'm
fun.
very
Yeah.
interested.
if the digital thing doesn't work out, or during the breaks when I'm home from Trinity, I was considering like you guys driving up from New York City or us driving down to New York City, just making a big road trip out of it because I'll be back in Homer for 2 or 3 weeks, which definitely overlaps with at least one game.
Right.
Totally.
So-
And
That
I'm
would be
happy to
super
drive.
That's
up.
possible.
There's a reason I'm keeping my car.
nice.
7.
I'm
I'd
not,
be up for it.
but I have lots of friends who have cars.
Yeah.
We can definitely find
I
it's
see.
not kind of small quarters where we are, but we will make space for
Yes.
as many people as want to come visit.
We'd probably get a hotel room, me and Alex, and we'll drive with whoever. But
Yeah, Alex
so,
has
so you wouldn't
say
have
bye to Alex for me too.
Yeah.
And you guys are of course welcome to come down
You wanna
too
just
if
run
you
it?
want to like
Yeah.
come hang.
Digital stuff should work, and partially, at
No.
least on our end, because it's something I gotta talk to you about.
Alright,
Yes.
But
Yeah, good
It'll be
Yeah, totally. But I've been glad to play with you. Yeah,
this has been great.
very fun.
and
Bye, Rose. Enjoy your pancakes
later.
tomorrow.
Cheers, man.
Noah and Theo,
Yeah.
with this upcoming digital stream, when we're testing out this one-on-one, make sure to like point out if you don't feel like you're getting enough screen time, because that is a concern that can happen when you're digitizing.
I was considering setting up because I can with my computer audio setup. I can route the audio such that I have an audible ping noise I can activate to annoy you guys if it's
Either way works, but just if people are in person talking too loudly, they cannot recognize that a digital person is talking because of a little bit of overlap. So I just want to make sure that you guys get your screen time when you feel you need it.
That ping's actually not a bad idea because I've seen that exact thing happen where people in digital just don't.
It's a
we're over here. Hello.
Yeah, it also doesn't have to be like a digital ping sound. I can turn it into like a sword clang.
Yeah,
but something to get our attention though when you're not able to.
It's a bigger problem when it's one person Skyping in, but I definitely recognize that it is a likely problem, and I want to make sure that we have a way to address it.
Yeah, I use it in his campaign. I'm playing a Warforged who's very, very soft-spoken. So I make like a little walkie-talkie. What do you think?
Somebody stoked the fire again. He's losing his burn.
Letting off a little steam.
I had to deal with some very loud players at the thing yesterday. So what I would just do is I would like raise a hand, and because they're kids, they recognize that me doing anything like this is them their cue to stop talking, and it works.
You didn't have to flip the light on and off.
No.
Yeah, Renee said you did a great job. So that's pretty cool.
It worked out all right.
Like practice sneaking around and going through obstacles.
When are you guys like early Friday?
My plan is early Friday.
Early Friday?
Good luck. If not that early Thursday, my dad keeps putting in the dates he's available.
That's annoying.
I'll figure it out. Either way, I'll be at
Just be packed and ready to go earliest time, right?
I'm pretty much ready aside from furniture.
Nice.
We've all gone through like first aid, so
See you at the next game.
A lot of
I'll get you all. There was a lot
few of them, you know,
to go through from the last session. That's why I didn't get your experience. I got to the end of the Deathlock fight while I was stuck on a lake for an hour and a half. It was like, next is dinner break, then we start getting into the rest of the random encounters, and that's where all the rest of the experience is hidden. So that's why I didn't get it to you, because it was a lot to go through.
I figured, and this is the shortest break we've ever had between games.
Yeah.
Double-length game and then 5 days, so 6 days or whatever.
She said she knows Mountain Dew.
I will get you all your experience from the last game and this game going forward, and I will double check. I don't think I wrote my notes for last game. I was just running at the top.
It's super fun. We just like
we may or may not level.
Reminder. If you reach the threshold for leveling going forward, specifically to the original 3, you do not automatically level. You need to take a long rest in a safe area. Typically, like the term used is town. It is not specifically town. It is a safe area that you are like protected, have a little bit of like social interaction. The idea is you have to, if you're in a dungeon, you have to head back to town, which forces you to interact with the NPCs at town. But right now, since you're not anywhere near any sort of civilization, there are opportunities for you to checkpoint, essentially.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, if you hit that threshold, you don't automatically level. You just get yourself ready to level going forward.
Okay. And we keep gaining XP in the meantime?
You do. It doesn't, you don't like cap. You keep gaining it, it just doesn't.
I've played games before that are like, and then you cap until you level, and it's like, no, please don't do that.
That's rough.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. It might be useful to get them closer to you guys' level, but no, you continue to gain experience points.
Gotcha.
It just doesn't click. Because you're still gaining lowercase experience. You're still fighting monsters, uncovering traps and stuff like that. So you still gain the experience. It just doesn't happen. Okay.
Cool.
That was the big thing.
All right. Bye, guys. This
Bye.
was so awesome.
Safe
Hope to see you all
travels.
in person again soon, but
this
for sure digitally.
So long. Been good to know you.
You'll continue to know us just from afar.
Don't be a stranger.
It's a song.
I know.
It's only 4 hours. It's almost nothing.
Saying goodbye.
You can put shoes on if you want.
Then we dance for the next 10 minutes.
What did you guys think of the good berries? Were they delicious?
Later, guys.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye, Rose.
They were berryish.
Yes.
I kind of take your point that it would be. It's the funny. Certainly, eating the same thing every day would be no fun. But it is a good question of somehow are the good berries magically delicious enough that you don't get sick of them? But I love the conceit anyway.
Yeah. I don't think they do. Like I'm not saying don't make good berries. I'm just saying from a roleplay perspective, just like a soldier gets sick of hardtack and wine on the march, you would very quickly get sick of eating a good berry or 2 good berries for the entirety of the day.
Yeah, I like his role-playing flavor. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not going to mechanically punish you because it says like it fills you for the day. But if you get sick of it and you get desperate and you happen to be at a place in the Underdark that has some pretty good food, you might tear into it a little bit faster than you would normally.
We have rations, and like my idea of rations has evolved as as I've grown up. It's like we have a big bag of oats and a bag of salt, and
just like a Roman soldier. They got the big bag of oats and a small bag of vegetables and meat.
Yeah,
and
like,
salt.
We have
Dry
things
stuff,
we have things to mix with heat and water.
Yeah. So the thing I wanted to propose is tomorrow or next week's not Vampire, right? Your Vampire game's on the 24th.
Yep.
Which doesn't the 24th conflict with my game?
It shouldn't.
No, yours 3rd and 17th.
No, today's the 10th.
No,
Oh, wait,
No, today's the 3rd of August.
Oh, okay, sorry. So 17th, okay. So next week is the 10th. I don't have a game on Friday. I don't know what your guys' schedules are like. I was wondering if you wanted to do like a hangout thing / work on the setup, maybe play some board games, that kind of thing. I didn't want to offer it to them because they're not going to be here.
I'll still be the Adirondacks, so
Okay.
I'll take a pass.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm definitely not going to be at the 17th. I have my Fish Weekend Festival starting Friday night, so I
Okay.
won't be here for that day.
All right. If it's okay, I'll press on without you.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, 17th.
Yeah.
And then we'll be doing like digital stuff anyway. That'll be a chunk of the session because I imagine unless we like practice ahead of time, it's going to be a lot of like, okay, we'll put the mic here, we'll put the mic on this hockey puck. My table is a bit bigger than this, but it's like ovoid. And the mic I was looking at it's a professional conference room mic.
You were mentioning.
Right. So it's like a USB thing. It is like 200 degrees, right? So it's what I figure is we'll have the computer set up on one side and then the mic, and then we'll be like this, so it captures.
Yep.
Now, concerning you for like Cameron's game, if he, if because he seems resistant to the idea of like online stuff.
Sure.
But anyway, if we manage, we'll figure out a place to put the mic where it's because it's not like you can't hear someone that's on this side of the mic. Like if putting that way, it's not like you can't hear someone on this side.
Yeah.
It's just we'll figure it out, make it work. The other advantage to that is because, well, my dining room is like adjacent to the living room, and Rose does stuff during the game, but like sometimes she'll have the TV on low. So we can adjust where the mic's pointing so it picks up as little of the living room sound as possible.
Oh, sure.
And apparently, like, I don't have it yet. We'll figure out how to fiddle with the levels so it sounds good. But yeah, a chunk of that the 17th session will be doing that, trying Skype, trying Google Hangouts, Discord, whatever people want to try.
What time would you be available at your house to try and get as much of that done before we have to start the session?
So usually probably 5:45. Because usually I get home from work and I get stuff together as quick as I can to come over here.
Okay.
So there's not a whole lot of like lost time.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also going to be here earlier in the week too. So I imagine the mic, like I'm probably not going to order the mic until the end of this coming week, just because I don't want it to get here when I'm not at the house.
Right. Sure.
Plus, that gives me more time to like look around because this, if I'm going to spend like $80 on a mic, I want to make sure it's the best
A good
one.
mic.
Yeah, and if you want us to chip in, also I'm happy to. I don't know if you have other uses for it, but if you don't, I'm happy to throw you some money for it.
We'll think about it.
Okay, let me know.
I just want to make sure we get the right one. I mean, there's always like we try it doesn't work, you can send it back, or I'll figure out a way to try something else. Yes, first one.
And have we decided if we're going to use Discord or Hangouts or what?
We hadn't decided. Discord. I know Noah likes Discord.
I've used it. It seems good too.
I don't know if it has video.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So that's.
I think they're working on having video, but it's not there yet. Hangouts I like, but it doesn't have the same built-in noise-canceling filters that Skype does.
Sure.
So my preference is leaning towards Skype if we can.
Yeah, we can try both.
Yeah.
Because it could be that having a good mic on my end will make the experience better.
Ow.
And one of the reasons I didn't want to do a full digital on this upcoming session is because my internet is absolutely atrocious here, but I'm assuming my internet will be a lot better when I'm actually down on the island.
Yeah.
Because it'll be in the depths of like, I won't be so far away from a router. I'll be like in an apartment complex.
Well, you said in 2 weeks you wanted to try to do my place, right?
Exactly.
I figured that included you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't want to do like a full setup, me here, you there, them there, because my internet is bad here, and I know it could be a problem. So I want to do it at your house for this session, and then get down there and get set up and deal with that.
And I should have enough
Oh,
bandwidth
no,
where we
drowning
can even mess with, like, once
means
it's
you
working in the
died.
dining room, you
You
can
got-
go in
you
the
got
living room
swamped with
on,
water?
like, with a headset and your phone and join as another person
So see how it handles
to
3.
do multi-camera.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, like, even if you don't have, like, a headset mic, I've got a mic. I have a headset mic that you could use on your phone
Okay, yeah.
to isolate yourself.
Yeah, that would work. That'd be a good testing thing. If you could you send? If you could post your address either in the
I'll put it
Facebook
up.
group or the group chat.
I'll put it on the Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you guys tech-wise haven't found out. My experience with doing digital has all been on like,
iPads. And,
no, it's all Fantasy Grounds, and we used Ventrilo. What we did for our voice chat. So
Yep.
that's what I've used for. World of
Ventrilo
Warcraft,
is good, but, like, we want to
I've
also get
got
the
no-
video.
Yeah, and I think Hangouts I think Skype is probably going to be your best bet, honestly, because
yeah, Google Hangouts and Discord are getting there, but Skype, despite its complaints, is still one of the better
It's been
ones.
around a long time.
That's why Dice Camera Action uses it. Critical Role uses it. Like lots of streamers will use Skype. Mostly Walking uses it.
Does Twitch use Skype? Is that what they do for the background? I thought they.
No, they have their own.
No.
Yeah.
If you have to do like like a lot of this stream, like I mentioned Dice Camera Action specifically because it's the most obvious one
They'll put it together
on Skype, and then
Skype, and then put onto.
and then one.
That's
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Like I think the way they do it is like one person's Skyping into the call with overlays, and that person is a dedicated like Twitch broadcaster, whereas everyone else is running off of their
That makes
computer
sense.
or cameras or
They,
whatever.
they have like a caster,
Yeah.
like a caster setup that's
Specifically
like
for
consolidating
Twitch.
everybody's.
Yeah, but yeah, Skype is, I think, our best bet for something like this.
do we know
We'll see how it
how
goes.
they're doing it? Are they doing it
We-
two
we-
of them to one camera, or are they using separate cameras for
It
each of them?
sounded like since Fio's getting her own computer, they might try and do it separate computers.
Can you do multiple video chats on Skype like that?
I
have to.
have done it.
We'd have to because he'll eventually be done. stopping.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I don't have a lot of experience.
Google Plus has been doing that for a long time, but Skype apparently added it at some point. So
Oh, okay.
Skype had the feature. I remember using the Skype feature when I was doing a game with a friend out in Chicago. She was bringing in a friend from Texas.
yeah, I just think of Google Plus automatically because that's the first one that really had the multicam
Yeah.
thing going.
The only thing I can contribute at this point is I've got extra hardware that
Yep.
can be used, like extra monitors and stuff if you need to set multi monitors. But
We'll see because like I got a monitor I got from work that we can use as a secondary. The problem is seems like we'll see how it goes. It seems to shut off after a few minutes. So you just need to turn them on and off again to get going again. So it'd be a combination of my laptop and
She's okay.
I mean, the other option. I mean, like I said, I've got
That's
two
when we join
Acer
emergency room,
19-inch
something.
DVI monitors. So
Yeah, so
if they're not being used, so
Yeah.
they're more than.
no, it could be that like that'll be a thing you bring over when you come over.
That would be
We'll
fine.
Plug it in.
I mean, hell, the other option is I've got a 32-inch TV. That's just sitting in my bedroom that nobody ever uses.
There's
So.
a small
Okay, Rose.
chance I'll be doing something.
Choose
But
that?
right now, I'll check with the buddy who was vaguely talking about doing something, but I suspect I'm free. I'll let you know.
Okay, cool.
Scooby snacks.
And something that will choose. So in 2 sessions, it'll be. Oh, thank you. I really need to vacuum more frequently than I do. Those are airsoft pellets. If I get bored, I'll shoot a target.
It works.
Is there like a garbage bag over there?
Yeah, right over here.
Thank you.
The next session will be on a Friday. It'll be in 2 weeks. It'll be the Scott House, and then after that, I will be moving down.
Right.
And while I'm down there, I might take the next session off.
Okay. Well, you got to get everything.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
To get set up, to make sure everything's all vegan kosher, and then figure out what my schedule's going to be like. So there might come up a moment where we have to change schedule. I know Theo was leaning away from doing Friday games, and I know Michael and Paul are both very busy on Sunday evenings. So there might be that we have to transition to like a Saturday in the morning afternoon, or Sunday morning afternoon when we're not conflicted with Cameron's game. So just keep an eye on your schedules to figure out what days of the week will work best for you.
Okay.
Because we might have to change.
I mean,
Like,
for
so-
me, yeah, go ahead. You were saying-
Well, I was going to say, like, some Saturdays could be fine. Like, as long as it's not, like, every Saturday.
Yeah.
I could probably do that.
Yeah, my leaning was like 10 a.m. to noon or 2-ish on a Saturday every other week.
I mean, that,
Maybe.
yeah.
Because the thing is, like, that's my day to do things with. Saturday is my day to do things with Rose.
Right.
So that's iffy.
Yeah.
It'd be better on a Sunday morning personally than a Saturday, but that's just me.
And like, I know that Scott likes to go to church.
Yeah. We
Oh,
go-
sure, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So it's like Scott likes to go to church on Sundays,
Sure.
and he already has the Cameron game. Theo's leaning away from Friday and Saturday evenings. You guys are leaning away from Sunday evenings.
I know Sunday's the only day I really can't.
Yeah.
But I mean, coming towards winter months, Saturdays wouldn't be a problem. But
It's
Who
it's
knows-
also the she
Who
works.
knows if the Cameron game will fall apart?
so it's something to keep an eye on, and it might be that Theo kind of wants to keep one of those days open, but she might like not be committed against it. She might be like, "Oh, digital's working out okay. Let's just keep doing the Friday thing. We'll see how it goes going forward."
Sometimes maybe a group chat or doodle poll or something.
Yeah. The reason I'm mentioning it now is just so that way you start thinking about it. It's not going to become an issue for at least another month, maybe longer.
Okay.
Michael, or rather, Noah left his stuff in your freezer.
See you Sunday.
Pick it up.
Okay. Yep. See you Sunday.
Good evening, guys.
Have a good evening. Michael, how are you liking the game?
I love it. It's
Working
great.
well?
Yeah, it's great.
How did you like your first proper rage fight?
Oh, I
where
loved
you almost
it.
died?
I held up pretty well, dude.
Yeah.
I did damn good. I'm excited for level.
You just started.
Hey. Yeah, I do kind of the opposite. Not the opposite of what you were saying, but if they can fortify a place in the dungeon, I let them level. Because theoretically, in this situation, they don't have a choice. If they have to level or to be able to deal with what's coming up later in the dungeon. But it's out of. They can't level until they get out of the poison.
Part of that comes from forcing interactions with town to make the NPCs.
Yeah.
It makes it more likely for them to care about the NPCs. Didn't really work out, but it did give them the opportunity to rescue a bandit who then turned around and helped them in a major crisis. So it kind of worked out. The other benefit, it keeps their level capped for like a little bit, or at least gives you a warning that they're going to level. So if you're doing a homebrew dungeon or you're running module, you can recognize, okay, they're about to get a moderate spike in power from like 2nd to 3rd level, or they're going to get a massive spike in power from 4th to 5th level.
Yeah.
Like cantrips go up, proficiency goes up, you get easier
Multi-attacks.
Multi-attacks.
Yeah.
So it's like
you guys.
it gives you the heads up that okay, they're going to get a power upgrade. Flip, flip, flip. Okay, let's add 2 more of these. Let's change these into that. Let's make this a little bit more deadly. It's like it gives you an opportunity to make the dungeon fit that way. And it also gives you the opportunity to be like, oh, they've left the dungeon. So now those goblins that they didn't deal with at the beginning, well, they procreate, and they now they've taken over part of the dungeon that you cleared.
There's other things to play with.
Yeah, so it's something I like because it gives it has so many benefits with so little downside. And narratively, like I don't go full. You need to go home and train for a week with a master swordsmith to be able to level up. I don't go full that, but it still narratively helps to put a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah.
Between fighting ghouls one day and then fighting ghasts the next day. That's also why I do downtime, because then you have to you're not having like one summer of fun going from 1st to 20th level and you suddenly are the single most powerful thing in the world.
Yeah, which makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
Like I said, for Arian's game, if you end up.
Hey Noah, it's in the fridge, it's in the drawer on the bottom.
Yeah, I know. That's my bad.
Me and Michael were just talking about the game if you want to pop in, or you can head out.
Well, with my game,
We got like 2 seconds, but yeah.
with
Okay.
Arian's show,
Everybody's always got 2 seconds in my games.
yeah, most likely probably just do Skype.
Yeah.
Probably just set you the laptop on the table and just.
Yeah. I'm expecting that I will take a little bit more of a back seat, but I'm generally okay with that.
Yeah, I mean she wants to keep going. It's just if you drop, which is understandable what you do, then that leaves one person short because there will be 3 people, and she'll either cap the game or she'll figure out another person. But
In all fairness,
she's very wary about adding
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It seems like a really solid group of people. I really like Steph. I really like you. I really like her. Obviously, I like Paul. He's my uncle now. And mixing a new player in can be tricky because it's alchemical. It's not mathematical, and so it's always interesting.
It's just weird though because my dwarf and my cleric left, replaced by a cleric and another character, and then we had to boot Paul. So now
There was a different Paul. There
You're
were two Pauls and two
coming,
Michaels.
wondering.
Yeah, you were coming in, kind of filling NPCs, and
Yeah.
then
The thing was, I was already in a Sunday game with Cameron, and like I was at the time I was in a Sunday game in the evening that was drifting towards Wednesday, and so I was like, all right, I'm already in 2 games as a player and only like 1 or 2 games as a dungeon master.
Yeah.
So this feels like a good amount for me. Then I dropped out of that digital game, and I'm not a big fan of Cameron's game. So it kind of opened up, but now I'm going to med school, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to fill a slot.
oh hell yeah, you're leaving on the 26th,
Evening of the 26th.
so you'll not be part of that game for Arian. So actually, her next game will be your last physical,
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah,
are
I'm
you-
leaving at 11, or it might be 11 p.m. or it's 10 p.m.
Okay.
Either way, I need to get there a couple hours early.
Yeah.
So,
Or what are you doing on the 24th?
is that a Friday?
That's a Friday. That'd
That's
be
a
the
vampire.
That's the vampire game. It'd be the last hurrah if you're interested. But I know it's 2 days before.
I'd be interested, especially since those characters you gave me. Like, there was the coroner, or no, the building manager who you gave me. I made her gay. And then,
Awesome.
and then I looked down at the coroner directly beneath it who worked out, so I made her into a bro. She's like, oh, dude, how much you lift? Awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then,
Especially
two down-
considering she's involved with Hal.
Oh, nice. And then 2 levels down, there was the IT specialist who was bisexual,
Yep.
and I basically based her off of Charlie from Supernatural.
Oh my God! Yes, you've got to play these guys.
And
All he does is
lots
NPCs
of,
for you by vampire game. That's all he does.
and I.
You
That's
want to
where
play
I was-
Loki?
Yeah, I want to play Loki, who's a vampire hunter, who's also a vampire, and then I also played.
So Blade.
He's 18. Well, no, he's a former emo goth kid who became the Prince's Hound. He's
Personal
basically
hitman.
he's basically a hitman, is what he is.
And he's a bit of an impulsive ass who I had a lot of fun because like all the PCs were scared of me, and I had this
Because you're the
airsoft.
Hound.
Yeah, I had an airsoft pistol that I brought with me, so I'm like waving the gun around because the vampire doesn't care, and he's like, "Come on, let's go," and it's like,
And then my wife's like, Mike! To me, not to him.
yeah.
You let Mike bring a gun into the house? And he started freaking out. I was like, I have 3 in the back room. And
And like
just
3
in case.
shotguns. It's like, I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I should have checked. And she's like, oh, no, I don't actually care. I'm like, oh, jeez.
She's just being an ass.
Speaking of weapons, do you still
They
have that
act
sword?
like she doesn't get served at my Brew 90 sale. Because she gives me crap whenever I walk in.
So, speaking of which, do you still have that sword? No, I don't actually.
I do actually have that sword.
You still. Wow. Nobody got that? That's a good sword.
No, it's a big sword, but nobody
I
bought
never
it.
saw it. I got 3
Oh.
of those at home too.
You can take that.
I got Drizzt swords at home that come in
Oh,
a
of
thing
course.
that actually they're actually the official Drizzt replicas.
Ooh.
And it's so stupid because guess what? They're not curved.
What?
They don't. Yeah, they're the official
Are
replicas,
not
but they
Falcon
do not
style?
have the curve.
I suppose.
That's
in a
why
lot of
they're
the-
not up.
Yeah. I suppose in the official artwork, the blades don't have like a huge curve. If you look on the cover.
Supposed to. They're supposed to be.
Depends on the
They're,
artist. I
they're
guess.
supposed to be elvish scimitars. You already curve enough.
Yeah.
So, Elvish scimitars would just be swords.
Yeah,
if you look on here, you can see very little actual curve.
And that's what they have. So,
Yeah.
but they've got the gems in them and everything. They're really nice.
Yeah, that's neat.
So Noah,
Yes.
Michael, did you have any comments or critiques about the game?
For today, it felt like it was a bit slow, but then again, we kind of slowed things down by trying out a puzzle for like an hour.
Trying out the puzzle
Yeah.
and then getting into that battle with the specters. Any battle will automatically dominate half to
Yeah.
half to 2/3 of the session.
Yes, and I expected that the moment we got in. I'm like,
Yeah.
combat, damn it.
So
But it's
this,
fine. No, this was fine. This is actually kind of comfy in a way compared to other sessions.
I didn't want it to just be a cave that you just sidled through.
Yeah.
Like there's the you need to keep going, you need to cross mountains, all that stuff.
Yeah, I was half
But I was
expecting, I was half expecting it to be a secret passage through the mountain, which would have been amazing. If it turned
might.
out, oh, we made the right choice. We went to the
Yeah.
these things.
I just like kicking down doors. I've enjoyed playing this
Yeah.
character because,
He's
in a
very
way,
flash.
it's a lot like Rand's, but Rand's I think is a little more cautious.
I haven't seen.
Well, he's always
I don't
Rand's
know
his
how to
cat
play
person.
this
So he's-
character without Eddard. And, like seriously, no joke. he missed the first session, and I'm playing a ranger, tabaxi, who acts like a cat. Like the very first thing I did in the bar was, I looked at the bartender and went, knocked the glass off the table.
Did the bartender kick you?
No,
That's
but
amazing.
I had this thing in my head where I'm the troublemaker and he's the other troublemaker, but he keeps me in line. No shit. He sat down. He played right into it. He's always like bailing me out of crap.
Yeah.
It's like,
That was the thing. Like you were about to get in a fight with one of the PCs about like slaves, and like he was about ready to go to blows with his half orc,
who's
and
going
I.
to kick my ass?
The way I was described was I sat down and was like, oh, he's in trouble. I was like, can I just show up? And they're like, yeah, you dramatically show up. And I would start making these. And I was like, oh, yeah, chromatically. And I flash of colors. Or dramatically. I use perfect enunciation. It's like we were just making these jokes. And so that was me showing up, just grammatically,
And it's like,
striding out of nowhere, saving his ass.
Ben!
And so, yeah, it's my time is split between saving his ass and rushing forward with a death wish. So it's like we're in a race to the bottom to see who's gonna die first.
Well, seeing how this game's going, I'm not sure how yours is going to.
I've been doing
I've been on the brink of death twice now.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, no, 3 times. There was an earlier time.
Have you ever died though?
No, I've gotten super close.
I've lost 3 PCs in one campaign. It went, lost one, next campaign, made a new one, lost it, made a next campaign, and lost it.
Technically speaking, every one of the not everyone. Bruce is perfectly fine, but every other original character in my game should have died at some point. Hoss should have died from a Bruce Thunderwave in the Kobold Caves way back when. Joff should have died when he was natural 20 by a black pudding during a random encounter in the dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Lysander should have died when a shadow attacked him during the siege of Orlane.
That was pretty fucked up.
Jasmal's shown up. She hasn't had any close calls yet, but I'm getting there. At this point, I've kind of pulled the kids' gloves off, so I don't spare them as much as I
You
normally do.
shouldn't. But like in my campaign, the only person I've ever killed in my one D&D campaign I did for 5th is my wife.
Nice.
But it's the only person I officially killed. But I do my damnedest to kill you guys, and you guys I threw a 9-level necromancer at them.
And
You know
she
what
was
they did?
beaten by Tasha's hideous laughter.
That's,
Bam!
that's which by the way,
But she escaped.
but that spell's fucked up.
Bruce's near-death experience was the Earth Elemental, but he, like the other ones, technically should have died, but I either didn't kill them because I made a mistake, or I didn't kill them because I didn't want to do it. Like, Joff should have died, but I didn't kill him because he wasn't there.
He should have died 7 times over during the game.
See, I fudge it in my world because technically if they can get you back to Crossroads, they can resurrect you.
Okay.
But I don't...
I don't want to rag on Joff as a character, but no, he's just straight up like there have been so many moments where he should just be dead.
He was a little bit...
He runs into combat and he's not a melee fighter, but he is.
Take Eddard, basically that, but in the middle of a battle, Eddard doesn't go and open up another door.
Oh, okay.
He has done that. He has
Multiple
walked to
times.
another room.
So,
There was the one time Lysander did that where I'm just like, I'm going to go through this side. Oh shit, there's more.
yeah.
But
Hoss I spared because...
Leroy Jenkins!
Hoss I spared because I didn't realize how much damage would have killed Hoss outright.
Oh.
Like, Hoss had one... I think Bruce healed him for 1 hit point and then used a Thunder Wave, and he did so much damage that he would have removed the 1 hit point and hit his hit point maximum, which would have killed him.
Holy shit.
Joff would have died from the Black Pudding, but Joff wasn't here, and I don't like killing a PC when they're not there to be responsible for it.
I think he said after the session even, like, he should have died right there. He
You're
should have really died.
Not after that session, because I try not to reveal
No, something
that I
like-
spare NPC. I spare PCs when they're not there because I still want the players to be afraid if they go down, they can die.
And now I'm genuinely scared because I've been knocked to 2 death saves.
It happens.
It's like,
I mean,
That's what happened to the natural one. That's how I lost Lander, as mentioned.
that's how I did it too. I rolled 1, got 1 death save, rolled a natural 1 after that, and boom, you're dead. There's no...
Why does it feel like the likelihood of you rolling a natural 1 goes up when you roll a failed death save?
Yeah, but then you gotta look at what happens when you roll an actual 20, though.
I
And you
kinda
get
wanna
1
say
hit
that's
point, you
okay.
stand right up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I had one PC who did that 3 times in a single campaign.
Holy
So you effectively had Die Hard going on.
But seriously, are you playing Arian's character? You're playing the bard too, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be a set of rules for that because she's very weary of... She likes that you're doing it, but she's very weary, so there's a set of rules I have to go over with you when you show up. if you want, if you can show up just a little early on Sunday,
I
if possible.
I always want to,
But I know it's just,
but like I will like forget or I'll get wrapped up in something. Like I was gonna show up early for Vampire, wasn't I?
Mhm.
But then stuff ran longer than I expected, and I had to be late. But yeah, I'll definitely try to, and I do my best to play off personality. But yeah, I understand if there's rules, and I always expect the DM to be like, no, she wouldn't do that.
I mean, the only two rules she's got is she won't leave anybody behind, which means she'll blow all of her spells to heal,
Okay.
and she will not, under any circumstances, rest. She will not do a long rest.
Okay.
Because
Does-
anybody does that,
24
it's an automatic
hit points.
24 damage.
Well, over the course of hours, so
Over 8 hours.
yeah. So if somebody's on watch, they could be like, heal.
And that's what she said she'd do, but she
Yeah.
really does not want to rest. She wants to move as fast as she can to
To get the hell out.
the hell out of dungeon.
That's fair. All of that is perfectly logical. Like,
She might call in midway through the session and see how everybody's doing.
Okay.
Theoretically, she could Skype in, but she doesn't know what her mom and sister are going to be doing. And the place they're staying at is the size of this.
Oh,
Oh,
speaking of communication stuff, because I want to bring that up because I actually have to get going.
yeah, I understand.
Sorry.
I'm tired. Thankfully, not a lot happening on Saturday. I'm meeting a friend in Ithaca, but otherwise.
oh Jesus, that's terrible. God,
Hello.
these sucked. Fuck.
Ah,
I'm not
so-
shopping at Tops anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tops has not been great about their fresh veggies and foods.
Well, Walmart's usually been worse.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, it's Walmart.
Go ahead.
So, in terms of communications tech and stuff, so yes, I'll be handling stuff for me and Theo because I've got a shotgun mic, I've got a hanging mic, I have a dynamic mic that I have hooked up to my computer right now,
Okay.
which I'll be using if that's what we're going to be doing. Otherwise, if we're playing in the living room and I just have my laptop out, I'll hook up something else. Point is,
Okay.
I've got options.
Yeah.
Tech-wise, what I want to do for software, I know in the past we've used Skype and that's been fiddly. Oh, sorry, we tried using Skype and Google Hangouts.
I think
or was
we-
it just Google Hangouts?
It was just Google Hangouts.
Sorry, all right. I recommend trying out Discord for the sake of connectivity issues being mostly eliminated.
I'm willing to try it,
Yeah, Discord.
but
I
as
find
mentioned,
is useful.
one person brought up Discord hasn't fully implemented camera.
Yeah, it has.
It has.
It did as of like 6 months ago. Yeah.
Okay. I remember it going on beta.
Oh yeah, and it went live like a month later.
Okay.
thankfully.
So if you
It works perfectly now. It's in 720p, so it's not full HD video, but it doesn't have to be. Skype does 720p and doesn't actually go up to full
Yeah.
HD.
okay,
But
So-
Discord's audio codec I found tends to be better compressed. So whereas Skype will sound like crap and run like crap, Discord will sound pretty okay and also run pretty well. Like
Okay.
it's lightweight to sell.
well, you seem pretty invested in Discord. I'm pretty
I just
invested
like
in Skype. So we're gonna try out both of those. We might pop into Google Hangouts just to see.
Sure.
Scott mentioned that would probably take up the first maybe 30 minutes of the next session is making sure it's all set up.
True.
The problem is that Scott's coming right off of work, so we don't have an opportunity unless I meet with him sometime in the week beforehand and try and fiddle around with it using like my stuff or your stuff,
Yeah.
which you might not be set up yet.
I'll definitely be set up. If it's Friday of next week.
I got a jet.
Oh, you got
Yeah,
Ron.
Take
Sorry,
care.
guys. Okay? I'll talk to you later, Buck.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry
See you
to
next
look out.
time.
Catch you later. But yeah, so
It won't be next week because next week Scott will be in the Adirondacks until possibly past Friday.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm moving next Friday, so
yeah.
I'll have all my stuff ready by the Friday after.
Yeah. And the Friday after is when we're gaming.
Yes.
So if you want to meet before that, Scott might be free for us to do a bit of a test run.
Sure. It shouldn't be too difficult, thankfully. It's more a matter of, I know when you pick up a new mic and you test it out, it's like, okay, what the hell do I set the game to?
Yeah.
Discord can handle that automatically better than Skype tends to,
Okay.
but you can also just set at a standard threshold and it'll
Yeah.
work. But we can
So-
deal with that.
So yeah, we can do the Discord, we can do the Skype, we can see which one's better.
Yeah,
There
Hangouts
was-
is weird.
Yeah. There was some talk when we get it at a decent point, I might step aside and use my phone with a headset to see how 3-point communication works.
Sure.
So you're planning on using one computer for both of you, correct?
That's what I'm thinking, because it
Okay.
reduces the amount of echo and crazy stuff that can happen when you have
Yes.
two mics and
Yeah.
headsets
And-
or speakers in one space.
So Scott's trying to buy a nice microphone that he can use for conference that will be good to catch them three and not us.
Yeah, and I already pointed him at one that's
Yeah.
pretty fantastic for
He
pros.
mentioned. I'm going to be using headset I'm assuming you will have a way for you and Theo to use one microphone without causing any difficulties,
Yes.
echoes.
I also have the option of using any of the mics I have. I even have a Bluetooth headset if I end up being alone for a day, and so
Yeah.
plug it and play.
So we can see how this goes.
I'm sure it'll work out. I know that
Yeah,
the glitches that have happened before, for the most part, I found were Google Hangouts specific, where it's just like the frames just drop and it stops capturing, or
Like-
it's been Theo's computer.
Yeah,
Because
Theo.
Theo's got a Chromebook. It is not built
Yeah,
for that.
Theo came in on Facebook, and then she was also calling in on Facebook on another device.
It was
So I was
chaos,
like,
yeah.
Theo's setup was slapdash at best. Yours was, I don't remember any major problems. I was doing some fiddly bits with like a book holding a camera so you could be seeing me and then seeing the battle mat.
Totally.
But that was just a one-person call in. We can see how this goes between the two of us, and then later on I can implement me. If possible, I don't say we have to do this, but if possible, I would like to find a way for me to be fractionally louder than everybody else talking.
Totally. Actually, in Discord, if you set it up in the call, you can, if you are the admin of a server, you can set in voice chat everyone else to a specific level.
Okay, because I want to be able to, because I will be the DM, I want to be certain that when people hear me talking, they will let me talk.
Sure.
And that's something that doesn't come up often, but it has come up in at least a few times in every campaign where I'm trying to say something and they're talking about a side thing, they're talking about what just happened, and I'm trying to fill in like one person or the group like, hey, this thing's happening.
Yep. Again, I know it's like I'm almost shilling Discord. I'm just like, this is great. You can also set up in said server, which is, you can set up a server for free. You can set up multiple voice channels, so if you have to take somebody aside, or or there's too much crosstalk, you want two people to just sit over there for a sec.
Yeah.
You can toss them over to a separate chat.
I definitely recognize that because
It's super useful.
I've used Discord in the past, and I didn't have a great time with it, but that was more with the group and my own technical problems, and it was
the glitchiness of
than
what was going
the
on.
Discord.
Which, by the way, I thought it was interesting. Using my new laptop, sitting here, and using the internet service from your parents' place over there,
Yep.
I had a damn good connection. I don't know what's going on there. It might just be the wireless chip in the laptop, because it's
maybe.
literally a new laptop from a month ago.
So yeah, it might be my computer getting refurbished. It might like
It could just be that it doesn't have a very powerful wireless chip, so
Yeah.
it's reaching out and barely grabbing it.
how much does a new wireless chip cost?
Oh, jeez.
Because
I mean, you could probably get a USB wireless adapter for $15 and it'll have a good range.
okay.
I would check at Best Buy, ask around, don't go above $20-$30.
Okay.
And I know that's temporary because you're going to be moving soon.
Yeah.
but
And that's
still
like
useful.
the thing is, when I move there, I'm hoping I get better internet, but I don't know that.
Sure.
So improving the computer in every way I can to get it says high speed internet and it says you should be able to stream Netflix and all this, no problem.
Then you should be fine. There.
So I should be fine, but
Yeah,
I'm
you
also
should
gonna
be
be in a dorm with a lot of other students. I'm gonna be in an apartment suite
Yeah.
with two other people
Okay.
and in an apartment complex essentially with a bunch of other people.
True. You should
So-
have enough bandwidth to manage things as usual.
And-
I do think that what would also be helpful, if it turns out they have Ethernet connections available, use those,
Yes.
because those are king.
I would really like to be able to do that. I'm not sure. It might not be practical in that large of a building
True.
because they gave me a Wi-Fi. Like, here's your Wi-Fi. I'm hoping I can because I know that'll be stronger. If I can't, I'll want my computer to be as good a Wi-Fi as it can because it's going to be broadcasting at a very long distance. It's going to be broadcasting 2,000 miles.
Yeah, I mean, ping time's going to be interesting, but I'm
Yeah.
sure that'll even out, especially if you have a decent connection. And I was just talking to Theo on the drive back to her place where she's staying.
Could you hand me the black wrapped bottle on the table? Yes. Yes.
There's your whiskey.
Thanks.
So,
Stout.
and I do gotta go in a second.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm just tired. Okay, so
That's the problem with running these games so late. There's not a lot of time to chill.
Yeah, and also I've had a long week, just organizing, doing work for clients and crap.
I
Anyway,
shouldn't have had a long week, but I did. Go ahead.
That happens.
Yeah.
So I talked to Theo. Verizon talked me into getting a gigabit package for my internet,
Okay.
which is not a bad thing. It was more I kind of wanted to do it anyway, but they offered a few too many incentives where they're just like, we have a special running starting this week where we'll give you $100 Visa gift card,
Oh, wow.
and we will discount the router, and we will waive the fee on installation for the hardware you need on the outside of the building, and And it's like,
Wow.
and you join the rewards program, you instantly get money. Effectively, you get points.
Oh,
that
yeah,
you put
totally.
towards your bill. So your bill will effectively be $5 less per month if you auto pay. I'm like,
Yeah. Wow.
What the fuck? They're just giving me so $85 a month for that, or $60, which is about what I'm paying right now for internet that's really, really good but has none of those benefits. And also, Theo wants to share the internet. So,
Yes.
point is, our connection is going to be a fiber connection.
Okay.
It's going to cut down on lag time significantly for whatever.
As long as they're not trying to like set you up with like, oh, it's going to be amazing for 2 months and then it's going to be shit.
Nope. Turns
Okay.
out price lock it for 3 years as long as I'm a customer with them.
Okay.
So holy crap.
I've heard of people getting, I don't want to say scammed, but scammed
Yeah.
with things like that.
Fios
So.
has been amazing in the city so far. I've used it before with a friend who I'd stayed with. I think the only thing with Fio's parents' connection, I think I told you about this when I came back, but they are really stubborn.
Oh, all right.
And so I tried pointing out to them, like, you know, you're paying for 75 up and down. They don't even offer that anymore, but you're paying close to 1.5 times their middle package price just for your internet.
Wow.
And they're like, I don't know, we don't need it. I'm like, no, you can lower your bill and have better service.
Yeah.
And I think now I'll finally convince them because I'm forcibly upgrading their service. I actually talked to her father over Facebook Messenger, and he approved it. He's like, oh, wait, you can just make it better?
Yeah.
Do it.
And that's the thing from like older generations is that sort of like brand loyalty, because back then there were so many businesses that it was kind of like the expected thing was to stick to what you have already. Don't go looking for something else because it's kind of a betrayal. Whereas nowadays,
I kind of get that. But
yeah, but nowadays that's not viable.
I mean, it's Verizon,
Yeah.
Fios either way. It's just that they were locked into a package that they didn't realize was really crappy.
And that's
So
that's my point. Is like as things kind of narrowed down, as the options become more limiting, the prices rise without any benefits. So you have to start shopping around. You can't be loyal to a business because the business is not treating you right.
Yeah, and I mean, Verizon, I'm thinking, they showed me their bill. I love how they were trusting about this. I walked them through it, and I'm just like, this isn't viable. You guys got to change your plan. Their bill came out to like $200 a month for TV, internet, and phone, and they don't even use the phone. I'm just like, wait, did you get a better price when you did that? They're like, yeah, see, it's cheaper than it could be. I'm like, no.
No, it's not.
It used to be, and then the prices rose, and you never challenged them. And so now, here you go, have good service.
Yeah.
The other thing is that they weren't actually consistently getting the speed they were supposed to be getting anyway. So I think that was the aging hardware on the outside of the apartment.
Okay, nice.
So me forcibly upgrading stuff and also waiving the fee, so neither me or her parents have to pay for it.
Nice.
Holy balls! I am looking forward to this. After being stuck with Spectrum for so long, and they're fine, at least Ryan. But
yeah, that sounds great.
TLDR,
Good
internet's going to be great, so we're not going to be a problem, as far as I'm aware.
Scott said that his bandwidth is large enough, and he's pretty much the only one using internet. So he seems to think there shouldn't be any problems because he works from home and he has such a tech-heavy job. So he seems to think he's not going to have any problems. You're not going to have any problems. The only real outlying factor will be me in a Caribbean island sipping rum on a beach.
I'm also realizing, wait, Scott does work from home for the most part?
Not for the most part.
Or here and there?
If needed, he can, but he tends to still work from the office.
Okay.
Kind of keeping his face in there, letting people know he's still doing his job.
So the inverse of me, where I pop into an office every once in a while and go, hey guys, performance review, how's it going?
Yeah, exactly.
God. And I'm sure that'll change once I get into the city. Again, I mentioned before, I've got plenty of contacts that I've started talking to, and cross your fingers, maybe I'll get something really, really nice compared to what I currently have.
Nice.
But either way, I'll pay my bills.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah?
Back to the game just real quick.
Sure, yeah.
You've mentioned that you've almost died twice now. You were target fired by the devils, and I remember on the recording
because I know why.
Okay.
I know why I was fired at by the devils.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
On the recording, when I was away at the table, I heard you mention Michael hasn't really targeted me, and unbeknownst to that recording, I targeted you immediately afterwards. Just want to make sure that you're not bearing a grudge or anything about that.
No, I'm not. I understand that my character's kind of deserving of this shit, and also it is when it's not a character aiming for Lysander specifically and only him, which again that was a vendetta thing, and or devil's coming knocking. Everything else, I understand that Lysander is a glass cannon.
Yeah.
This whole deal is deal tons of consistent damage, screw with the battlefield, and then hope he doesn't get hit.
Yeah.
And so when you have a bunch of guys go, you hit me for 24 damage in a round,
Yes.
and it's like, oh shit.
They
yeah.
tore through you. Yeah.
This-
And like,
I do think that his Lysander's push hasn't been getting a lot of use because most of what I'm doing is just forcing them to move more to
Yeah.
get to me. I don't know. Environmental effects are fun, and I do like how you had the specters phase through the walls because it makes sense. It's
Yeah.
like they just go.
they have incorporeal movement, so that's
Yeah.
a thing they can do.
Yeah, I know house rules tend to be run for this because there's no official rules for like you push a guy in the air or you push the guy into a wall and deal bludgeoning damage or whatever. Is there some sort of thing that would be possible while doing that, using the environment creatively?
I like to reward environmental creativeness.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for
So-
a river that I can push a guy into,
Yes.
or a cliff, because we're getting those.
I recognize that I made a mistake in like I haven't made a lot of mistakes. Like it's not like, oh my god, you should have curb stomped something and I saved it or something like that. But like against the earth elemental, it probably should have been pushed into the fire elemental because that made much more sense than what I ruled.
Yeah,
Um,
when he ruled it did nothing
yeah.
effectively. It was I thought that was a little bit iffy. I'm just like,
That was iffy. I recognize I should have done it differently.
Yeah.
Like I should have narrated it differently.
it came off as, oh no, I pissed him off more by using my ability.
Yeah. Most, like, I haven't, like, I've always been kind of on the fence about trying to decide one way or the other. Like early on when you were in the Kobold Caves, I rewarded, I think it was Bruce, for using his Thunder Wave in a tactically sensible way to drive a goblin into the wall, and I gave him an extra d4. And it ended up, I don't want to say pointless, but he ended up not needing the extra damage. He killed the goblin outright anyways. But I like to reward them, but I'm always kind of like trying to ride like rewarding creativity, but rewarding it so much that you guys start to only think in the gamist sense that Paul kind of heavily thinks. Like he's looking, he's always like, not all the time because sometimes he's on his phone, but most of the time if he's looking at a battle and things are looking rough, he's trying to think, okay, what's this? Talking to me, trying to get me to reveal this retroactively, like talking to somebody else, don't do this, do this. Like don't forget you can do this, and that sort of thing. He's always trying to look for the position, and he's not narrating. And he's not, I don't want to say he's metagaming, but he is conversing with players out of game to
force
try
them
and
to do good.
tactically make sure that everybody is optimized.
Yeah, I think jokingly I've called that kind of thing in the past XCOMing because I play enough XCOM to know like that's how you play the game. For the most part, it's what is the most tactically sensible thing I can do at this exact moment. What has the highest chance of success?
I call XCOMing when you're fighting a zombie who has AC 8 and you have a +7 to your attack bonus and you roll a natural 1.
God,
because then you still miss.
A 95% chance to hit. Ting!
And
It's like, what? How did you even?
Yeah, how did you do that?
But yes, I understand it can become a problem if every tactical decision is met with a perfect reward. I'm not asking for even that extra damage necessarily. It's more, I'm trying to figure out how to best use that in a way that's sensible and that fits the style of what my character's going for.
Yeah.
Because the way I've been thinking of Lysander doing combat, and I hope I've been portraying this through how I handle descriptions of bolts flying and stuff when I do describe it, because it's Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
But when I describe it as I drive a bolt into the guy, I shoot past him, I slam him from the side. I'm trying my best to make it sort of like, in a joking way I want to call it, the Eldritch Blast is an extension of his fists. He's punching people in an alleyway except with remote fists.
I've always ruled it more of like an Iron Man repulsor blast, like bleep,
sort of,
because it's kind of like that's what I imagine is this green beam that just hits the guy.
Totally, it's not a ray though. That's the interesting thing is the books never say that it's a ray specifically.
That's true.
So I don't know. I've house ruled before for little one-offs and things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you can Eldritch Blast, and you pull like a straight out of One Piece, like Luffy the monkey just. Arm stretches around a guy to punch him in the side. And that gets silly, I imagine, where it's like... So, I do know that, is it Xanathar's, I think, has an extra invocation for warlocks, or somebody wrote one, where instead of pushing a guy, you pull him.
The chain.
Yeah, because you can push the guy with your Eldritch Blast, or you can pull him, and that's a whole separate one. I've always felt like it should just be combined, because that just makes more sense. Controlling the battlefield is the point of that ability.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, your only option is push him away, get him away. But if you can force him to come forward, then you get into some fun stuff like, oh hey, fighter, winding this one up for you.
I'm
Not necessarily having to do that. It's more I'm trying to figure out how is that going to work, the what I'm going for with using it. Because otherwise, I might as well trade in the invocation for something else.
You might as well. I won't. I don't.
And my dice.
Oh, thank God.
Good thing I came back.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
I'm reticent. I don't want to say you get both because the publishers have said they are separate abilities.
Yeah, I still think it reduces the effectiveness of both basically by having both exist.
I understand that, but
I understand.
I'm also I'm playing with a lot of gamers who have a good sense of the rules, and so every time I mention it works this way, or every time I show hesitance about a rule, they can very quickly pull out one of those few books and point to the rule. And so I either have to say, okay, that's how it works, in which case we're all playing by the same rule book, even if it doesn't make a lot of narrative sense, or I'm saying, no, we're going to house rule it, that's not how it works. In which case we're kind of drifting away from the publications, and so I have to pick my battles. I had house rules for cover, and Scott didn't like them, so I removed them. And I had house rules for sleep, and Bruce mentions Anathar's works this way, and I said, that doesn't make any sense, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So I have to kind of choose those.
And notice I'm not being as rules wary necessarily.
Yes.
I'm trying my best to make it more of a improvisational playing sort of thing. Even in the game that I'm running, where you popped in for a bit, and again I'm trying to figure out when to run that again.
Yeah, sure.
But I try to be flexible. If someone wants to do something a little weird, I'll go, okay, what role is that? Sure, go ahead and try that.
And I'm always down for weirdness, as long as it makes a narrative sense. If you can say if you can paint a very vivid picture in my mind, I usually will give it to you. If you fall back on the because magic, then I'm no. It's this D&D is the example of a hard magic system where you understand the mechanics and so you know where the limits are. You can't use a soft magic system word like because magic because it's a hard magic system. That creates a dissonance. The thing I would like to do going forward, Eldritch Push will work to if you push them into an environmental situation, you push them into Theo's phantasmal force, or you push them into a wall, or you push them off a cliff. Two of those are very obvious need to have something happen. If you push them into the wall, I'll give you an extra D4 damage.
Okay.
But if you push them into an ally, because the ally kind of has tactical sense, he can see it coming, he will do a strength save to stop them in place. And if they don't succeed on it, then you'll knock both over prone.
Got you. There's also understandable. There's also another thing which I was trying to figure out, which was technically that can be used as an improvised weapon, as per the improvised weapon and improvised action rules in the DMG, I believe. So you can technically take improvised actions on your turn, which is an action. So you do something with an environmental object. I've always been thinking, wait a minute, couldn't I do something, not nuts, but oh wow, we got tables in this room. I can't do a lot of damage to these guys. I gotta slow them down so we can leave. Blast table into a guy's face. Because technically, as per the rules of Eldritch Blast, I'd be blasting a table and it explodes. But if I damage it enough anyway. But if I were to use it as and alley-oop,
that one
gets closer to Greater Mage Hand or something.
No. Bigsby's hand would automatically succeed on that. Using an Eldritch Blast, maybe a table's a little too soft, but yes, absolutely. If there's an environmental thing, you could blast it, and if you hit it and it's not a giant stone statue, you could push it 10 feet into a guy. Okay. And that would be another one. That would be a 1d4 damage. And if you wanted to use it as a way to range knock somebody prone, you shoot something and it hits like a barrel, and the barrel goes flying and it takes him out at the knees. Yeah. Knock him prone, that could help you escape in that example.
Yeah, because we don't always need to do lethal damage. We've already found that there have been many situations where the campaign has been better because we didn't kill a guy.
Yes.
But every time I ended up having to Eldritch Blast. Okay, now they're low in hit points, knock them out.
Yeah. If you wanted to use the Eldritch Blast in a non-lethal way, you could use it to hit something environmental and knock it into the guy.
Got it.
You can't, I believe it specifies in the rules, and this is something I agree with, you can't non-lethal from range. It has to be run in and boom, with the back of the warhammer or with the hilt of the blade,
Gotcha.
or
But at least tripping a guy over would
yeah,
make sense.
knocking them prone, and then Bruce runs up and pins their arms down and like intimidates them with his teeth.
Yeah.
That would be a perfectly natural way to neutralize an opponent without killing him.
Man, that would have been useful during the guard chase, like back in the 3rd session.
I don't think you had invocations yet.
No, but I did have. Oh, I had repelling blast pretty early, but I don't think it was around.
Yeah, not that early.
Anyway,
Because you were only like 2nd level at that point.
Oh yeah. In any case, yeah, no, I'm not asking like give me a superpower. It's more like I'm trying to think of ways to make my character more creatively interesting because I complained about it before. I know, and I feel bad for complaining because I don't mean to so much. But like,
no, that's fine.
I am the Eldritch Blast dispenser,
And that's kind of what warlocks do. And I didn't really know exactly how they worked, and you didn't know how they worked.
And
so
now I know that they are dispensers of that.
They
unless you are a blade block, which
Yes.
I was also half considering. That would be an interesting, like, not a class change, but like an archetype change.
Sure.
I know if
Haas
that's
has changed his character 2 or 3 times now, so if you want to change your character, perfectly fine with me.
If it's okay with you, I want to look into that. Especially because right now, melee fighter-wise, we've got Bruce when he's wolfed out, we have a barbarian now,
Yes.
and everyone else runs from combat.
Well, I mean, they kind of still get stuck in. Like, Jazz Maul is often using her Vicious Mockery instead of her awesome Firebolts because she gets stuck into combat.
I do kind of wish that she would check on some more melee, or not melee, more offensive spells, and also use melee combat a little bit, because she's not bad at it. She could do it.
She might not be bad at it with like a rapier, but she's a lore bard. They're not like melee specialists. So her big thing is Vicious Mockery or Firebolt, and Firebolt disadvantage on range attack while engaged in melee. So she uses Vicious Mockery. Not a bad spell, all things considered, but it does mean she kind of has to improvise a witty line, which isn't easy for most people.
I find it funny that she's just always coming up with something.
Yeah, and like Haas,
So-
like I mentioned, he had ridiculous armor class, but as the campaign has gone on, he's sacrificing his armor class to gain new abilities. He's picking up a different kind of gun. He's picking up spells. He's
Now
changing.
he's a novelist,
Yeah,
I guess.
and so he's gone from being huge armor guy who for some reason always stands in the back to decent armor, like most people you'd think, with a cannon and a lot of skill. So he's kind of turning into like a rogue fighter. He's
Sort of. I'm surprised he hasn't picked up any rogue levels, because that would be incredible for him.
Well, I think like most classes, like he's interested in what the class's next level has to offer. Like next level, he's going to get a familiar.
Yeah.
He's going to get a giant robot of some kind.
Holy shit, he gets to have a robot for his robot.
Yeah, like it's kind of assumed that he's got bits of the robot stuck in his bag of holding. He just hasn't assembled it yet.
Yeah.
But he's getting there.
I'm also realizing, wait, so 6th level. Warlocks don't get a lot. I think 6th is right before 7th. 7th level is when I get even more stuff.
Yeah, 7th level, you get a power boost. You might get a new spell slot. Probably get more invocations.
I vaguely remember there being an extra beam involved.
I believe that's level
Is that
11th.
10th or 11th?
11th. Remember, you fought a Deathlock who was a 10th level caster.
And he was.
And there was a discussion about with Bruce, or not Bruce, Paul, but yeah, like you'll probably get some stuff going up, but I'm not sure what they are. It might be like a Pact of the Chain benefit. That's used, or not Pact of the Chain.
Pact of the Tome.
Pact of the Tome.
Which, by the way, I'm actually maxed out on the good ones.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, because Pact of the Tome's big drawback, which I've learned at this point, is that yes, you get extra cantrips if you set it up right. Yes, you get all these extra little spells. Yes, you get all these little knowledges. You can actually get, I think, a straight up a knowledge skill as an invocation. But at a certain point, it's like, and now I'm good with books. And now what? Whereas Pact of the Blade, I'll be perfectly honest, is so much more interesting. It's like, with Xanathar's Guide and every other expansion that's available, it's like, holy crap, I could have a sword that talks to me. I've got bonuses with it. It's technically my patron if you decide to go that way with describing it. Probably not.
You're so in depth with the patrons of Oberon and the Devils. I would be more inclined to, if you switched, to say that Oberon gifts you the vine transforms into this thorny
with like a rapier, totally.
like
that'd
a
be
blade. It basically, like, have you ever seen the Aztecs, the Eagle Warriors? They would have like a hunk, like a wood shape with obsidian stuck into it.
Yes, which hurts.
And they would use that as their weapon. It would basically be something like that.
Yeah,
but like it would be like a green with like thorns. Like
like concept wise, I was thinking oh god, it's my stand. Now I'm thinking of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure again, because that's a direct reference to that. I don't know if you realize.
I've never watched the show, but I've heard it's pretty good.
Oh god, but that vine's purple, so it's different. But anyway, so I was thinking, like, oh, suddenly I'm a knight of the Sealy Court. Or I'm a recruit of the Sealy Court, to be honest.
Well, you're not a knight, because there is a knight of the Sealy Court, and he is like a very high-level wizard.
I think
he'll fuck your shit up.
I was also going to say, is that just Harry Dresden, but not?
No.
There was the one time where he became a knight of the Winter Court. And...
Yeah, he's a knight of the Winter Court, and like I haven't gotten to the point where he's fully accepted that.
Oh, he never really does.
Like I know there's a bit where he dies. And like he gets rejuvenated, and like he has to, and stuff like that.
Yeah, shit happens.
But like one of his friends goes on to become the knight, and their girlfriend goes on to become the princess and stuff like that.
And I miss Flash.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, if you want to change the Hexblade, I don't have a problem with that. You won't be like changing patrons. You're so deep into.
Oh yeah, I don't plan on changing patrons.
Yeah.
I already picked enough patrons.
You're so deep into Oberon that it doesn't narrowly make a lot of sense to suddenly switch.
Nope. And I've already signed an exclusivity contract, although I've taken explicit notes that say I will not contract with the lower planes.
Yes, you will not contact the devils. You could strike a deal with the demons or the gods if you wanted to.
I could. Lower planes includes demons, but
oh sure.
I could technically say, hey, Yahweh, dude, I guess you're not in this game now. I'm not actually going to pull that.
But at the same time, as a warlock, I know you don't feel like you have a lot to offer in combat. But if you didn't have Hoss, who stole a little bit of your utility over the course of years...
Because now he's the range guy.
Like, not only is he the range guy, he's also the skill guy. He's got, like, proficiencies in everything, and he's also got tech magic. He can cast his rituals and stuff like that. Yeah. Like, you can cast Speak with Animals, you can cast leveled spells for free all the time. Mm-hmm. And, like, you've kind of been pressured by other members of the party, particularly Paul, to use your invocations to, I will say, the betterment of the party overall, but it takes away a little bit of your individual utility. You become a translator for Paul's character Bruce, instead of gaining the ability to detect magic or whatever. I don't know the invocations very well.
Yeah,
but
I do know detect. I think detect magic is one of them. But yeah, the other trick is having spells. Being in a position now where it feels like I'm built to support other people. Like, that's fine. Being a support character is fine. Yeah. But it's less that I chose to and more, no, I get this thing because it's good for me.
Yeah,
when I start having to ritual cast things because everyone just told me to. And it's like... So at this point, I'm the only person with this spell because everyone told me to. And I don't really want it. It's just more of a, it made sense at the time.
And also...
It also takes, like, 10 minutes to run the damn thing.
Yeah, but also, like... I think you took... Like... Paul was saying
He was telling me to take the invocation that lets me do it instantly.
Yes. So then you could always have... I think it was Speak with Beasts?
Yes. So or Beast Speech. So I'd have the ability to speak with any and all animals.
Yeah. It became pretty obvious that having it as a ritual was nice if you had preparation.
But we don't always have that.
But it only lasts 10 minutes, which means that it doesn't... If you're kind of setting it up on a daily basis, you have to walk for 10 minutes, spend 10 minutes casting, walk for 10 minutes, spend 10 minutes casting.
Actually, it's 10 minutes and then an hour.
No, that's the other one.
Am I thinking the wrong? Oh, sorry, no, that's Comprehend Language.
Comprehend Languages. Speak with Animals
Comprehend Languages has gotten us out of a couple of things.
Oh yeah, sure. Definitely a powerful spell, and definitely one that you can use. It plays into your utility, but like some of your other spells, I understand were given to the betterment of the party and turned you into a support. And as like Haas said, Bruce is kind of being propped up by everybody else, but that might not always be something you want to do. Yeah. And while Paul particularly and players generally will have something to say about your leveling up, remember, it's your character. Do what you think your character should do, and if anybody gives you shit, just say, hey, it's what my character would want, and I will say, hey, back off, it's what his character wants.
Yeah, now that Lysander as a character is moving towards a point where I'm not playing him as I need power to save my wife. He's past that.
Yeah, literally, his wife is now running his artist guild.
And now he's realizing that, oh shit, I've made choices that have made things dangerous. I can't just sit in the background and kind of just slowly build up anymore. So it would make sense for him to go, you know what, give me a sword.
Yeah, you could take it from being... It could be a narrative choice that, like, okay, I can't be in the back any longer. I've got to take responsibility for what's happening.
That's where I was going with it. It's like, yeah, he needs to take responsibility eventually, or it's going to get everyone killed.
Yeah.
So
And
by
Paul might
showing
give
that
you
symbolically.
Yeah, and Paul might give you a little bit of grief for it,
Yeah.
but I would respect the hell out of you for playing a character growth opportunity.
Yes.
Paul would probably agree. He would be sad to see the opportunity pass, but he would agree with what you're doing.
Believe me, I'm not going to lose the spells I have.
Oh, yeah.
Those actually stay pretty static, except for cantrips. Which, by the way, I haven't used any of the ones that I obtained from that book.
Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame's the only one, I think. Wait, no, that was part of my initial set of spells.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I just barely used it.
Because I would have sworn you got...
It is technically in the Warlock spell list.
Is it? Okay.
I just
I
barely
felt like you had, like, Thaumaturgy and Eldritch Blast or something like that.
Eldritch Blast is, of course, one of them. I think I had Thaumaturgy for a little bit until I swapped it out. There have been a couple that have flipped here and there.
Anyways, yeah, like, in all fairness, you can transition... You can basically just look at how many cantrips do I have and choose your two favorites at this point.
And
So
I get way more.
And I would have no idea.
Yeah, and I get way more than 2 cantrips.
Yeah.
But my point is, yeah, I'll keep what I'll work on it, and I'll send you a version of the sheet to approve.
Okay.
Mostly what I'm going to do is literally step through step by step and go, okay, first level Lysander, and then...
Retroactively just fix everything.
Yeah, but this is less of a, and he was always like this, and more, you know what? Rip off that badge off his chest. Fuck that shit. Give me a sword.
Yeah. And it would... Send me it when you're ready.
Mm-hmm.
This might be something that I would narratively hold back until after this next session.
Totally fair.
When we take the downtime, and you could have like a long rest conversation with Oberon where he has a similar conversation to what we're having now. And he basically says, yeah, you remember that vine that I've used? It has more than one use. And then you wake up and and it turns into a blade.
Yeah. So I can summon my blade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Which, by the way, that's admittedly visually in my mind, that's the coolest damn thing about a blade lock. Is just, fring,
yeah,
it's
like
out of fucking nothing.
And it would do what I love, which is bringing trinkets into relevance, which will probably, like, I think Keanoff forgot to roll for one.
Oh no.
Jasmal's was.
Oh no, he never got one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he came in after I had everybody roll, and I realized like, oh, nobody rolls for trinkets. Everybody rolls for trinkets, and like I know Jasmal has like a cup that never spills, which could be interesting. Maybe there'll be like a water-based challenge.
She has not yet used that. Yeah.
And Haas has a not Paul. I talk about Paul so much. Scott has a tendency to retroactive and an openness with secrets, so you know he's got this piece of fabric with a mountain and 5 symbols on it. And I think Paul mentioned that he has a skull, but he hasn't mentioned everything that the skull does. And you've got your vine, which is had a moment in the sun, but will now have an even bigger moment in the sun, and I love that.
Yep. Having it be my weapon is pretty neat.
Yeah, that would be really neat.
Yep. I mean, visually, and now I need to ask for art of my character to be created. I got to commission somebody.
Yeah.
Just like, oh yeah, draw a character. So on this arm, he has all of this crazy armor modification stuff going on, and there's a vine going up it.
Yeah.
That's a sword.
Maybe you have all the modifications on one arm, and then you have the vine on the other arm to keep you distinctive.
Plus, blade locks can Eldritch Blast just as well as anyone else.
Yeah.
So it's like
there's a blade lock in the Critical Role campaign that I watch, and he very rarely, but he actually uses his rapier as his focus, and so he blasts Eldritch Blast out of the hilt. He turns the blade around and hits him. He's pretty cool. He actually seems like his weapon is his patron, but it seems like his weapon is kind of beholden to like a kraken.
Because
it's like a big eye, and his name is Ford, and he had a dream where he was underwater, and he woke up and he had water in his lungs, and his blade is always like summoned out of water. So it seems very interesting.
And now
he's fun.
God, now I'm thinking more like a body horror version of the vine thing, where it's like it just pops out of his hand.
Oh yeah.
I could get weird.
As you use it more, the vine, the thorns kind of sink into your flesh, and you slowly starts to bond with you.
Yeah, it's like, hey, guess what? You wanted that whole when you die, your soul goes to Fey Heaven, whatever. Yeah, this is part of it.
That's a good idea. I might steal that.
Oh yeah. But if you want to steal from Warhammer 40k with friggin' chaos and stuff, this is a good pain. It's like, oh yep, okay, that's fucked up, but okay.
So go ahead and send me a rebuild of your character.
We'll do. That'll take a little bit to do. But by our next game, I should have it ready.
Okay.
And if I don't, remind me.
It'll come into play. Like I will say, like okay, now it comes into play when you take a long rest after a decent amount of time has passed, and Oberon. Like we won't roleplay the conversation unless there's something distinctive you want to talk about with him. Mm-hmm. But like overall, it'll basically be what we've discussed here.
Yeah,
It's like
'cause
you don't want to
it's-
be on those in the back lines. You want to be more on the spotlight.
Yeah, it's pretty clear at this point that's what I'm going for.
Mhm.
I'm trying to have him take responsibility, and part of that is putting himself in trouble.
Now I can't wait for you guys to get home because there's so much going on in the background.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know why I decided to send you into the Underdark. Oh, stupid. Should have just left you in
You
the...
said that about every one of our little mini campaign sessions, or not sessions. The adventures we end up going on the side.
Yeah, why did I send you on this? This is
Why did I
stupid. We
send you
should've
to the
done it.
dwarves? Why did I send
Yeah,
you?
I should have sent you on something else. This was so much better.
Goddamn. Also, just checking to make sure I didn't drop anything.
Oh, yeah.
Got my caltrops. Got my d8s. Got my d10s. Got my
Yeah.
other d10s. Got my d12s. Got my d20.
I hope this little side adventure that I sent you on wasn't too diverting. I didn't want the cave to be nothing,
It
and
was kind of neat, and I hope it has a bigger purpose. But if it doesn't, fine.
and it's slowly seeming like it might because I'm a DM. I'm only throwing the rails in front of the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know if you could tell, but I built the dungeon while you guys were discussing what to do about the riddle. So I pulled the deck out. And I was like,
I was wondering what you were doing.
yeah. I basically just built the dungeon. I was like, okay, cool. And then you guys were mentioning like maybe it leads to the Underdark. I was like, no, it doesn't lead to the Underdark. Maybe it leads through the mountain. Well, that's not a bad idea. Maybe if they investigate the whole thing. I mean, dwarves aren't known for digging shallow and giving up. They're known for digging too greedily and too deep.
Which also
So-
means we could potentially skip most of the hobgoblin stuff.
Uh,
Which might be a bad thing actually, depending on what's going to happen there. But
it depends on your alignment because like the hobgoblins. I hope I've stressed this enough. The hobgoblins are keeping people as prisoners and slaves.
I figured we probably
So-
want to fix that because one of our characters is now hell bent on fixing that situation.
Yeah, like I was stressing that
His
in
hatred
the
of dwarves is interesting.
yeah he hates dwarves because the Goliaths and the dwarves are fighting over mountain space in his world.
That's right.
Like the reason I'm stressing that and why I'm rolling back all the way to the demons is because I'm trying to say like, hey, don't forget these hobgoblins are keeping slaves. These hobgoblins were kidnapping wizards and sending them to the Underdark.
Yep.
Like this is not something. This is something you can walk away from, but it will have consequences. And like,
Kind of hoping we have the opportunity, if this path goes through the mountain in this dungeon, we pop up underneath the camp. And just, they all look at us. It's like, oh, you aren't even being sneaky. We use this all the time.
yeah, that would be pretty funny.